Yes, guys, good morning. How are you? I hope you're all happy and healthy, doing the things that you love. It is Friday. Happy Friday. It's just before 12:30. And look who I found for a cheeky little hour 10. We're going to talk about all things Tottenham, all of the latest news regarding managerial searches. I'm here with Barnaby Slater, unbelievable content creator, and one of my favorite people to have a chinwag with. We don't do it too often. We need to do it more, Barnaby. How are you, my man?
I'm very well. The last time we did it was on my crazy idea that I would do a live stream until Thomas Frank got sacked. But unfortunately, that idea was 3 weeks ago and we got a good result that night. And so I had to stop because I was so tired of everything. I was exhausted of all of it.
Yeah.
But we knew.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say we knew 4 months ago that he should be sacked, and it's completely ridiculous that it's even 3 weeks ago he still wasn't sacked. But at least it's happened now.
Yeah, at least it's happened now, but the damage might be done. The whether or not there's enough time to turn it around. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Guys in the chat, you know what to do. Smash the like button for me if you can. Straight out of the traps, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Notification button should be squeezed. Comments should be dropped thick and fast. We are also, of course, sponsored by OK Jersey. You know the score and the door on that particular note. Get over to OK Jersey, search for OK Jersey, whatever you're looking for. Jeremy jackets, if you're looking for your latest in the new versions, the old school, the retro, the hybrid, all those sorts of things. Plus, you have now the latest updates for all of the international teams that are going to be in the World Cup. So if that's your thing, then go and get yourself over to OK Jersey, 8% off at checkout using code Sean. I'd also appreciate everybody who's watching this right now and on the playback. If you have got the screen in front of you, to click on Spurs Talk Show here, click on the Barnaby link, go over to Barnaby Slater, give him a sub. What are you on the march to now? Is it 25k?
No, 20k. But
20K.
I'm sure you've noticed this a little bit as well. The apathy within the Tottenham fan community, and I'll include myself in the apathy in terms of having to watch Tottenham, means that not a lot of people have been loving watching Spurs content recently. So it's been a very slow build from 19,000 to 20,000, but I'm about 550 off 20,000 subs, which would be a big thing for me. So, and any help much appreciated.
Yeah, and when you do get to 20k, you get a little algorithm boost as well. So get everyone get over there and fresh Barnaby, exactly, fresh Barnaby. He's got his hair cut. He's been moisturising the skin this morning. Look at the difference. This is a guy that wakes up early and gets to work. This is a guy that was up late last night, streaming and arguing, screaming and shouting with Stel and Johnny and Lubo, and then goes to bed about 1 o'clock, a little bit tipsy, and then wakes up at 5 o'clock. I'm tired. I've got sleep in my eyes. It is what it is. It is what it is, as they say. Barnaby,
yeah.
Where do we start, mate? Let's start with Thomas Frank. I haven't actually caught your like a chinwag on it. You did mention there, obviously, that it was maybe 4 weeks overdue. When do you think the kind of the final nail should have been inserted? Was it the Arsenal game before?
Well, no, I honestly think about 4 months. I put first as a title on a video of mine early, I think, to mid-October. I said, we are going to be relegation candidates, and people screamed at me in the comments and accusing me of rage bait. But that's when I first saw that the players weren't having him. They weren't interested in playing for this guy at all. And I'll be honest, like it wasn't before that, because I didn't take I feel like a lot of people are using hindsight now to say, oh, it was clear when Jed Spence and Van der Ven walked past him. I didn't see that necessarily. I thought they were like pissed off at that point because of the game, but actually, it wasn't that long after that where it was like, no, they're not having this. And I think for me, it's as simple as these are players who are designed to play football on the ground, who want to play, better football than Thomas Frank was allowing them. They don't want to just hit channel balls, hit direct balls, hit long balls that they have to aimlessly chase. And it was clear to me, 3-4 months ago, and it should have been after the West Ham game. Of course, it should have been before that, after the Fulham game, even at home. And of course, we can even go back as far and say the performances in the Chelsea and the Arsenal game. I mean, the performances in the Chelsea and the Arsenal game were exactly the same as that performance Nuno Espirito Santo had for Spurs at the Emirates, where we had no midfield. And we talked a little bit off air. We talked a little bit off air about how you and I used to be a little bit like, be careful what you wish for when you get rid of Daniel Levy. Well, what I would say is one of the things that a lot of fans who hated Daniel Levy would say, he sacked managers too early. But I think he would have sacked this clown 5 months ago. and we would not be in this spot. Now, I'm not saying I've never been like Levy in or Levy out. I've just been like, be careful. It's not as simple as it seems. But I'll tell you what, we would not be 5 points off relegation if Daniel Levy was chairman now. But look, anyway, these guys are learning on the job, and now they've just got an unbelievably huge decision to make. And as you've got in your title, it seems to me now that they're looking, or the reports coming out of Sky Sports in the last hour have been they're definitely looking for an interim. But weirdly, they're also interviewing long-term potential managers as well. So there seems, and I don't want to, just to finish off my slight rant here, I don't want to give any credit to Mad Marinakis of Nottingham, but he just sacked his guy and he got a guy in. Now, I don't know if the ex-Wolves boss Pereira is the right guy for them, but at least he's made a decision and he clearly had some kind of plan. But these clowns, they're just skipping from one disaster to the next, and it is genuinely frightening. If you think about what Newcastle were like when they got Shearer in and got relegated. If you think further back to Leeds when Terry Venables was in there, Peter Reid, and they ended up getting relegated. It can happen. And a lot of people talk, don't they? And a lot of people talk, don't they, about how, Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest are bigger clubs than Spurs because they've won the European Cup. But in the same conversation, I've seen people saying if Tottenham got relegated, it would be the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened in the history of football. And I'm like, well, you can't marry those two things up because those clubs have been relegated. So if you're saying that, then Tottenham are a bigger club than them. But we are drifting. But one thing I'll say is I'm hopeful that if they get a man in who just says to the players, just play with some, enjoy yourselves, play with a little bit of freedom, then we should be able to get 3 wins, Sean, surely.
Yeah, 3 wins is hopefully all it will need. Although I have just got a sneaking suspicion. Like you're looking at the way, it's not just the results recently that West Ham have put together, who are obviously the danger team, but also the style in which they've played. Ever since they brought in Tati and Pedro, is it the other guy? They just seem to be refreshed in their forward line options. It looks like Bowen is enjoying playing with
that guy. Fernandez is a good player as well, isn't he?
Matheus Fernandes is a baller, absolute baller. When he moved to Southampton, I said at the time, I said he's going to be a phenomenal player. West Ham have really got a great talent there, and he's looking like, his ability to shoot from distance with confidence and accuracy is absolutely phenomenal. But I am worried about not just the form, but the function of West Ham's performances over the last 3 or 4 weeks. It does look like it looks like they're chasing a European spot more than they're trying to save themselves from relegation. It's not like they're digging in trying to sort of get through a game to try to get enough points out. It looks like they're playing with refinement. And that to me is a concern because I've watched Tottenham for the last, well, I don't know if you know this, Barnaby, but on the Spurs 5 and on the Football Link that I work, we have prediction leagues. Obviously, we have to predict all of the results, but Tottenham are obviously included in that every single. I haven't predicted a Tottenham win since mid-December. And I haven't been wrong because we haven't
been right.
I've been right on top of the league, and I don't know where we go. Obviously, the injury crisis is the injury crisis. Now, I can tell from your, I love the way that your mind works with the logic there. Regarding the Aston Villa story. I'm always seeking out whether I don't care where you land, just show me you're working out. And a lot of people don't really have logic and sort of consistency within the working. And the people that are saying that if Tottenham were to get relegated, it would be worse than Aston Villa. Yet at the same time, Villa are a bigger club than Tottenham. It doesn't square, right? So. No. I hear you on that. I also hear you that it can happen, and maybe we'll get fortunate, and there's just 3 teams that are worse than us. It might not necessarily be West Ham. It might be Palace. It might be Forest. It might be.
Sorry to break in, but that's what I was going to say. I have a feeling that actually Leeds and potentially Palace, just on the basis that those players, they're not playing for Glasner in the way they were previously because they know he's leaving. So I think Leeds. I don't think Forest or West Ham are going to get relegated. That's the thing. I think they're going to find their way out of it somehow. Although I'll admit I'm less sure about Forest now that they've got rid of Dyche. That was, that's mad from Mad Marinakis. But you know what he's like. It wouldn't. Yeah. I know Leeds have been on a good run, but I wonder if their good run has almost come too early and that they could get dragged back in. But like I said, I don't.
Very hard to beat at home, Leeds. Very hard to beat at home. And to go away to Chelsea and to fight back from 2-0 down to come back to 2-2 shows real resolve. Yeah. I look at these teams around us. I look at West Ham's performances. I look at Leeds' home form and their fight away from home, and the fact that they don't have that many injuries. They have enough options to rotate. Part of the consequences of having 13 fit players is that the players that are available have to play more often. I'm still running the conspiracy theory that there is an unspoken acknowledgement that maybe, just maybe, that the artificial pitch underneath Tottenham Hotspur has problems that they're not prepared to admit to the fan base or the world, because they would have to admit they've got a $1 billion white elephant that's going to consistently harm the first team. No one wants to hear it, but I genuinely can't find a variable that's inconsistent with our system. That isn't.
I guess it wouldn't be the NFL pitch. It might be the fact that this is a removable pitch and it's the kind of technology underneath it. But the NFL pitch is so far beneath the. I just think the fact there's only
6 inches of sort of turf with synthetic weave before you get to the trays, before you get to the girders.
Yeah, the trays. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
The trays.
I'm not an expert in medicine, and I'm certainly not an expert in artificial or infrastructure. But I'm a conspiracy theorist. And by the way, guys, if you are watching, check out Rabbit Hole Ramblings. You'll see the link in the chat in a minute. Can
I just ask on that front, just because my mum's so clear on it? Are you sure that that's Jeffrey Epstein alive and well in Israel? My mum sent me the picture, and I was like, that looks like A, it looks like Jim Carrey, B, it looks like Harrison Ford from The Fugitive, and C, it looks like every tramp I've ever seen. But she is stone cold sure that is Jeffrey Epstein in Israel. So I've got to agree. I've got to believe it.
Well, listen, I think it's been debunked as AI, those videos, or the pictures themselves. However, in every video, there's like hundreds of pictures of that person now. Like, no one spotted this man for 8 years. And then all of a sudden, just as the Epstein files are released, suddenly there's like 6 videos in the week in different clothing. But in every single video, that man is flanked by people that are clearly IDF soldiers. You can spot an IDF guy, just like you can spot a Fed from a mile away. You know, like the absolute.
You've got to get my mum. You've got to get my mum on your Ramblings channel for sure.
Bring her on, mate. Bring her on. The females are females love a conspiracy. Once they get their teeth stuck into it, they just absolutely they destroy it. So yeah, bring her on, mate. Absolutely fantastic. With regards the injury crisis at Tottenham, though, I do think that we have to just chew on it for a second. I don't want to dwell too much because I've dwelled on it for the last few days, but with regards to Tottenham's relegation plight, I do think that is something. Again, don't really care about Thomas Frank. I'm with you. I never really bought into him. I think that his inability to motivate, to invoke, to get any kind of buy-in from the fan base is a problem. You know, Ange Postecoglou, think what you want about him. You know, he came in and said, "It's who we are, mate," and a lot of people loved that. You know, I always win trophies in my second year. I told him they didn't listen. He will always go down. There's always going to be a section of the fan base that will always want him back, that will yearn after him, because forget about all the things that he said that didn't come true, but he at least had that salesman spiel. Then you pivot to what might be next in Pochettino. And when asked 3 months before, you know, the World Cup at home in America, he's asked on a podcast, what trophy would you like to win more than any other? And he basically said that the Premier League with Tottenham. You know, you can tell he's always going to be a winner in the hearts and minds of the average Tottenham fan. So Thomas Frank didn't do that. Thomas Frank's first press conference was, one thing's for sure, we're going to lose games. You know, he might be honest and sincere to a fault, because it's true, but it doesn't go any way to inspire people. And if he's saying those to the fans, what's he saying inside the dressing room? I think you're right. I think the players certainly didn't buy into him, weren't falling for that kind of spiel. But at the same time, Barnaby, you know, he has had a horrendous injury crisis, and it's only gotten worse. The fact that he didn't get anybody in the January window, whether he shot himself in the foot in that regard by believing that he was going to be given enough patience until the summer and saying, well, I don't want us to sign 5-year contracted players that I don't really, see the value in the long term. You have to live and die by those decisions, and he's obviously died on that hill. But the injuries have been a disaster, and will be the same thing for whoever's coming in this weekend or Monday. They're going to have to contemplate the next 3 months with, I'd say, fewer players than, like, if you look at the squad right now and you were to say, is the squad going to grow in available players, or is it going to shrink further? Yeah. I would say it's probably going to shrink further, because that's the trend at the moment, right? Where would you be with that?
Well, one thing I would say about injuries, do you remember, I think I'm a bit older than you, but basically back in the 90s when we were of such an injury-laden club, we always were. Darren Anderson was always the picture boy for how many injuries Spurs would get. And he was very regularly injured, except for when he had to play for England in international tournaments. But what we found is that when managers would come in who the players were kind of up for, suddenly these players would sometimes kind of jump off the treatment table, and that can happen a little bit. Now, obviously, what we've got is very unlucky, is a lot of ACLs in Maddison and now Odegaard. And Kulusevski's patella injury is basically an unheard of injury, and some people don't recover from that at all. But it would not surprise me. What I'm trying to say is, it would not surprise me if some of these kind of lesser injuries, impact injuries, muscle injuries, if they suddenly got fit quicker than they would have done if Thomas Frank was still here. So I'm kind of counting on that.
I heard you saying that the other day.
Yeah,
quite an interesting take. Yeah,
I'm counting on that a little bit. But also, I would also add this. I think the Odegaard one is a bit of a killer. But I did think that the team we had out against Newcastle, 1-11 wasn't too bad. I mean, I wouldn't have Dragishin there. I think Danso's a bit of a killer injury, but hopefully he'll be back in the next 2-3 weeks. But 1-11, that is a team for me that I think under another manager who the players want, they would have beaten Newcastle, because Newcastle, they couldn't finish their dinner for a start. They're shaky, as was shown when we got that equaliser. But the players, I think the players in the last 3 or 4 months minimum, maybe since the first day of Frank to some degree, have been playing about 20% off their maximum. They've been jogging about. You've heard me talk about it before. I've been watching Man United since Ferguson left, and the pattern amongst every manager they played for is on and off the ball, they just jog about. No movement. People are kind of really on this Carrick train right now. But for me, that's just going to be the same as Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. They're going to make the mistake of signing him up to a long-term deal, and then the players will drop off. What we need is a manager who's going to come in and get them playing at 100%, 110%. And that's why I think Pochettino, for me, is probably the answer. Now, a lot of people say, he hasn't changed since 2014. He's not a modern manager. But do I believe he will inspire those players? Yes, I do. The only other thing I wanted to say, just based on some of those things you were talking about, is one of the main reasons why I'm sure those players weren't having him is how many Instagram posts have there been? I saw Richalison did a cursory one this morning. Porro on the first day. Yeah. And after Ange, what were there? 25? There have been 2, 3 at a push. And so we know the players weren't having him. So on that basis, I'd say...
He admitted the players don't like him. He literally said, I'm sure there's lots of players in the dressing room that don't like me.
The guy's an idiot. I mean, especially he said that on the same week when Poch did embarrassingly, I will say, did Jake Humphrey's high performance podcast. In that, I just don't think that's the podcast anyone should be doing. It's second only to Stephen Bartlett. But anyway, Poch did it. And, the same week that Thomas Frank says, a lot of the players don't like me, Poch literally said on that podcast, oh, well, we get to the training ground at 7 a.m. and we speak to every player in the squad. And that could be for 5 minutes or an hour. Every day. And it's like, well, that is the difference. Now, I'm not saying I think Frank's a nice man. I think he's a good man. I think he'll be an excellent Crystal Palace manager when he gets that job in the summer. But that is the difference there. It's about the man management of these elite athletes who are paid millions and millions of pounds, like at a different level of millions of pounds to the Brentford players, and inspiring them to feel free and confident on the pitch. And you've seen it, Sean. There's been no confidence on that pitch for months. 100%. And I'm hopeful that if they don't totally buffoon this decision up on the interim, then they can get that kind of 10 or 15% back. But one thing I will add, because I've seen a few people in the chat, and I'm getting this in my chat on my channel all the time, when people speak about it should be Harry Redknapp. Harry Redknapp is the king of the jungle from I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. We've literally all watched him eat fucking kangaroo penis on live national TV. Are we not a meme club enough?
Well, yeah, that kangaroo penis was terrific, really. It was terrific. And I'd love it if we could get the band back together. Bring in Jermaine, bring in Crouchy, a little bit of Nico Crenshaw. Yeah, we'll stay up, no problem at all. I'm there for if they want me, call me. You got my number, Tottenham. You got my number. But
people are forgetting that he was at Birmingham. He took QPR down. He was the Jordanian national manager, all since Tottenham. As well as I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, as well as, blaming his dog while he was at Tottenham for his tax fraud. All of this stuff that will add to the memeable culture. And he's 79 years old. So for me, Dilution 1981 in the chat, I would say his Harry all day. Well. And Sandra's sick, is she? Okay, so that's another reason. So I think, let's be realistic. It's not 2008 anymore. We all wish it was. But they can't buffoon this decision up. But Sean, let me ask you a question. Well, it's a statement dressed as a question. They will buffoon this up, won't they?
Well, yes, they will. But I don't know who's making the decision, Barnaby. And this is the
Peter Charrington.
Well, this is the problem.
That weird-looking dude.
This is the problem. Okay, so like I say, I've said a couple of times, over the last month or so, I've managed to managed to get a couple of people that are close to different things at the football club to be able to share some insights with me. Obviously, I've got a little thing with the guy in the tech DJ guy as well. Haven't managed to get his thoughts on this one, but the other people told me before Paul O'Keefe broke it yesterday. I spoke about this on Football Inc. yesterday morning. That it actually wasn't Vinay and Johan Lang that agreed to sack Thomas Frank. They had his back, right? And actually, it wasn't Nick Butcher. Well, it was Nick Butcher that made the decision, but it wasn't Nick Butcher.
He's the son-in-law, right?
He's Vivian's son-in-law, so Nepo baby, right? So crazy property guy, head of Tavistock or CEO of Tavistock, nothing to do with football. So who was it that gave him the oversight into that decision? It was apparently, allegedly, it was Matt Collicott, who is the revenue guy, who's been looking at the abacus, looking at the dwindling numbers, looking at the revenue coming in from matchday receipts and dwindling ticket sales, and saying we can't afford this to go any further. And it was him that had the power of veto over, or at least gave his advice, and Sharrington and/or Butcher went in that direction instead. Which is, look, I'm happy that was the decision that was made, but the fact that the powers that be that made the decision to overrule the only quote-unquote football people at the football club is terrifying. And here's the next part of that terrifying prospect. In the next 72 hours, Barnaby, Tottenham Hotspur have to make probably, arguably, the biggest managerial decision that they've ever made in 25 years. Because if they get it wrong, Tottenham Hotspur as a football club is, I don't want to be too dramatic, but I would say finito. Because there's never going to be a flash sale, a crash sale of every single player at the football club. The most senior player at this football club that will happily go down with the ship is probably Kevin Danso or Archie Gray. Everybody else will want out. Maybe the Oda Bears will stay around, but you're talking about horrendous amounts of forced liquidations. Yeah. Then you have to then build a squad that is capable of getting you back up. And that requires you to go and sign players that are championship level or low level Premier League players at best. But you don't sign them on 1 year, Barnaby. You sign them on 3 or 4 year deals. That's the way it works. So if you do come back up, you are then a perennial relegation threat every year, because it's not going to be easy to move those players on. You still only got 25 men in your squad. The disastrous revenue generation, the amount of money we owe on the stadium, it's catastrophic. And so if you have to make this decision by Monday morning, then you would hope that you would have footballing people that are making the decision. But in the last week, the only footballing people on the board have been undermined and overruled by non-footballing people around what to do with Thomas Frank. If you're not going to listen to them on Thomas Frank's survival or sacking, are you going to listen to them on who should come in and be the replacement? And to me, the answer is no. They're going to feel completely undermined. If that whole story is true, they're going to feel completely put out of joint. Yeah. And so who the hell is it that's going to be deciding between, as we're going to come to in a little while, the likes of Terzic or Rose or Robbie Keane, or apparently Carrick is an option as well. I don't know how that's going to work, but
Carrick long term.
Apparently, that's what I'm seeing this morning. So I've got this. I've got Twitter things coming through to me 1,000 miles an hour. I'm just terrified that yes, the wrong people found the right decision with sacking Thomas Frank.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what's more terrifying, Barnaby. Is it the fact that the non-footballing people made the decision, or the footballing people wanted to keep Thomas Frank? Either way, we have the biggest decision of our fandom lives in the next 72 hours. And I don't know who's making the decision. And those that are, I'm not sure are qualified to. It's pretty concerning.
Well,
very concerning.
Let me add a possibility to you that I've spoken about on my channel a little bit. I think Joe Lewis is still making the decisions. I think Joe Lewis has come down from his boat, where he's got a tennis court on the boat, and he often moors it next to Tower Bridge, and he's just seeing off the end of his insider trading jail, home jail
probation
situation, probation, whatever. And I think he's gone down to his daughter and those guys, and he's gone, "What the fuck are you doing? This has to change." I think, and you've got to think about this realistically. Joe Lewis, it's his kids in charge, right? So he's still going to have paternal, charge of their thoughts to some degree. And sure. I know it's in a, what is it? It's in a bond or whatever it is, or a trust. Sorry, it's a trust. But I think he will have had to say, because whenever you heard from Harry or Jamie Redknapp down the years, they would always talk about, they felt that Joe Lewis had a lot bigger say than Spurs were given credit for, on the basis that Daniel Levy would take all of the heat. So I wouldn't be surprised if Joe Lewis had a say on it. and then those money people are having to listen to that as well. The other thing I just wanted to mention after what you said is
he's not a footballing guy, though, is he? Either?
No. He's not a footballing guy either. But they're all money guys. I mean, we're owned by literally and have been for 25 years by an investment fund. So every time anybody has ever said, why are they not putting their own money into the club? Because they're an investment fund. They're literally there to make money. That's what they're, we know all this. We know all this, right? Mm. But interestingly, of course, this is genuinely the first time where their investment is in real danger, as you mentioned, of going down the Swanee money-wise. So, that's why they're in a real hole, had to make that decision they didn't want to make. The other thing I just wanted to talk about is the madness that it was Paratici, from all reports, who was the first to be like, this manager isn't right. Like this man, and actually, do you remember he came out about 4 or 5 months ago and did an interview, I think in the Italian press, where he said, he was asked his style of football, and he was like, my style is that it's wedded to whatever the style of the manager is. And to me, that felt like a sly dig at the fact that he was having to try and buy players for a man who he didn't rate as a manager, who was playing a style of football that he didn't rate, for a club who literally have etched on the side of their new stadium, "To dare is to do." And at the same time, Paratici's having to go to market and say, I'm looking for a big bustly man who can take a channel ball, 95 times every match. And that, of course, it pissed him off. So down as it became more and more clear that he wasn't holding the power in that situation because he couldn't persuade the board to sack Thomas Frank, he started talking to Fiorentina, and rightly so. Now, I'm not saying I think Paratici was the best sporting director of all time. He certainly had some wild
yards better than Johan Lang, though, right?
Yeah, I would rather have him in this situation now than whatever Johan Langer is saying. That's for sure. You have to throw in the caveat that I don't think any of us thought Gennaro Gattuso was a good idea as manager, and he did. But look, two
of the names that Tottenham linked with. Sorry, mate. Go on.
I was just going to finish by saying it's like, it is a bit like the rats leaving the sinking ship. Loads of people can clearly see from the inside that there is no clear line through the middle of this club that says, and it should be simple, shouldn't it? It should be simple, as in, we have "To dare is to do" written on the side of our stadium. Ange tried to dare. He did, but he didn't quite do in the way we needed. So we go to another manager who plays a style of daring football, but not quite as daring. You don't then flip-flop to the guy at the other end of the pragmatic scale, or as Ange called him, Dave Pragmatist. When Ange came out when he was manager and said, you just wait, their next manager, Dave Pragmatist, will come in and the fans won't like it. And he was spot on. It's like, you don't flip-flop. So they just have to find a through route down the middle of this club from top to bottom, where it's like, we are Tottenham Hotspur. The fans want to see us play a certain way. And let's appoint a sporting director who knows that. Let's appoint a manager who can do that. And let's appoint, just all of these money men have to wise up to this shit. And it needs to start now. And that's, again, I'll go back to why I think Pochettino is the right man, is because I think he can bring all of that stuff from the middle. I met a girl weirdly once in Margate who I was talking to in a bar, and I was like, what do you do? And she's like, I work at Tottenham. And I was like, oh my God, what's it like? She said, the only time where it has all been good at Tottenham was when Pochettino was manager, because he was almost like the positivity of energy. Poch talks about energy a lot, doesn't he? He started this energy positivity from the middle that seeped up even to Levy. To Levy. And that's why he's the only manager we've ever heard about how Levy went on holiday with him. And they had this amazing relationship. And that seeped throughout the club. And I think we need to bring in another energy positivity man. And I think, whatever the caveats are of, is Pochettino still as good a manager now as he was then? Well, he thinks he is. Fine. He may not be, but can he help us build again? And that's what we need to do. And we are at ground zero, Sean. We are at ground zero. Big time.
Well, ground zero might be in the championship in 6 months' time. We don't know. We got to get through the first. The first phase is first. Just on the Pochettino thing, for me, I also think that people. You're right about the whole energy, and I think at the time when he came in, he was building off of the positive energy that Harry Redknapp brought in. Obviously, there was a little phase before Pochettino after Harry Redknapp where it sort of fell apart a little bit. Was it Villas-Boas?
ABB and Sherwood, yeah.
So there was that period in between. But generally speaking, we'd had some build from absolutely horrendous stuff. Then Martin Jol came in and started playing us. 100%. Martin Jol came in, started doing some great things. Then later on, there was a Harry Redknapp, which got us to the promised land, almost got us to the promised land, Lasagna Gate. But the general trajectory was positive. Again, I had this giant blazing row last night with Stel presenting 25 years of ENIC failure. And I'm
Well,
like,
in a row, you say, Sean.
Well, listen, I was just as complicit in it, but it was one of those shows. That's what we do on Spurs 5. It is what it is. But
I like Stella, and I'm here for anybody who's as passionate about Spurs as I am, whichever way they show it.
Yeah, 100%. He's definitely a passionate man. But he represents a lot of the ENIC out people represent 25 years of failure, and I just don't see it that way because I think it's 6 years of regression from an artificial high that culminated with the Champions League final that was unexpected and massively beyond our realistic situation, and that unfortunately set expectations at this peak level. I always give the example, it's like buying Bitcoin at $125,000 a coin and then it crashing 50% in your face and you resent Bitcoin, but it was actually you that got sucked into the price point. You don't hate the asset, take more stock of where it is that you got sucked in at personally. But anyway, the Pochettino thing, I think that he was the fortuitous beneficiary of everything that came before it. I think the energy in the football club was great when he came in. It didn't start fantastically well for him, but he managed to get through that tricky period at the start. But I would also say that, there was the seasons at Wembley that we had that was something to look forward to. Playing in front of 85,000 people. We left the stadium at 36. Suddenly we're playing in 85,000 people games. Unbelievable. We had the Champions League runs. We had the new stadium that we were looking forward to. We had these wonderful players that we didn't sign any superstars during that period. We just happened to pick some fantastic young talent, and then they all kind of grew together under his tutelage for sure. Plus, we had Harry Kane that was emerging to be one of the greatest strikers of all time. Right? So I think that there was a lot of things that were outside of Pochettino specifically that were helping with that energy transition that you're talking about. And I personally don't think that anything like that exists at Tottenham Hotspur now. Pochettino can't come in and just click his fingers and it's all back together. I think that the rest of it has to be put in place again, and that's a slow build that he might be patient enough and the fans might be patient enough to go with him on, but he's going to need a lot of help. And I completely agree with you on the idea of continuity in the philosophy of the football club, which is where I will agree with the people that are ENIC out and always have been. One of the criticisms that they make, which is entirely fair and reasonable, is the pivoting from one theology, if you like, of footballing philosophy to another. No consistency. You don't stick with anything for more than a little time, and then you pivot from here to here, and you end up with a gazillion never-ending square pegs in round holes. 100% you need that. I think the other thing that you need is a relationship between a director of football and a manager that is co-symbiotic. I think they have to be on the same page. They will have their own different KPIs to work towards. The director of football is not tasked with the same things that a manager is. The manager is for here today. And the DOF is supporting that, but also thinking about tomorrow. And so if you always have butting of heads because the coach doesn't care about the 17-year-old you're buying, because in all likelihood, I'm only going to get 18 months or 2 years. And then so I won't be around to see that guy, which is, Ange Postecoglou sort of mentioned it.
He did,
with regards, though. That's why I always said Ange was going to be the guy before the guy, because, he inherited this philosophy of prioritizing youth, and he said these guys are going to be superstar players, and I hope that I'm here to be the beneficiary of it, but he wasn't. Thomas Frank hasn't seen that. I mean, these things take time. These players take time to sort of thrive and flourish. But I think you're right again about the Paratici. I'm just sort of responding to each of the points you made in turn here. I think the Paratici disconnect over the last 6 months was palpable. I think we backed, or the ownership backed the wrong director of football. There seemed to be a little click between the Danish house mafia. Paratici never wanted Thomas Frank. He wanted De Zerbi and he wanted Igor Tudor. And he wanted De Zerbi before Frank was implemented, didn't get his say so. Then when Thomas Frank started to have problems, he suggested Igor Tudor. He also wanted Akliouche. All three of the other guys went with the other team, and they went, no, let's go and get Paqueta. Paqueta turned us down. He went back to Brazil. Every time they've made a decision on who to back, they backed the wrong decision in terms of Vinay or whoever it is that's deciding those factors and facets. And that's problematic. And you know what? It stands true to reason now that they're regretting what's happened, because two of the names that are on the shortlist right now, Barnaby, are Igor Tudor. And by the way, I don't want him in any way, shape or form. He hasn't done anything for me that I think would satisfy me as a manager. And the other guy is De Zerbi. And I think De Zerbi's a walking car crash. It'll be fun for content, but he's not going to be the solution in terms of getting us out of trouble. Personally, I think the club, for him to work in a football club, I think he needs to be in a football club that has unbelievable ambition. He might be able to do well at somewhere that has an owner that wants to be able to go and splash the cash. But he's just a fiery lunatic. But in terms of, I'm kind of on board it because I think it will be fun. But now that the situation is so bleak with our future, I don't think he's the right guy to be brought in. But he's on the shortlist as well, Barnaby. I mean, does that not prove a point? If all of the things that Paratici wanted and they said no to, these guys are now the top of the shortlist outside of Pochettino. I mean, that to me is a testament to itself that they acknowledge that the mistakes that they've made.
Yeah, and a testament to how few options there are out there, and where Spurs have fallen to a point where we can't attract managers who are in jobs, really. That's the reality right now. Can I just reference a little bit what you said about Pochettino and the fortuitous state he found the club in? I don't disagree with that, in that a lot of the players were there. One thing I would say, though, is what a lot of people forget, I think, and it is easy to forget, is that a lot of those players who were already there, a lot of Spurs fans were already cussing out before Pochettino came. And I will go straight away to Kyle Walker and Danny Rose as two examples. They did not, a lot of the Spurs fan base did not think those players were good enough to play for Tottenham Hotspur. And Pochettino, sometimes known as the fullback whisperer, whatever you say, is that he developed those players and got those players. I would also add in Moussa Dembele in that as well. Nobody saw Moussa Dembele as the king of the world when he started at Spurs. He was playing in a more attacking midfield role. Remember, he scored that goal, I think, was it against Sunderland? Hit it outside, left-hand side outside of the box into the bottom right, maybe on his debut. He was still more of an attacking player at that point. Pochettino saw in him that he would be right to play a bit deeper. And he also saw in Eric Dyer in that first season that Eric Dyer isn't a right back. Eric Dyer started at Spurs against West Ham away when he scored the winner in the last minute as a right back. And he was kind of known as a centre-back, and he moved him into that defensive midfield role in the first season before he brought Wanyama in. And what Dyer really did brilliantly in that first season was split the two centre-backs when we had the ball, give another option there so we could always get on the ball, get in possession. And one thing I'd say to Pochettino, and I'm not fully disagreeing in that he was certainly fortuitous when it came to Harry Kane, although I'd also argue he definitely made the most of Harry Kane and made Harry Kane believe in himself. He was able to develop players, and that I look at players that we have in this squad now, and you hear a lot of people, on the podcasts I like or in my comments saying how our squad is terrible. I don't think our squad is terrible. I don't think it's brilliant, but I don't think it's terrible. And I would look at players of the ilk of, I straight away think about Pedro Porro, and I think Pochettino will be able to get a tune out of him. I don't think Pedro Porro is ever going to be a Kyle Walker-esque defensive in terms of the defensive ability and recovering runs ability. But I think Poch would get Porro playing a far better standard of football than he has been certainly in the last 6 months. But of course, he has also been massively overplayed. So that's one thing I just wanted to mention about Porro. The other thing that you didn't mention this, but I'm seeing this a lot, so I wanted to kind of bring it up.
Sure.
The rest is football. All of these podcast people who are talking about how, the big problem with Spurs right now is the finances and how we don't spend enough money and blah, 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 and whatever. And then what they do is they compare to Arsenal. And it's been happening a lot. And Ange talked about it this week as well, which is why I wanted to bring it up on the overlap. He talked about Spurs will never spend £100 million on a player. That's bullshit, right? They won't now. And what's being forgotten about and not talked about when they compare us to Arsenal is how after Arsenal moved into their new stadium in 2006, they didn't spend big, by which I mean they didn't spend £38 million on Mesut Ozil until 7 years after that.
Yeah,
and
they were a selling club. Arsene Wenger worked miracles having to work within those financial limitations.
And they didn't spend £70 million, which is that day's £100 million, which they did on Nicola Pepe, and I think it was £75 million, until something like 13 years after, 12, 13 years. So Spurs, unfortunately, and it is unfortunate, but we've got to handle it, we are in that spot now where Arsenal were having to sell their best players. And Levy was desperate never to be a selling club again. So what he did was he didn't spend a lot on wages to keep it down. And that means that also, unless we get relegated, we're not in danger of not being able to pay on our debts on the stadium. And the other thing that we need to all remember...
Covenants also are an issue as well, by the way.
Yeah, and we hate... It's almost like Spurs fans don't want to think about this, so it doesn't exist. We are the most indebted club in world football. We are. We have the most debt of any club in world football. Now, yes, we have a lot of revenue, so we're still able to spend money on transfers. But the banks, from everything I hear, don't allow us to raise that wage thing, which is what you're talking about there.
Yeah, the covenants are a thing. So certainly no one knows the covenants, right? We're all speculating as to what they are. Simon Jordan talks about them a lot. I don't know if he's talking from a place of like insight or whether he's just speculating.
Yeah, because he's texting with Levy all the time. He's Bezzies with Daniel,
100%. But he never actually clarifies what the covenants are, but he never stops referring back to the covenants as being something of a consideration in that conversation. Just quickly, I agree with you on all those things. You know, I do. I think I've always defended Daniel Levy against what I consider to be unreasonable.
It annoyed me that Ange said it this week, because I'm just like, you know, Ange is a great, let me just say, Ange is a great storyteller, and a lot of what he said was true, but also I'd say a fair amount of it also came from a place of bitterness, and it was stuff that he had directly said the opposite of when he was manager of us. So frustrating in a little way.
100%. I called this out yesterday. Like, you have to always sort of question the motivations of the messenger. Right, who is it that's saying what they're saying, and why might they be saying it? Are they necessary? Are you just going to take them on their word and believe everything they say is gospel? Look, none of these people ever call out their football clubs. It's not just a Tottenham thing. A lot of managers, very few managers, have positive things to say about the football club that they've just departed after they've been sacked. There's only a few managers that don't leave a football club in a nice way. Liverpool with Klopp because he retired or took a sabbatical, but most of the time, if you're leaving the football club, it's because you've been sacked, because at some point you haven't met the expectations. And then in an effort to self-preserve your own reputation, to make sure that you get a chance at the next big job, you want the world to know after the fact what you didn't have the stones to say during the fact, which is, it wasn't my fault. It was the people above me or around me that weren't pulling their weight and supporting me. I'm not saying that what he says isn't true. I'm just saying you have to consider that when deciding whether you or not you want to believe it. And I don't think what Ange said is going to change anyone's opinion. Those that want to hate on the owners and those that loved Ange will say, see, told you. And those that don't will say, well, hang about, maybe it wasn't just that stuff. Like I say, I think yesterday he mentioned the fact that Tottenham wouldn't ever sign a £100 million player. I think we will be able to sign a £100 million player. Financially, we will be able to get there at some point. And I wouldn't even think it would be that far away. I think the bigger concern within that conversation is, can we draw a £100 million player? If there is a £100 million player that is available to be purchased, we will not be the only person or the only team that are in for him. And the likelihood is that the other people that are in for that team are bigger and better and have a bigger draw and a higher frequency and a higher rationale and a higher opportunity of more trophies more often. Yeah. And those things are important. If it was all about money, everyone would be playing in Saudi Arabia. The fact that they don't says that money is important and raising the wage structure is important, but it's not the only thing. Look at Tottenham with the case of Semenyo. Again, yesterday, Ange Postecoglou said, I wanted to sign Gahey, I wanted to sign Semenyo in the 23-24 season summer, by the way.
Yeah.
Neto, right? Where did Neto go? He went to Chelsea. Where did Gahey go? He went to United. Where did Mbumo go? He went to United. All of those teams have bigger draws, right? Where did Semenyo go? He went to Manchester City. And you know what?
I agree. I agree with this
all reports, Tottenham are willing to pay £50,000 a week more to Semenyo than Manchester City were, and he still chose Manchester City, which again goes to the point that I always say, that I think that the people that want to just bash our ownership all the time, and it's more, I'm not trying to change anyone's mind or influence anyone, it's just my take, that there is an insular viewpoint where the problem is entirely within the football club and the solution is entirely within the football club. Yeah. And it used to be we don't spend any money. Once that changed, well, it's not the money spent anymore, it's how you spend it. And once that changed, it's we don't raise enough on the salary cap. We've raised the salary cap. We still can't attract those sorts of players. Because why? Because there's 5 teams in the Premier League that have always been more successful than us in the last 25 years. 3 of them have always been bigger than us from the time our football club was founded. And the other 2 came in and bought their success before the rules were in place to stop future teams from doing that. People don't want to look at that stuff. They're not interested in that context because it requires a little bit more of a kind of examination of the things that are happening outside of what's in your own control.
Yeah. Sean, shall I read this Fabrizio Romano tweet? Because people are talking about it in the comments about Igor Tudor. It's from 3 minutes ago. It says, Tottenham made contact with Igor Tudor's camp among interim managers being considered right now. Spurs planning for interim coach now and new head coach in the summer with De Zerbi and Pochettino high on the shortlist. So they're looking at Tudor as a possible one to come in. And when the links came out this morning for Marco Rosa as well, I thought, are they trying to go to those kind of managers and say, this is an opportunity for you to have 4 months to prove that you could be a Premier League manager almost for somebody else?
Yeah. Look, possibly, but I tell you what, I mean, of the 3 names that I've seen, obviously if Igor Tudor is the number one kind of guy on that shortlist at the moment, not particularly impressed with what he's done, mate. For me, I just think that, you know, he does have big club experience. Apparently, the pros around him are he does excel at uniting teams and motivating players, which would certainly be a value. But he's got no Premier League experience. He's had personality clashes in the past. He's got a no nonsense approach, which may be a good thing, but it also may lead to conflict with players and stars that have that kind of willingness to be abrasive, like a Richalison, maybe like a Jed Spence. I'm not sure if that's going to work out. I don't particularly like his style of football. He plays a back three system, which utilizes wing back. So he's kind of like from the Conte sort of school of football. But I'd call him fairly rigid and certainly fairly boring. Now, at the moment, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? If you're just looking to get yourself out of trouble, then maybe he's a better option than than the other two. For me, Marco Rose. It's interesting when you look at Marco Rose, the people don't always talk about his failed stint at Dortmund. They don't talk about how brilliant he was at Leipzig and at Salzburg and at Mönchengladbach when he stepped outside of the RB model.
What happened with Leipzig, though? Why did he had a bad end at Leipzig, didn't he?
Yeah, it just didn't work out in the end. I think he when he went back there, I think he failed in the Champions League essentially, but he still had a relatively strong points per game rationale. He beat some big teams. But at Salzburg, he was unbelievable, and when he went to Mönchengladbach, he consistently got them competing, and beating bigger teams and competing above their station. Like I say, for me, I like him, but I still would have the same question marks about him as I would about players, managers like Silva at Fulham, Iriola, Thomas Frank. The thing I said about Thomas Frank before he came in was, you can lose 2 games on the bounce at Brentford and no one pays attention. You can win 3 games on the bounce and everyone's saying, oh, isn't Thomas Frank doing a good job? Do you remember how Iriola this season had them 3rd, 4th in the league right at the very start? 10 games, they were doing unbelievably well. And everyone was like, look at Iriola. And then suddenly you just didn't see Bournemouth at the top of the table. And they went on an 11-game losing streak that we actually, or 11 game without a win, we actually, Dr. Tottenham will fix it. We'll see you now. Yeah. But no one really noticed until about 6 games into that run that Bournemouth were falling off a cliff face. And it's because of the ability for those guys to fly under the radar because they're not in a giant fishbowl. You come to Tottenham, the press rooms are busier. You've got more sort of national newspapers that are interested in what's going on. They're going to ask you more specific and difficult questions. Thomas Frank really struggled with that. Pochettino didn't. He was one of the guys that stepped out of that world and thrived. I'd have the same concerns about someone like a Silva, because at Fulham, he can go and do 3 wins on the bounce, but then lose 3 and no one pays attention. Same with Iriola, and I think the same with Marco Rose. And Edin Terzic is he's not a troublemaker, but he is someone that just wants to, he's had roles when he was at Dortmund where he was he was like player manager for a while, then he became the manager, then they even made a role for him as a director of football. They created a role for him. He sort of wants to be everything at the football club, so I don't necessarily think he'll work very well with a director of football. But
can I ask you a difficult
concerning?
Can I ask you a difficult question?
Sure.
I think probably the most difficult situation of the spot we've got ourselves in here is that, and let's take it as read that now we're going to get an interim manager because they want to hold out for Pochettino or someone else in the summer, right? So they've got to bring in an interim manager, but they've also got to bring in an interim manager who plays better football than Thomas Frank, right? However, because of the fan base, right? However, when they did that interview with Tim Sherwood, I think yesterday or the day before on Sky, and he was like, yeah, of course I'd do it. But look, first thing you got to say is it doesn't matter about performances in there. You just got to go in there and you got to get victories. You got to get victories or whatever. For me, is it a possibility that if someone like, let's say, Tudor goes in there as interim, because that's seemingly what the latest possibilities are, if he goes in there and goes, we've got to tighten this up, play 3 at the back, play defensively. I mean, not only are the fan base going to be still like, I don't think they'll give him much rope, is what I'm saying, but also the players, I feel like, want someone to go in there and free them up. And that's not going to free them up. So it's a really incredibly difficult decision because none of these men, I mean, Rose, I think maybe plays a bit more kind of gegenpressy, slightly more exciting front foot stuff. Sure. But most of the others that are being talked about.
They call it Umschlaf football is what I think he's involved with, the transitional Umschlaf.
Yeah. Okay, great. But most of the other names that they're talking about, even until you get to the likes of Harry Redknapp and Robbie Keane, and of course Robbie Keane's not going to come on an interim basis. That would be bananas. So it's really, like, no wonder people are basically spewing at Tudor because they're like, well, it's just going to be the same, isn't it? Just with an Italian accent. That's what people are worried about. Yeah,
look, I kind of agree with with Tim Sherwood, in as much as is right now the time to say free up guys and go for it, because you're obviously going to get exposed. And I think in this kind of day and age in the Premier League right now, the robotics of football have become that unless you're incredibly polished, well polished with your style of play, then you're going to get picked off by teams like Brentford that are super organized, disciplined, and then can just roboticize the kind of like the long throws from players like Coyote and just create opportunities where you can get picked off. And Tottenham, I don't think, have the time to bring someone in that can polish an attractive, possession-based game right now. So I'm kind of with Tim Sherwood, because I'm terrified about the prospect of going down. I think, like I said before, we agree it will be curtains for the football club for a long time. Sorry to interrupt, but why would the players then play any differently under a new manager asking them to do a similar thing? Do you see what I mean? I think it's because I think the motivation, like his personality more. I hope so. I'm not advocating for Igor Tudor. Like I don't. No. I'm not talking about him necessarily. Even I'm just saying one of those managers. Like even if it was Tim Sherwood who was throwing his hat into the ring, and there are some fans, for some reason saying, maybe he's the answer. But if he goes in there and goes, we just got to keep it tight and try and hit them on the break or whatever, aren't the players just going to be like, well, we've been told this and we weren't interested in that already? Yeah. Well, but I think that sometimes in life, I think you hit the nail on the head a little while ago. I think the new manager bounce sometimes is disguised as being managerial based. I think it's actually player based. I think that the players are just dropping their levels because they've given up. That first half against Newcastle United, I thought Jed Spence was an abomination in effort. And I think if he wasn't fit to play, he shouldn't have been playing. He should have put Sousa in. If he is fit and he just didn't care, then he to me is a personality. I think he's got all of the talent in the world. I think he could be a fantastic player, but I really don't like his the visible visual kind of demonstrations of how he feels. I don't like it, but I feel like if there's players like him in and around the dressing room, and again you pointed to the lackluster support or thanking, goodbye messages for Thomas Frank. I think that anyone fresh coming in, if they can come in, I don't necessarily think that the manager bounce will be because of a tactical shape. I think it will be because of just a new idea and a new personality. Yeah, fair enough. Just one thing before I say, because you mentioned OK Jersey earlier, just to say to anyone who hasn't gone on okjersey.com and bought the 125 anniversary FA Cup shirt, I have 2 of them and they are magnificent. So can recommend. Go to OK Jersey and get that limited edition. But I've got the long sleeve and the short sleeve, and they're magnificent. Yeah, I was going to get one, but then I realised I'm a big guy Barnaby. I don't look like a snowman. I should never have chosen to support Tottenham because I can never buy the home shirt because white makes you just you never had the kappa. You never had the slimline kappa one, Sean. Well, maybe I did back in the day because I wasn't quite as big as I am now. But right. My 20s, my 30s, it all went to shit. It all went to shit with the diet and the lifestyle. Let me just quickly do a couple of these super chats, Barnaby, mate, and then we'll kick back in. Box Kev, always here, mate, always supporting. Big up to you, buddy. Thank you so much, my man. Early again for you over in San Francisco. You're an early riser, or are you just having a very early morning bladder session, mate? I know how it works with you. So same with me, buddy. Appreciate you very much, Box Kev. Thank you very much, my man. And please communicate with us more in the chat, mate. We'd love to get to know your takes on Tottenham in the WhatsApp group. Big up to you, Boxy. Thanks so much, mate. Absolute legend. We've got one from Craig. Oh, Craig. Hello, Craig. Become a new member. Craigie, reach out to me, mate. Message me on DM or tell if you've still got my current number. I change my number quite frequently. So but message me, mate. Let me know how you're doing, buddy. I hope you're well. I see you moved home to the nice part of the Wirral. A lovely and a nicer part of the Wirral, I'm not sure. But anyway, mate, thank you very much for the membership, mate. Look forward to catching up, hopefully, on the fan phoning show this week or this weekend. Big up to you, mate. John Turney says, your dad is British, your mum is Japanese, living in Japan, working for a pro baseball club. Nice. That's why I asked John yesterday to give me some insight into why he's in Japan. Spurs fan since '86. Always enjoying your content, Sean. I appreciate the insight, man. Well, I'd love to go out to Japan. It's one of the only places in the world I haven't been to that I really love to go to see. Big up to you, mate. Thank you for your support. Sorry, Barnaby, were you going to say something? No. All I was thinking was, I'd like to go out to Japan, and also working for a pro baseball club must be a laugh as well. Yeah, 100%. Baseball is massive out in Japan, isn't it? It's absolutely huge, right? Huge, mega, yeah. Huge. Big up to Warren O'Driscoll. He says, look at the results when Frank had a fully fit squad. I don't think we could look at those results. Did he ever have a fully fit squad? I don't think he's had one. I think from the start of this season, the most amount of players we've ever had I think we've always had at least 6 players of our squad injured, up to 13. Yeah. So on that basis, I do have a little bit of sympathy and empathy for his plight. But listen, you have to make do with what you've got, because you're getting paid £8 million a year, and you're going to get an extra 15 on the payoff. So,
and also, I see a lot of the. Sorry to interrupt, but I see a lot of the teams that he's picked still being stronger than a lot of the other teams that are in the league. You know, I agree with what you said about, you know, they're playing too many games, so they're never going to be exactly at top, you know, lack of tiredness levels. But I do think the team and the players are showing a lot more have a lot more talent than they're showing. That's what I think.
Yeah. Someone who disagrees with you, Barnaby, is of course Sava. And big up to Sava, who's come in. He said, it's funny, no one seems to want to acknowledge how bad these players have been for 3 years. Over the last 120 games, we are 15th in the table. Why? Well, I think injuries.
Wrong managers and injuries.
Yeah. Listen, I think there's somewhere in between the two. Like for me, I look at certain players in the squad and I think you're more than capable. I think that Destiny Udogie, when fully fit, is a very good player, but he can't stay fit, so you might need to make a difficult decision on him. I think Pedro Porro went on it. Whenever Porro plays well, I think Tottenham play well. When Porro plays terribly, I think he is a barometer of Tottenham Hotspur. Whenever he plays badly, we play badly. Look at the fully fit back four. I think is more than fine. I think there's worse goalkeepers in the Premier League. Certainly, he's one of the better shot stoppers, but he definitely doesn't make me feel satisfied with his decision making
or distribution.
At the top end of the pitch, Sava, and distribution. At the top end of the pitch, I tend to agree, although I do think we have players there that will become good players if they can stay fit and injury-free, but we don't have enough superstar quality. We don't have anyone in the football team that's a star, do we? There's no... Tottenham have always had... James Flower said this last night, Barnaby. Tottenham have always had, you know, whether it's a Harry Kane or a Son or a Ginola or a Klinsmann or a Modric or a Van der Vaart. There's in every sort of generation of Tottenham, Bale, for example, there's always been a superstar or at least one in the football team. There isn't one right now, is there?
Agreed. No, there isn't. There isn't.
Big up to you, Sava.
But can I just also say, and big up to you, Sava. Good to see you, mate. I think Xavi Simons can become a baller. Can I just also reply to? I think it was Kicks TV in the chat asked me, you know, which teams are there that Spurs have better players than, who are performing better than us. I watched Brentford against Arsenal last night, right? And I thought Brentford were 1,000 times better than Tottenham are at the moment. But I think man for man, Tottenham have a better squad and a better team than Brentford, potentially under the right manager. And I would add into that Brighton, I'd add in Crystal Palace, and I'd add in Leeds. They're above us at the moment. Quite a few of those teams, Fulham, just as examples. Fulham as well, who are well managed, well coached, but I don't think that they have better individual players than Spurs. So I think if we were able to pick a manager who isn't at the top end of the gung-ho scale in Ange Postecoglou or at the bottom end of the pragmatic scale in Thomas Frank, if we're able to pick someone down the middle who inspires those players to be as free and confident as they can be, then I think a lot of those players, and I noticed, you know, you talked about Benton, this guy, Kicks TV, talked about, I think, Bentancur being shit and Udogie being shit and Porro being shit. I disagree. I think they're all good. I think Udogie is a special player. I think Porro can be a very good player. And I think Bentancur is an absolutely fine Premier League level player if you're able to put him in a midfield alongside a good number 6 and a good number 10. I think ideally you'd have Bentancur as a good rotational option, to be honest, but I think he's an absolutely fine player. Like, for instance, that Brentford team I watched against Arsenal last night, they brought Jordan Henderson on. I would have Bentancur over Jordan Henderson other than on a leadership trip. So that's where I'm coming from, but it's subjective and everyone is absolutely allowed to disagree, and that's fine, but that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. I don't think the players are as bad as some people. You know, I think Sava definitely hates the standard of the squad, and a lot of people feel the same way as Sava. And obviously, the season has panned out to point in that direction. But I also think that a fully fit squad, of which Tottenham never have, a fully fit squad is entirely different to the squad that we're kind of putting together with band-aids and, you know, and sort of sticky gum or whatever. I don't think it's a fair comparison. If we're looking at, you know, our front three at the moment, whether that's Richalison, Tel, and Odebear, for example. You know, and saying, well, that's our front three. Okay, but if you were to pick the worst 3 forwards because everyone else is injured in the squad of Manchester United, if Mbumo was injured and Cunha was injured and Sesko was injured, and you've got Xerxes, you know, like it's suddenly it's not as spectacular.
Well,
but we
have
Fernandes.
You take out Maddison and Kulusevski. You take out Fernandes. United wouldn't score a goal. So yeah, I agree with you on that. I really do. I do.
Big up to Loves Music as well. Big up to you, mate. Very generous. He said the head of the octopus, Enoch, is that a cancer sign? I think that's a cancer sign.
Looks like 69 to me, mate.
Like, yeah, it's a bit of fun. That has to be removed if this once great club has any chance of existence. It's my 51st birthday today. Happy birthday, mate. Awesome. I'm not sure I'll make it to 51 with my lifestyle, but if I do, then hopefully you're having a good time, mate. And I hate my club. Oh, this do or die for Spurs. I do think this is the biggest weekend of the current ownership.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, who could, just a question to Loves Music, seeing as he was so beautiful to give that super chat. Which manager could Tottenham bring in today on your 51st birthday as an interim that would make you not hate your club anymore? Let us know in the comments.
Do you know, I heard rumors last night. I can't believe this is true. Right, I can't believe this is true, but the source that's brought it to me, I think he's in the chat right now. Big up to you, mate. Thank you for all of the insight you bring us from your position of noise, the position of access. He said that 100% confirmed that the meetings at the football club, or at the training ground, have suggested that they've asked Pochettino to go back and ask the American men's national team whether or not there can be some sort of dual role for someone within his team, like a Jesus Perez can come in, or he can be here until and then do the same thing, or to buy them out of the contract. Now, I believe him when he says that that's a conversation that's been had. You know, Pochettino's in London. I brought that last night on Spurs 5. He's in London right now, so it wouldn't surprise me if there had been conversations about that. But I genuinely do think that if Pochettino went and spoke to the head of the USMNT just 3 months before Donald Trump, there would be tariffs on England. We'd have Black Hawk helicopters flying in.
He's the worst man. Yeah.
Oh no, that's Tottenham Hotspur. They're gonna get themselves some tariffs.
Brilliant.
Absolutely insane. I can't imagine it's going to happen, but apparently that's the question that's been posed.
But Sean, isn't this the third or fourth time now we've tried to get Pochettino out of various contracts since we sacked him?
Yeah.
He doesn't do it. That's his morals. He doesn't do it.
Is he? But for you, he's the right guy.
I think so. I also think there are, for everybody who says, he didn't win anything, I do think there are enough caveats for that. I think the fact that he wasn't able to spend any money, he was 10 years. You remember, Sean, that the whole idea with the Northumberland development project of regenerating the area, building the stadium, was the idea we would move into the stadium and then in the years after that, get into the Champions League. And and, to be fair, Harry Redknapp, he was about 10 years, he bought Spurs 10 years ahead of where Daniel Levy expected them to be. And that that got Levy hard, and then he sacked him for Mourinho. Now, for me, for everyone who says he was 14th when he got sacked, that's true. But we would have finished that season in the Europa League spaces, at least, I think, realistically. And I think there are enough caveats as to why it should be Pochettino.
For the purposes of balance, though, because I think you and I probably both look at it from the same lens. I think we do, right? We're willing to give more rope towards the ownership, or Daniel Levy at least. I've never given a shit about Joe Lewis. You're never going to hear me back in him, and you're certainly never going to hear me back in the kids. The lipstick on a pig, the PR spin. I saw that a mile off and went, no, this is nonsense. Daniel Levy, I always felt was given the rope, and he was also the fall guy for the ownership that. He went and asked them for more money because he wasn't liquid enough. And they said, if you want it, they will dilute you. And obviously he decided not against that, which is him being greedy, I guess, in some regard. But what I would also say is, I think Ange did have a point last night. Again, breaking in, I didn't care who said it. And I don't care what his motivation was. I do think that there is some truth to the notion that, the expectations that he placed on managers to compete on all fronts and to always be in the Champions League, but to also, you have to win a trophy. We have to get this monkey off our back. I need a trophy because I haven't got one up in 17 years and yada, yada, yada. I feel like the Tottenham, given the amount of wealth in the Premier League, given the amount of other people's access to resources, and given the fact that the PSR and the FFP rules didn't really stand up to any kind of real litmus test, I think Daniel Levy trusted the fact that those things were going to be more heavily enforced than they were, and they have been, and they haven't been. So all those things are problematic. And again, you can only control the things you can control. And Daniel Levy tried to control them, but ended up getting vetoed and getting the abstentions on certain votes by Chelsea, etc. Screwed the pooch. However, I do think there's some notion of truth to the fact that if you are asking Ange Postecoglou, or if you're asking Pochettino, or anybody in between, and Thomas Frank included, to be able to compete on all four fronts, and at the same time you're only giving them kids to work with in the summer windows, I do think that is an unreasonable expectation of Daniel Levy, or of whoever it was that was telling Daniel Levy here's what you can use, this is what we need. Daniel Levy, you be the messenger. Okay, Daniel Levy says to Ange Postecoglou, we need you to compete on all four fronts. Okay, what are we going to do in the summer? We're going to bring in Solanke and then 3 kids. I think that there's that in order for balance, I think that was unreasonable as well.
No, I think that's fair enough. I have to jump off in a couple of minutes. So what I thought I'd do is I just leave you with a little bit of a treat.
Okay.
Just before I do, guys, firstly, Sean, thank you so much for having me on the show and for all of you saying nice things in the comments.
Loved it, man. Loved it.
For any of you who don't follow my channel, come to @BarnabySlater_ on YouTube. Give me a little subscribe. That'd be great. So basically, here's my little treat for you guys. A friend of mine does a lot of work with Harry Redknapp. And I've got a text from Harry because my friend messaged him and said, come and do it till the end of the season, Harry. And he said this: I would love to have gone back till the end of the season, but I think they will make a long-term appointment. Not sure who it'll be, but can they get anyone in the interim? Very difficult to find somebody for a couple of months, especially as they're in trouble in the league. Hope you're well. Cheers. So Harry doesn't think it's going to be him. I think we knew that already, but from the horse's mouth right now.
Exclusive from Harry Redknapp.
Exclusive.
He's not ruled himself out, but he's sort of ruling himself out of consideration.
He would love to do it, wouldn't he? He would love to do it. But listen, thanks so much for having me on the show, and come on mine soon, mate. Again.
Mate, 100%. Reach out to me after the show, mate. We'll have to do this regularly, mate. Great chat.
Please.
Great chat.
Love it. Come on, you Spurs.
Cheers, Barnaby. See you, mate.
Bye.
What a guy. What a chat that was. I feel like anyone that's watching this show back, people like sometimes you watch a show and everyone's talking like this. And so you need to put it on like 1.5 times speed so that you can actually kind of like get through the show and actually keep it. I think that maybe people have to dial it back to like 0.75 speed with me and Barnaby. We both speak at like 1,000 miles an hour. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. The only person who speaks almost as fast as me and Barnaby is Billy T. If we get the 3 of us on a stream together, people will be watching that back at like 0.5 speed just to be able to take in what we're saying. Absolutely sensational stuff. Please get over to Barnaby Slater. Really, really great guy. Haven't worked with him enough. Worked with him a few times, but we see eye to eye on a lot of things. He's very articulate. I know his channel's very, very popular and it's growing like wildfire. So growing like wildfire? That doesn't make sense. Growing like bamboo, growing like Japanese knotweed. How about that? So support him, guys. Barnaby Slater. You can click that link right there. Just go over and smash a sub. There's 1,400 people watching this. So I really hope that at least a couple hundred of you can go over there and do the right thing if you haven't already. Let's get back to the super chats. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about the names that are in question. Because I do have some insights on Igor Tudor. I do have some insights on Terzic and do have some insights on... at least my opinions, rather not insights, opinions on the style of play and all those things with regards. Also, Marco Rose, who's apparently in the front run. Robbie Keane has also came out and spoken highly about his. He is keen for the job. Robbie Keane is keen. Robbie, I am keen. Let's see what Nick, my man, Lazy 8. Big up to you, Nicky boy. I hope things are doing well for you over in Google, buddy. I hope you're Googling away and keeping yourself out of mischief in New York, mate. I miss you, man. I miss you. One of my first ever members and my longest serving guys. He come in and says, if Poch had a stinker over the summer, will it affect how you feel about his potential return? I don't think so. Not for me. I'm pretty consistent with this one. I don't think it will work with Pochettino anyway, whilst we have the calamity that's going on at boardroom level. I think that the manager is only able to work within the kind of the confines of what's around him. I think Pochettino will certainly invoke everything that the fan base, and the fan base can be the 12th man. Like, I think James Flower said it last night, Nick. He said, if Pochettino would come in now, he'd get us over the line just because the fans would carry us over the line, i.e. we'd all be suddenly right behind him. And then the players would feel that emotion. Because when you go to the stadium right now, it's like a library, isn't it? It's not even a library. It's worse than a library. At least in the library, you can concentrate. it's a toxic. It's like being in a cattle market of people booing you, like you're in the stocks. Not an enjoyable environment. And I think the fans need to recognise the jeopardy that we're in right now. And for the Arsenal game and beyond, we need to sort of put aside our frustrations with the football club and just like back the team, because we're on the precipice of disaster, and the fans do make a difference. The fans can be the 12th man and can create the wind in the sails. Whether Poch will do that though, Nick, he's not going to come back. I don't think he'll come back before the summer. And do I think that his performance in the World Cup will make any difference to me? It won't to me. It might to some. But I just think it's an itch that I've said this for ages. I think I see all the media now saying it's the itch that has to be scratched. I've referred to it as, going back to your ex, onelastshag.com. One last shag, especially as the reasons why you broke up were kind of a little bit mixed anyway. But since you've broken up, you put on about 3 stone. You've lost a lot of your hair follicles. You lost your job. You're a bit slovenly, bit out of shape, talking from experience. Meanwhile, she's gone on and got a promotion and is earning the big bucks. Maybe you can tolerate whatever it was that you didn't like about her before, because she can pull you out of the slumber in which your life operates, and she'll still love you because she always did anyway, which is the way I think Poch does. So it won't change my opinion, my man, but it might change others. Big up to you, Nick. I hope you're okay, my man. What have we got here from Jimbo Not Kate? Jimbo Not Kate. Big up to you. Big up to you, Jimbo. He says, hi, Sean and Barnaby. Great show as always. Poch in. Big up to you, mate. Barnaby's gone, but it's just me now. But big up to you, man. Thank you very much for the message. Hope you're okay, buddy. And tell Kate I said hi as well. William Webb has a big super chat from William. Thank you very much, my man. Very, very, super generous. Super generous. I've never seen a $30.99 Aussies. Very cool, man. Thank you very much, William. He says, always appreciate your honest appraisals of Spurs, Sean. We have a good squad. Injuries played their part. The players play so much better when we play as an attacking style. Let's hope we get back to it. Yeah, it's just an interesting one, though, right now. Like, I tend to agree with Tim Sherwood that for the next 3 months, I don't really care about the style of football. I just care about the results. Like, if we go and like run Arsenal ragged, but they still beat us 2-0, doesn't help our situation, right? If we bring Leeds to our place and we smash them all over the park, but we can't put the ball in the back of the net and they go on the back end, the other end, and knob one in with 35% possession, we're in trouble. So as much as I want to get back to playing great football, and as much as I appreciate that stance that football, like playing good football equals better happiness, enjoyment, appreciation, momentum, the fans love it, all of those things it's just a self-fulfilling positive spiral. All of that stuff is important for next summer. Right now, the only thing that I care about is making sure that we're still in the top 20 teams in the UK system. Because if we're not, as I said, it's going to be catastrophic for Tottenham Hotspur. It will be the biggest, like, as much as Barnaby said, Aston Villa went down, Leeds went down, and they might, historically, you can make an argument that Aston Villa is a bigger club because they won the Champions League, etc. They didn't have as much talent as we did when they went down. And so if we go down, it will be a fire sale. It will be absolutely horrendous. And then, as I say, you then have to go and rebuild that squad in short shrift motion. And you're going to have to sign players on 2 or 3 years. I doubt you'd be buying players on 4-year contracts because you'd hope that you'd be back up and you won't want them for too long. But you will have to pay certain money for certain teams, players that you don't really want, that are just willing to play in the Championship for a year. And that, to me, is a massive, massive issue. So big up to you, William. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you so much. And my man, Chudini, has put in the first super sticker of the day. So we're going to do the choo-choo. Big up to you, buddy. Big up to you, my man. Choo-choo to you. Thank you very much indeed, mate. I hope you are okay as well. Keep yourself out of trouble. Sean waffling when we have a bomber. Is there a bomber? What? Rumours Tudor sign. What's going on? Where's that? Oh, let's get Twitter up, shall we? Let's have a look at what we're doing here. Let's have a look. What am I doing? What am I doing? Who's going to be the bomber from? Let's type in Tudor. Let's find out what we're doing here. Is there anything going on? Where's the bomber? Tottenham have made contact with Igor Tudor's camp. Anyone say anything? DiMarzio. What are we doing here? Oh, wow. Igor Tudor verbally agrees deal with Spurs official to become new coach with an initial contract until June. Wowzers. I've got some notes on Igor Tudor. I asked ChatGPT when Barnaby was on here to give us something. Let's have a look at what we're saying about Igor Tudor, shall we? Let's have a look, see it. Igor Tudor, born April 16th, 78 in Split, Croatia, transitioned from a successful playing career as a defender at Juve to management, emphasizing discipline and intensity. He began at his hometown club, Hajduk Split, in 2013, managing until 2015 with moderate success in the Croatian league. A brief stint at PAOK in Greece followed, where he in Turkey he managed Karabukspor and Galatasaray, gaining experience in competitive environments, but with short tenures. Tudor entered Serie A with Udinese in April 2018, saving them from relegation in just 9 games, and returned in March 2019 for another short spell. Back at Hajduk in 2020, he achieved domestic success before joining Andrea Pirlo's staff at Juve as an assistant in August 2020. As head coach, he led Hellas Verona to a 9th place finish. They're currently like 17th, I think 16th. In Serie A. My man Gift Orban scoring goals for Hellas Verona. Don't forget it. You all call me a donut. I wasn't. He's a good player. Finishing 3rd in League One with Marseille and reaching the Champions League, but resigned, citing fatigue. Bro, you're going to be tired working at Tottenham. In March 24, he replaced Maurizio Sarri as Lazio, stabilising the team to 7th in Serie A before resigning in June 2024. That's important. There you go. So he came in last year, 2 years ago, around this time. He replaced Sarri at Lazio. Other people are quoting now, he's informed he's ready to accept. Okay, appointed Juve manager in March 2025, replacing Thiago Motta. Tudor secured Champions League qualification with a top four finish, earning a contract until 2028. However, after a strong start to 25-26, an 8-game winless run led to his sacking in October. After 24 games, 10 wins, 8 losses, 6 draws, 1.58 per match. His contract was mutually terminated in January, leaving him unavailable. As of February, Tudor was without a club. His style and philosophy. Tudor's philosophy centers on aggressive, high-intensity football, drawing from his Juventus playing days under coaches like Carlo Ancelotti and Marcello Lippi. Well, look. Man's been around some absolute fucking legends. He's been around some absolute legends. He prioritizes courageous and intensive play, focusing on attacking with numbers while maintaining balance, rejecting purely defensive approaches. Influenced by modern European tactics, he employs man-oriented pressing. Okay, so we're going to do the man-to-man press. It's exhausting. That is exhausting on a team. If you've only got 13 fit players, the man-to-man press is fucking exhausting, by the way. Creating controlled chaos through urgency and quick transitions. His team press aggressively out of possession, adapting shapes to opponents' movements and build play with purpose rather than possession for its own sake. He favours a 3-4-2-1 or a 3-5-2, utilising wing-backs for width and 2 attacking midfielders to support a lone striker, allowing flexibility in midfield. So what does that mean? At the moment, you'd be playing... if he wants to play a back 3 at the moment, it would be... What would it be? It would be Micky van der Ven. It would be Romero when he comes back. But until then, it's going to be Romero. It's going to be Micky van der Ven, Dragusin, and Palhinha, I guess. Wingbacks, Pedro Porro when he gets back fit. Pedro Porro is supposed to be back for the Arsenal game, so that it will suit him down to the ground. Pedro Porro will probably love that. And Jed Spence off the left. Udogie's not fit for a while. Maybe Byfield. Maybe Byfield and Dragusin. Maybe Byfield will play as well. What's that? Sean Fabrizio Romano. Fucking hell, what are we doing here? Is it all dropping? Is it all dropping? It's all going up. Igor Tudor has informed Tottenham. Let's just go straight to the source. What are we doing here? Igor Tudor has informed Tottenham he's ready to accept a short-term deal until June as interim coach. I wonder what he's going to get paid as a keep-me-up bonus. I wonder what he's going to get paid as a... Let me change this thing. Igor Tudor agrees to join. I need to change my thing. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, this is fascinating. This is fascinating. Let me put the link out in the chat. See if anyone wants to come on and talk with me about it. Bosch, Spurs Talk Show, chat. Anyone want to come on? Come join. Fascinating. So it's going to be Igor Tudor. It's going to be Igor Tudor. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm just trying to find the right link here. Find the right story about Igor Tudor that I'm looking for. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. Igor Tudor coming into Tottenham Hotspur. And this is the guy that's going to keep us up. What do you reckon? Let me know in the chat. Ones and zeros. How much money is this man going to get as a keep me up bonus if we get there? If we get there, should be fascinating. Give me 2 seconds. Just finishing this up. Right, let's get back into the conversation, guys. Got some super chiddly chit chats to do. Nick Lazy8 says, actually, Poch has put a few LBs since we sacked him. Definite ex-girl vibes. Listen, we've put on a lot of weight as well, mate. Have you seen when he left us? We were in good nick. It's like me, mate. You know, pulled the ripcord on our own waistline. Come on now. He might have put on a couple of pounds, but we've put on 3 or 4 stone. At the end of the day, if Poch is going to come back in the summer, I think it's I think we're the ones that are benefiting more so than him in terms of where we're at versus where he's at. Big up to you, Nick. Rainer says, campaign fund for Sean to not end this stream till Flange has left the club. That was so funny when Barnaby did that. That was absolutely hilarious. But I'm not ending this stream until Thomas Frank is sacked. 3 hours later, yeah, guys, I'm probably going to end the stream, I think. Sensational. Absolutely sensational. But we got to go and find out some more information here about Igor Tudor. Because you know what else is interesting, guys? This is the guy. Igor Tudor's the guy. Big up to you, Rain. Come and join me, mate. Come and join me. The link's in the chat. This is the guy who Paratici wanted. Paratici wanted him, and Johan Lang and Vinay went, nah, we're not listening to you. We're not listening to you. Shorty, is Stel still up Angie's bum? I'm not spoken to Stel this morning, but it was a fiery show, wasn't it? It was a fiery show. Genuinely think that Stel and Johnny have a faction with each other. I think Johnny was tired last night because he's jet lagged, but it was so fun when I was trying to keep order. I was like, order. And then it would come back and they would just keep going on. I was like, boys, cut it out. We got to get back to the show. And then Johnny goes, as all the noise is dying down, the last voice before there was silence was Johnny going, shut your fucking mouth. It was so fun. And of all the Stel was so pissed off with Johnny and Lubo, but decides to come after me for my own opinion about Enoch. That wasn't even the conversation. The conversation was about Thomas Frank and Ange Postecoglou. Somehow he's decided, you know what, I'm not going to go after Johnny. I'm not going to go after Lubo. I'm going to go after Butler. Fucking bring it on. You want to go? We'll have a go. I don't mind. Absolutely sensational. That stream, the energy on that show is so different to the energy that I tried to bring to this show, you know. Over here, by the way, I've got this new thing, this deep fake thing, which Danny Kiriakou is going to help me set up, which apparently once it's done, I can just upload pictures of Thomas Frank, Igor Tudor, Donald Trump, whoever, and they just put the face over and I can get straight into the accent. So as long as it works, I might have like hacked my own computer in installing it. But if it works, then we're going to have a hell of a lot of fun. Hell of a lot of fun. Anyway, let's get back to my notes on Igor Tudor. So he tactically favours a 3-4-2-1 or a 3-5-2, utilising wing backs for width. So as I say, I think that Jed Spence will benefit. Udogie, when he's back, will benefit from this. And obviously Pedro Porro will hopefully be a serial beneficiary. 2 attacking midfielders. I don't know if we've got 2 attacking midfielders at the moment. Maybe you can put in there. Maybe that will be the end. Well, I think Paulinho in the short term might be asked to play as a right-sided centre-back. And then until Romero's back. And then he'll play something like a maybe Pape Sarr and Conor Gallagher in the middle, because they can both sort of get forward. That's probably what he'll do. Allowing flexibility in midfield to support a lone striker. So he emphasizes tactical discipline, compactness, and motivation, fostering a united team spirit through hands-on management, direct, emotional, and uncompromising, as seen in clashes with players like Dimitri Payet at Marseille. What a player he was back in the day. While not a rigid tactician, he adapts match to match, blending structure with individual talents to instill competitiveness and energy. His style suits turnaround situations, transforming underperforming squads into resilient units. There you go. So it's a good fit for what we need right now, though it demands high fitness and buy-in. So he's proven at rescuing clubs. So he's kind of like, maybe he's like the kind of Sam Allardyce or Alan Kirbishley of Italy. He did save Udinese from relegation. He saved Lazio, and he got Juventus into a Champions League spot. Tudor's short-term impact could address his Spurs' immediate crisis and inject energy. His high-pressing, intensive style aligns with Tottenham's dynamic attackers, although we don't have any of them fit, and wing-backs, potentially unlocking transitions and creating chaos to exploit spaces. Man management strengths. He excels at uniting teams. Hang on, does Igor Tudor speak English? This club. Does Igor Tudor speak English? Yes, former Lazio and Juve manager Igor Tudor speaks English. In May 2024 interview, he confirmed using English to communicate with players, specifically mentioning that he speaks English with midfielder Daichi Kamada. As a widely travelled coach in European football, he is capable of communicating in the language. This club, guys. This club. 24 days. 24 days. Don Paratici wanted this guy, Roy. He wanted this guy. First of all, Paratici never wanted Thomas Frank in the first place. Tick. Second of all, he said, if you're going to get rid of him, bring in Igor Tudor. Do we think here that despite letting Fabio Paratici piss off to this? Here we go. Right. Here we go. Here's a situation. If it's true that Matthew Collicott got together, big up to Rains coming in. Where are you? I can't see you. If it's true that, and I'll ask you this question first, Rain, big up to you. If it's true that Matthew Collicott and Dan Butcher decided to overrule and undermine the 2 footballing people at the football club in Vinay Venkatesham and in Johan Lang around what to do with Tom Frank, then they can't go to those same people and ask them who they should go for as an interim. So what do? You phone up the guy that you let go to Fiorentina and say, hey, we made a mistake. What are we doing now? And he goes, oh, you should have listened to me. And I don't know why I'm doing it. You should have listened to me. You should have signed that Igor Tudor. That's what you should have signed, guys. And that's where we're at. How you doing, Rain? What we saying here? What we saying?
I mean, it's good that somebody is making some sort of decisions at the club, right? I said this. I was on a show with Luke last night. Quite a few of us were on, having a good chinwag, and I said this last night. For about 3 or 4 months, Dermot's been asking me after every single stream, is Frank going to get sacked tonight? And my response has been no, but purely because we're rudderless. Nobody is making any decisions at the club. We're just drifting along without a clue. And clearly, the higher ups have gone, enough of this. Something needs to be done, because we can't just keep doing the same. It's the old thing, isn't it? You keep doing the same thing and expecting different results, and that's what we've been like for like the last 3 or 4 months. So it's good that somebody is actually making a decision. But on the point, Paratici made his recommendation. He clearly wants to be the top dog. That's who he is. And he made his recommendation. They went, nah. And so he went, okay, I'm going to go somewhere where they listen to me. Doesn't matter that I'm going to be a big fish in a small pond. At least I will have the responsibilities that I think my role should be. And there you go. Now we've got Vinay, who's been completely neutered. He's clearly not making the decisions. They've clearly gone, you're not making the decisions. So does that mean that they're now looking at are they now looking at replacing Vinay? If I was Vinay, I would be thinking about my next role.
Yeah, look, I mean,
we discussed this yesterday, didn't we?
Igor, by the way, we got a big up to you, Hugo. How you doing, my man? We got a story here. It's come out from David Ornstein. I'm just going to read this through, Hugo. I'll get your take in a second. Big up to both of you for coming on. This is from The Athletic. Tottenham have verbally agreed a deal to appoint Igor Tudor as interim head coach. The club have moved for a temporary appointment following the dismissal of Thomas Frank on Wednesday with the former Croatia international. Of course, he's not Italian, so he's not going to be a decent club. It's going to be, I'll have to go and listen to his accent. I've got no idea what Croatian accents are. We'll have to get onto it. The former Juventus, Marseille and Galatasaray head coach brings experience of working at big clubs, with his first game to be at the North London derby. Wowzers, what a baptism. Vinay Venkatesham and Johan Lang have driven Tudor's interim appointment. Have they? Have they really? I don't think they have. I think that's a Paratici last shot. We'll give him a call. I think Johan Lang and Vinay Venkatesham turned down the chance to bring him in earlier when they decided to disagree with Paratici. Vinay and Johan Lang, surely this has to go soon for these guys, if the rumours are to be believed. Tudor was sacked at Juventus with the side in 8th. His dismissal came after a winless 8-game run after making 174 appearances, yada, yada, yada. Tudor coached Hellas Verona, Marseille and Lazio. We've done this already. Frank departed 8 months in charge. Yep. The Dane departed. Okay, so there's no value. There's no value to that. It's just history. Okay. Yeah. It's done though. It's done. So we got Igor Tudor. Thoughts, Hugo?
Well, if we needed confirmation that I mentioned to you about the list that was left over from when they went through the exhaustive process of signing up Thomas Frank. Between the list and Don Paratici, I think that's your answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that they've just gone, do you know what? Vinay, Johan, your opinion counts for nothing. If it had been left to you guys, we'd have just shoved our heads in the sand and pretended everything was all right, continuing on as we were blindly with Thomas Frank, hurtling towards relegation. Your opinions count for not much now. Thank you very much. We're just going to take it into our own hands now. And to some extent, I'm not against that, in the respect that, if it turns out to be all right, then, hat off to you guys. You've jumped in when you needed to save your own skin, basically. And if it all goes tits, then long story short is, there's no one else that can be thrown under the bus because it's them that have made the decision. So to that extent, as far as Tudor himself, I don't profess to know enough about him other than, just like his general history, which anyone can access. But I hope that he can, get a tune out of what we've got left.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not sure. I don't know. Listen, I don't know much about Igor Tudor. I'll be entirely honest.
Nope.
Obviously, I've read a lot about him. Read about him this morning. Read about him last night. Obviously, I know that he failed at Juve. I know that De Zerbi wanted him. It's not De Zerbi. That Paratici wanted him. His style of play seems to be quite Conte-esque in as much as back three football, wing back system, high press, high intensity. But I'd also just question if he wants to do like if it's man-to-man press, then that means you're going to be exhausting the players that you have. And if you don't have a lot of players available to rotate, then again, it begs the question, are we going to see a squad that gets a little bit chubbier in available access and options, or is it going to get fewer and fewer as more people fall by the wayside of the curse that inhibits and inherits the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? I don't know, but look, we need someone, and it looks like his history is that he's got a pedigree of saving players. Is he kind of like the Sam Allardyce of Italian football, of Croatian football?
I don't care as long as he saves us.
Yeah.
You know, as long as he saves us. Rain, you're on mute.
Yeah. I'm having a look at some of the Juventus games from the start of the season. Before he got the boot. 4-4, 4-3, 2-2, 4-1. It looks like there are goals in an Igor Tudor match. Not sure whether.
If he was at Juve, does he know Moani then?
Yep. Yeah, he would have had Moani last season. Towards the end of last season, wasn't it? He came in towards the end of last season, so he would have known Moani. Moani might play a little bit better for him. He'll know Radu Dragusin.
Yeah.
Through because Radu Dragusin was in the youth system at would he? Yeah, because he also played at youth, so he's very familiar with the Juve ecosystem. So he'll also know Dejan Kulusevski as well, probably obviously Kulusevski. Imagine if Kulusevski suddenly is fucking fully fit.
Well, did you see the picture today?
Injection, boys! I'm back. I'm ready to go.
You see the picture today? He was supposedly doing some weight stress training on that leg.
Was he? I don't think he'll be back anytime soon, but I'd be surprised that there might be some other players that suddenly get. I think Jed Spence might thrive in a back three model. If he's
I have a sneaking suspicion that players that were touch and go under Frank might suddenly have a miraculous heel, and just suddenly they'd be like, well, we're ready to go now.
Yeah. I don't know how many players. So Pedro Porro was supposed to be back anyway. Destiny Udogie, I think, is back pretty soon as well. I don't think he's too far out. Maybe a couple extra weeks or something. But yeah, I think the people that are responding. Let me get the Tottenham injuries up. Who's the Tottenham injury list? I think the people that.
Is there any chance we can persuade UEFA to reopen the transfer window and he goes and brings across Jonathan David, Yildiz, because we desperately need them.
Yeah.
Well, that assumes, of course, that our owners would be willing to spend the money.
We've got Pedro Porro's coming back. Do you know Pedro Porro's actual name is Pedro Porro Sorcida?
That's his. That'd be his mum's family name.
Yeah, I love that. Pedro Porro Sorcida. I'm going to call him the Sauce from now on. Pedro the Sauce Sorcida.
Peter the Sauce.
Yeah, and Richarlison's also apparently going to be fit for the Arsenal game. So,
yeah, you see what I mean? I have a sneaking suspicion that if players were like on the cusp of like, do I really want to go and get my ass kicked in the North London derby under Thomas Frank versus Igor Tudor? Come on, boys, let's have it. Then there might be a sudden miraculous transformation with a few more players. That suddenly the squad size goes from 11 or 12 to like 15 overnight.
Yeah, that's what Barnaby was alluding to. He wouldn't be surprised if a few players that were struggling with knocks and niggles suddenly they're like, they weren't really that motivated. I'm not sure you can extend that to certain people. Like these ACLs are not.
Well, obviously, that's obviously like a game ender, right?
Yeah, 100%. But listen, are we gonna call it Igor Ball, or are we gonna call it Tudor Ball? What are we gonna call it here? What are we gonna do, Rain? What are we gonna name this guy?
I don't know. It's good that they're managing the new manager bounce, though, isn't it? This is what you get. This is what we need.
Can we call it 8 ball? Like
we need that 8 ball.
Henry Tudor, Henry VIII.
Nice. Oh, we'll call that nice. And if he brings in the gear, then everyone's having a good time with the 8 ball. You know what I mean?
It's a bit too cerebral for us.
I reckon we should call it, Igor 8 ball.
Lubo, what's crack-a-lacking? Big day for Tottenham news. It never rains, but it pours in the Tottenham world, my man. What we say?
It does, doesn't it?
Backdoor Lubo, here he is.
There you go. Well, he's a firm disciplinarian that left Juventus through politics. So,
well, he'll do well at Spurs then.
That's exactly what we need for a couple of months, 2 or 3 months. Sort out all the nonsense that's been going on at the club, the disrespect, messing about, Romero late for training, all of that shit. Bissouma with his balloons. Let's hopefully can sort it out and get these boys playing.
Have we got any visibility on the backroom staff? On like if any of them have left with Frank or who's
nothing at the moment. Nothing at the moment.
Well, can you make a couple of calls, Lubo? You got your people.
What we say is it's just a short term. It's just he's going to be the Sam Allardyce of Croatian football, right, Lubo?
Yeah, pretty much. And then I suspect Poch will be back in the summer.
You reckon?
It's looking like it, isn't it? Listen, the guy's only got a contract till June, hasn't he? So end of June, then July the 1st, it'll all kick off with Poch, and I'm sure he'll be speaking with the powers that be. Listen, it'd be interesting to see how it works regarding transfers, etc. If Poch is at the World Cup, mind you, the scouts will be out. They'll be watching all the players at the World Cup, so it's a great window, isn't it?
Yeah, classic World Cup summer window. Nothing really happens until it's over. Anyway,
I think it's a great opportunity if Tudor, if Igor 8 ball can save us. This is the perfect opportunity to have a clean out from top to bottom. Get rid of, just get rid of Vinay. You can take his former gooner ass out of it. Get rid of him. He's been, as you said, he's been gelded. Get rid of Lang because, let's be honest, other than, the kindergarten, what else does he serve for? And just, have Poch bring in, for argument's sake, could be Mitchell or someone that he feels he can work, in symbiosis with. And bring in, a CEO who is capable, doesn't have any ridiculous links to the likes of Arsenal or such like, just bring in someone that's capable, that actually is a proper footballing person, not a, like finance, like private equity communications guy. Bring in an out and out footballing CEO, and then hopefully the owners can be like, okay, here it is. Very kind. Hopefully we can just crack on from there. But first things first, we've got to stay in the Premiership.
The truth is, though, Hugo, consultants generally hire consultants.
Yeah.
They if you haven't got the box ticked on your CV, then they're generally not interested in you because you can't talk their language. But I hear you. Big up, Sav.
Big up, Sav. How was your first? Before we get into important news, let's get the real lowdown on the most important news that's out there. What happened last night? Where were my promised pictures? Was there naughtiness?
I don't know what you mean. I was in bed by about 11. I watched a couple of episodes of EastEnders and went to sleep. I don't know what you mean. And can I just start? I'll come in hot. What's a load of fucking waffle? Oh, players will come back quicker because it's not Thomas Frank. Shut up. What are we doing here? What is this waffle? Like, we're just making things up now, aren't we? They didn't like Frank. They wouldn't want to play. Oh, stop this. This waffle.
We'll soon see, Sava. We'll soon see.
No, we won't. The players that will be fit will be fit. The players that won't. It's really not difficult to understand how football clubs work, is it?
I'm talking about the ones that are borderline. I'm talking about the players that are borderline that are basically like, well, do I want to come play, or am I better off for my own personal reputation? You know,
and who's ever done that? And who's ever done that? You're just making that up, Hugo. It's a load of. Listen, I get it. If people don't like Thomas Frank, I get it. But we can't just start making up a load of bollocks because that's what we want to pretend that we're being funny or clever.
Do you know what? Hugo versus Sava is not the debate I thought we'd be having today. But this is the way we go.
I just can't listen to nonsense. Like, it's just ridiculous. People make things up. Like, this is like when I talk to people who think they understand how transfers work and they just don't. It's ridiculous. By the way, Igor Tudor, welcome to Spurs and good luck. And just remember, for all of you who wanted Frank out because you wanted attacking football, you asked for this. Just remember, you asked for this. This guy does not play attacking football. So welcome, good luck, and let's hope that all of these attacking players that apparently Frank couldn't get the best out of, Igor Tudor can. Because if any of you have watched him as a manager, it is not nice to watch. Good luck.
No, listen, I haven't watched too much of him. I'll be entirely honest. I don't really watch Serie A. I find it incredibly boring. So I'm not going to sit there and pretend like I know too much. But what I can tell you is I've been looking around the various Twitter sphere and on. I'm looking at other streams that are, you know, that are talking about this guy last night and stuff. The fan base doesn't seem to want him, like, or at least the fans that are familiar are saying no to Tudor. I don't know, but I'm just reading the reports. He's apparently someone who's got teams out of trouble, and so that's all we need right now. I'm not getting married to this guy, but if he comes in and just gets us the 3 wins, I'm happy with that. Right, that's all we need.
Yeah, Sean, how many months and weeks have I said to you? I don't care who the manager is now. I don't care. This is what the fans wanted. Anyone but Frank. Let's see when it's not what we want to see. No one can complain about the style of football. No one. You're right, Sean. No one can complain. This is what they wanted. This, right? They said anyone but Frank. Watch this guy's style of play. You are not going to like it.
Who said anyone but Frank? I've not heard that before.
Well, your man Hugo said this 2 nights ago after we lost the
Hang on.
Anyone but Frank was his words. He said, hang on, let me get the quote. The quote was, what was it? It was anyone but this Danish fraud, or anyone but this Danish sausage, or something, pastry. Yeah. And Lubo, by the way, let's go in on Lubo. Lubo wanted this. Lubo, again, he doesn't play the Spurs way. Anyone can do better. Cool. Let's watch this football and let's see these people keep the same energy.
Yeah, hang on a second, Sava, hang on a second.
Energy. Keep the same energy.
Today, isn't he? He's flying today, the boy.
Isn't he?
That Sava's coming for a row.
I'm excited because everyone wanted this. I'm excited to watch football.
All we need, Sav, is 12
points.
No.
Hang on, guys. One at a time. Sava, you've had just say, but Lubo, before I bring you in, because he had a little dig at you, so you'll get your chance to respond. But he's also had a dig at Hugo, so I'm gonna let Hugo respond. Sava, what you clearly had either a fantastic night last night, or you had a terrible night last night. No one comes in with this much heat.
I think he's had a strong lunch.
If you had an average night last night, you wouldn't be coming in with the heat. So it was either the best night ever or the worst night ever, and I want to know afterwards. But Hugo, let me give you the chance to. Was it a 6-7? 6-7?
I think he's had a couple of sherbets at lunch, to be honest. But whatever. He's not denying it. Anyway, yeah. What I
sure. Maybe Maddison will be fit by next Sunday, eh? Hugo, Maddison's going to be fit, right?
Hugo, welcome to the Tottenham community, mate. You're new in the community. You're gonna get this now. You're a regular here. You know,
it's all good because just it makes it very easy when there's ridiculousness being thrown out. If it's coming from me, it's sure.
Yes, it does ridiculousness, Hugo. Right? Yes. Oh my God! Can you imagine all of these players who are injured? All of a sudden, they're going to go, "Oh my God, it's Igor Tudor."
Did I say all of them? Did I say all of them, Sava? No. I said the ones that are borderline. So let's not be putting words in my mouth. A. Point B is when it comes to anyone but Frank, I didn't mean in the grand long-term scheme.
Yes,
I meant
you did. You said it.
Can I carry on?
Hang on, Sam. Let him finish.
Sure, but you said
as
it.
far as being able to survive in the Premier League and then get a manager that can actually be, a longer term solution than the 18-month rinse and repeat cycle. But the reality was that under Thomas Frank, we were hurtling towards relegation. And
give me 20 minutes. I've got to get on the train.
There, let me finish.
I've got to get on the train. I'll call you outside. Hugo, keep telling your truth, Hugo. Keep telling your truth.
Trevor, what happened to your point scoring rules? What happened to your point scoring rules?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm very excited for Igor Tudor. He plays the Spurs way. I'm really excited.
I'll see you on the other side. Get safe journey. Fucking hell, Hugo! Welcome to the Tottenham community. Sam's got a beard in his bonnet, my man.
Mate, it's all good because when someone comes at you like that, it's usually because they're trying to deflect from their own position.
No, he's right. He's right. But look, Hugo, the easy hit was we don't care. We don't care.
It was abundantly clear.
We just need 3 wins.
If we were stuck with,
we probably need 4, Rain. We probably need 4.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. Otherwise, no one can hear.
Just so if we're just stuck with Vinay and Lang's head in the sand of like Thomas Frank till we die, we would have died. We were hurtling towards relegation quicker than any of us thought was ever going to be possible, frankly.
Yeah.
Excuse the pun. But, and here we are. And it was a case of, anyone, okay, probably, put me in charge, guaranteed relegation. But all I'm saying is, you have to at some point to hope that there's got to be someone out there that's more capable than Thomas Frank from stopping the rot and at least keeping us up in the Premier League.
100%, Hugo. 100%. Listen, we were going down. Sorry, Rain. One sentence. We were going to go down if we stayed on the same path. It doesn't necessarily mean this will be a success, but it was a guaranteed failure if we stayed where we were. And so, listen, I don't know enough about Igor Tudor. I've read out all the detail I can find on him. I don't know. We'll find out. Sorry, Rain. You want to come in, mate? Sorry, buddy.
It's just a new voice. He just needed a new voice in the dressing room, and it needed to be done at the right time. I think actually, look, I'm going to come back to it, and I've said it before. I think since the summer, they've been doing lots of the right things, but they've just been doing it incredibly slowly. The way they've managed this is actually quite good. The way that they've gone, right, we're gonna cut it straight after the Newcastle, straight after the game. We're going to cut it, and then we're going to have a 5-day break. We've got 10 days to sort this out. 5-day, but let's give some credit where it's due. 5-day break. We're going to give the players some time off. They can go away. We're going to take that time to sort this out and get a new voice into the dressing room. And then Monday, when they turn up, hopefully all 6'4" of him apparently is going to give them some rockets in the dressing room and get these guys actually moving and get these guys actually scoring some goals and get us some wins.
Yeah, and he's played at the top level. He's managed at the top level. You've got to think that a bunch of the players at least are going to have a modicum of respect for him, which I don't think anyone or very few of our, senior pros likely ever had for Thomas Frank.
What are you saying, Lubo?
Oh no, Jordan's acting like a prat again on the comments.
Who's Jordan?
A couple of things. I think Sava saw Johnny and Stell from last night and wanted a piece of the action. And secondly, Ramon Vega's just tweeted that. See, what a stupid comment.
Lubo, come on, mate. You're in the Tottenham community. You see the shit that I get every single day. Even on my own channel, I get the heat and the hate. It's part of the game.
I'll take criticism, but sensible criticism, not nonsense.
It's part of the game. Everyone is, and also everyone is going mental at Sava in the chat. Relax as well, people. It's just banter. It's what we do here. Come on, everyone relax. Everyone fucking relax.
I'm offended.
And Ramon Vega has just tweeted that Udogie was involved.
Yeah, of course he was. Well, I mean, I don't know. Ramon Vega doesn't know his arse from his elbow, right? The guy's a bozo, but of course it makes sense.
Of course, it makes sense that because Paratici wanted Igor Tudor in November when he wanted Thomas Frank to be sacked, and then he went to Johan to Vinay, and Vinay chose to back Thomas Frank and Johan Lang. I genuinely think that Johan Lang and Vinay are completely undermined right now. Completely undermined. On the
clueless. They look clueless. All of their ideas look to have just come from Paratici, who said, "Sod you, I'm off because you're not actually going to listen to me." And now they're like, "Oh, these ideas that he gave to us, they sound quite good now." You know, we need now to be sorted out, but we need them to be sorted out as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll soon find out, won't we? This, in terms of players coming back, Hugo, I think the only ones that are close to coming back are Porro and Richie.
And Udogie, right?
No, Udogie's out for a few weeks with a hamstring.
Okay.
They reckon he's out for about a month.
All right. What about hopefully Spence will still be okay, right?
Spence probably. They said Spence 3 or 4 weeks. So maybe Spence and Udogie possibly a couple of weeks later. Let's see. You never really get too much information from Spurs on the injuries. You just get rough possible maybes about approx, and you never really get. It's trying to get information on Kulusevski is like pulling teeth, isn't it?
It's because I wonder. They haven't got a clue. They don't know. They're just guessing. So may as well not release it.
Well, we'll soon know if I'm talking out of my arse or if Sava is indeed completely correct. We'll see what players.
You're not the only person who said it, Hugo. By the way, Barnaby came.
I'm okay. I don't. It's like water off a duck's back to me. Just to be told it's my truth. I'm not a fucking tree hugger, mate. It's either the truth or it's not. You know what I mean? It's not my truth. I couldn't give a toss about any of that.
You're more offended at the fact that you're considered to be woke than you are actually considered to be woke.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I don't need to take a week off for my mental health because I've been on YouTube too much. You know what I mean? So let's just. I'm just saying, mate. Ultimately, let's not start throwing woke terms around and then be behaving woke. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Listen, this is the game, right? This is the game. People come with opinions.
Bloody-lutely, mate.
People come with the comments, come with hate. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. So
it is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm just at the end of the day, I just have a sneaking suspicion it's typical human behavior that if there's the opportunity to not be in the firing line when stuff's going to shit, inherently a lot of people will just take the easy option of not being in the firing line, right? It's human bloody nature.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but like I said, I think there's certain injuries within the team that are genuine long-term injuries,
and there's a different energy about the place and so on. People kind of go, do you know what? Maybe I don't feel quite as bad as I used to. I might be a bit more up for it.
Yeah, players, maybe not necessarily injured players, but players that are just not performing, like a Mawani. Maybe you'll start to see him get a couple of goals now in the run-in. Maybe you'll see Jed Spence actually, move his arse a bit more in the defensive settlements. Maybe you'll see a little bit more out of Richalison if he comes back. Maybe you'll see a little bit more out of, I don't know, whoever, right? There's probably a number of players that feel a little bit I think Pape Sarr probably didn't rate Thomas Frank because he started the season well and then he was dropped for no reason. So there'll be players that will lift. And I think generally speaking, when the energy is sucked out of the football club and you've got a manager that, for my interpretation, Thomas Frank was too honest, too sincere, and too vanilla, too Magnolia as a personality. And right now you need to fucking motivate and invoke and you need to get some of that rat-ta-ta-ta. You need to get some of that fucking, come on, boys. Yeah. Come on, boys. This is fucking important. What are we doing? Are we going to win or not? You need that sort of shit. I can't imagine Thomas Frank ever doing that, ever saying
nor can I. The man looked like a weasel, whereas you've got Tudor, 6'4" of him, you can literally see him, booting people up the arse.
So it'd be really interesting to get information on the coaching team now as well. You know, is Cochrane? You know, is Heitinger? Are all these? You would presume these guys are staying, right? And are now going to report into Tudor. And he's what's going to change? What is he going to change? Is he going to shake everything up? Is he just going to step into the dressing room and give a couple of rockets? We're really fascinated to find out what he's going to do.
Yeah, 100%. Johnny boy, what are you saying?
Oh, I mean, I'm about as excited as finding out that I don't know. I'm about as finding out tomorrow, Saturday.
That's a reason to be excited, isn't it?
Well, Saturday, yeah. I mean, listen, but underwhelming. Look, I'm not saying anything anymore because as soon as you actually speak up on anything, you know, certain people just want to clip you. So I just sit and watch and talk about the game, basically. But look, for me, Sean, it's a bit left field. This smacks of Paratici. This is no Johan Lang. I reckon they rung up Fabio. Come on, Fab, mate. Do us a favour.
100%.
Right? Yeah. Johan Flange. No chance, mate. No chance. This is Fabio. I've left the club, but I'm still doing the business. Yeah.
They found a PowerPoint in a folder somewhere.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, wait a minute, this looks really good. I'm just going to rebadge it as mine." I think this is a good idea.
Nah, he proposed Igor Tudor a while ago.
Yeah,
and we know
that's what I'm saying. Let me bring it up on the screen. It's being shared by David Ornstein.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, mate, because you usually trust Ornstein, but like anyone that's had 2 ears to the grindstone will know that Paratici wanted Igor Tudor, in December, and Vinay and Johan Lang said no. Thomas Frank's our guy, and Vinay and Johan Lang said no. Thomas Frank's our guy after the Newcastle game, and then it was according to what we've heard, Collicott that went to Nick Butcher and went, no, we have to make a different decision. So they were undermined on that call, and now they're taking credit for bringing in Igor Tudor. How about let's go and go, Don Paratici, sorry, mate, we made a mistake. Hey, I just joined the floor and say, come here with my girlfriend. You said a no. You said a no to my ideas. You didn't trust me.
My players, my manager.
My ideas, you said a no, and now you want me back? What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
The statue. You wanted the statue over me. Hey?
Listen, I don't know, but listen, what I am going to say is I don't know enough about Igor Tudor, but reading up on him, he looks like he's, like I said, there's a Sam Allardyce of Italian origin.
Yeah, listen, he used to be a Croatian assassin.
Sean, can you speak Croatian, mate? That's the question.
A minute ago, before you jumped on, Lubo, I was pretending to do an Igor Tudor impression, and it sounded remarkably like my Conte impression and my Paratici impression. Until I realised he's Croatian, and now I have to go and figure out what he actually sounds like.
He drifted into Al Capone for a second there as well.
Oh, just a bit of news. I mean, it's Football Inc. news, but Athletic Bilbao have been banned for the next 3 windows from signing any players.
Have they?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. See if they do that to Manchester City or Chelsea or...
What did Bilbao do? Oh, we'll talk about that on Football Inc. this evening.
Yeah.
And what are we doing here, guys? I mean, is Igor Tudor is he going to keep us up?
So I presume Sava knows stuff, right? And
he's back in 10. He's back in 10. He's coming back on in 10.
If Paratici wanted him, he's a darling of the Italian league. Then yeah. Pragmatic football is probably what we're going to get, despite what I have seen. The 4-3s, 4-4s, 4-1s. I think we need to strap in for what's going to be an interesting. Well,
they won't be able to use that, Rain. No strap-ons allowed in the game.
The no dickheads policy has been replaced with the no dicks policy.
No dick policy, strap-ons only. Look, listen, he's a centre-back. He's a centre-back. So what does that tell you? Really, honestly,
Well, yeah, but Pochettino is a centre-back too.
Yeah, right. But you're right. You're right. But Igor Tudor he's a pragmatic manager. He's not going to come here attacking, is he? I mean, what happened to the Tottenham way? How about looking at the squad and saying, well, you know, what have we got here? What manager would suit the 12 players that we've got left?
Well, that's the thing. From what I've just read about
you could pick the 12, sure. I'm not being funny. Me, you, and Lubo could go down to the training ground and pick the 12. Well, the 11 from the 12.
Yeah, but I think it's about motivation. I think at this stage, you need someone to come in and do what Thomas Frank hasn't done. You need someone. I said this to you. I said this on the start of the show. Think about the difference in strategies with vocalization, right? And what does it inherit? What does it garner? What does it harness? You have Ange Postecoglou who says, after game week 10, when we're 8 wins and two draws, and we play against Chelsea and we're down to 9 men, and we sit on the halfway line and try and defend and try and attack a 2-1 defeat with 9 men. And after the game, when we were that close, Eric Dyer away from a toenail away from getting the draw. We end up losing the game 3-1 or 4-1, whatever it was. But he turns around and goes, it's just who we are, mate. And a lot of people absolutely fell in love with that. A lot of people went, well, it's fucking crazy, right? That's bonkers. But a lot of people fell in love with it. He then said, you know, I always win something in my second year. I told them they didn't listen. People to this day, there will always be an Ange sycophant kind of part of the family because
can't be talking about him anymore, man.
I'm not just saying, but I'm saying, but like that, him, and then you've got Pochettino, who might be the next after this guy, going on a fucking show 3 months before his host country's World Cup, and he's asked the question, what trophy would you want to win above any? And he doesn't say the World Cup with America. He says the Premier League or the Champions League with Tottenham. Right? People go, oh, fucking hit me in the feels. Bring him home, baby. Bring him home. And then you've got Thomas Frank, who comes in on the first day to the press, to the world, and says, one thing's for sure, we're going to lose games. Right? If that's what he says, it might be realistic and it might be honest and sincere, but it doesn't inspire anybody. And I can only imagine what he has said in the pre-match dressing room pump up. It's just like, ugh, what are we doing here?
I mean, how long...
This guy's going to come in and in whatever accent, I haven't heard it yet, I need to learn it, whatever accent, he is apparently a fucking do as I say or I'll smash you in the face.
No, listen, he's a Croatian. Look, the thing is, he started off as a more pragmatic coach, but he plays 3 at the back. And, as he's evolved, I was joking, being a centre-back, he's going to be defensive. Everyone sort of took it very seriously. But he's... he likes to play 3 at the back. So, will he play 3 at the back? He plays intensive football, but that's varied. When he's in France and when he's been in Turkey, he's played more attacking football. In Juve, I think it was more pragmatic. So he has evolved as he's gone on. So I wouldn't have thought that they would assign someone who's going to play more pragmatic football. I think they probably would have erred onto the side of his later.
But I don't give a fuck what style of football he plays right now. I just want 3 or 4 wins.
That's
3 wins and a draw.
Yeah. Survival. That's it. Period.
10 points. 10 points.
Will Heitinger stay?
Who cares? Probably.
Well, I think it's important.
Who cares, Hugo?
No, I think we do care, Hugo, because we need some. We can't have someone coming in with his crew and no one knows what's going on.
What I mean by that is like,
you can't be finding out about the players, Hugo. Is what I mean. You can't be walking in.
What I meant by that is like in the grand scheme, as long the bottom line is survival. What style, what the backroom staff looks like, or whatever else, is kind of like by the by, right? The ultimate thing is at this juncture, all that matters is whomever is retained, gotten rid of, whatever else, as long as everyone is pulling in the same direction and can help us survive, that is as far as I can see it, the start, middle, and end of the conversation, isn't it?
Well, obviously, Hugo, we want the output, which is
of course,
4 wins.
We need
but there
ideally 4 wins, right? As many
there has
wins
to be
as
a
we
how. There has to be a how it comes about, and I would argue that some of our better performances this season have been when we've had 3 at the back, whether that's Paulinho dropping back into that right hand centre back that's allowed someone like Van der Ven to go marauding up the pitch, but how he sort of reinvigorates training, how he reinvigorates the team, how he gets them being more enthusiastic. Look how annoyed we've all been at how we equalised this week, and the first instinct, and everybody was saying it on the side of the pitch for Frank, was now sit back, and that is still important, because sitting back at 1-1 is not what we need right now. What we need right now is we've just got a goal. Let's carry some momentum and go and get another one. That's what we need. So hopefully there's going to be a bit more sort of oomph given into the team.
I mean, Igor Jesus. Igor Jesus. I've got Igor Jesus on the brain at the moment. I mean, look, he's used to short sprints. 11 games at Lazio, 6 wins, short spell at Juventus, short spells. That's what he specialises in, it seems. And he's quite happy to become a travelling nomad. And like that works for him, great. It's just, what can he do with the 12 players he's got? That's the thing. I think Lazio, it was Lazio's 11 games, I think it was.
I mean, this is his last 8 games, right? So this fella who
best say nothing.
Less said about that, the better. He's put up this thing here again, just prioritizing the final 8. They don't talk about any of the good things. It was exactly the same, by the way, when people were talking about the other fella that was going to come, Marco Rose, right? So I see in the Sun this morning, the Dortmund flop Marco Rose is linked to Tottenham Hotspur. But they didn't mention anything about how brilliant he was at Mönchengladbach. They didn't mention about anything how great he was at Salzburg and the stint at Leipzig, where he was fantastic. They just focus on the shit the bit. Every single manager that gets sacked obviously is going to have a spell where it doesn't work out, and that's 95%. That's the way the game works, right? Managers stay in their club until things go wrong, or in the very rare occasion when they retire or they just need a sabbatical, like Jurgen Klopp. But everybody else, there's going to be a period. If
he landed in 7 months.
You're just gonna always find things to be. It's just typical Tottenham. Typical Tottenham.
But,
I don't know enough about this guy. I'm not going to listen. I know Saba said it. Sorry, Johnny. Saba said it, right? He learnt his lesson on the Thomas Frank thing. I'm guessing you might have done, Johnny, as well. I learnt my lesson on the Daniel Levy backing and the Unique thing. Like, it doesn't matter. There's no point of having a strong opinion. Just wish people luck and treat them on the merit that they deserve when they get in the job. Your history doesn't determine your future. Your past doesn't mean your present, right? And that certainly doesn't mean your present, your future.
I mean, he lasted 7. Look, he lasted 7 months there. He was 11 games at Lazio. He's a bit of a nomad. If he was announced as our permanent manager, I'd be going absolute apeshit. I've got to be honest with you. I would not be happy right now. No 2 ways about it. But as you quite rightly say, Sean, it's absolutely pointless having an opinion on it. All I want him to do, even a manager, listen. Even though I never liked Ange Postecoglou and I thought he was a fraud and a snake oil salesman, right? I just wanted him to win football games. What I thought about him was absolutely irrelevant. It's the same of a player that I might not rate. I hope they turn it around and absolutely smash it. I hope Tudor comes in. Look, you're not going to be arguing with him. He's 6'4". He's an imposing presence. And, we need someone that's going to say, hey, Jed, you don't want to shake my hand? Well, you can piss off and you ain't playing, right? Mind you, it's hard to say that when you've only got 12 players, but you know what I mean. Discipline has gone out the window. no way would Jed Spence or Micky van der Ven got away with walking past Mourinho, Conte, Pochettino without massive fallout, right? So let's see if this guy can get them on board. He hasn't got long.
Johnny, do you think that Van der Ven and Spence moment when Frank walked past them and the way they treated him, do you think? I think that was the moment that we lost. That Frank basically was out of his job. I think from then on, fans, clearly the dressing room, he was never going to get over that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure. When Jed Spence got called up into the England squad, he got called up and Tommy Tuchel had a go at him and said, "You won't be doing that shit with me." And I thought that was quite telling. And he never played a single game when he got called up. He never played a single game. So what I'm saying is, here's a manager who wasn't even managing him in that game, but basically says the disrespect is a disgrace. You ever do that to me, or I see you do that again, you won't be playing for me, is his point. Yeah.
Johnny, was that because he walked on the pitch dressed like this?
Yeah. Did you see him in his white bunny suit the other week when he sat on the bench? He looked like he was dressed as a bunny.
No, this was the Rio Ferdinand interview, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Rio Ferdinand interview.
Here he is.
Oh, look, he's got the umbrella out.
Guess who's back?
Sunshine.
Back again.
Hold a while.
Where are you, Simon? Where are you, mate? Where are you in the world?
I'm about 2 minutes from Charlton Athletics training ground. There you go. That's all I'll say.
Oh.
How was your last 20 minutes?
Hang on 1 second. I think I've.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He's come back in for round 2. Ding, ding.
Go time.
Hey, Sean, I'd already done the management hunt.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Johnny, did you get that? Did you get that from OK Jersey? Yeah, arrived this morning, did it?
Yeah.
Nice,
mate. It's nice. It's nice.
You liking that? I liking it. Yeah.
It's quite sharp, isn't it?
You can get that. You know where to go, guys. 8% off using code checkout. You're using code Sean at checkout. Saba, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Yo.
So, have you had any
caught
time
the number 47 bus there? I see in the background.
It's called the 47 bus.
It is disgusting where I am. It is absolutely disgusting. Look at these puddles.
Nice.
Fucking minging. On a serious note, Hugo, I was only joking. I know everyone in the chat loses their mind. I was just joking. As I said to you boys, I don't care who comes in. I genuinely don't care. Everyone told me it needs to be someone that gets Spurs, understands Spurs, plays the right way. I just don't care. We're not going to do that. The board again have shown they don't get it. They weren't going to do that. They didn't bring in an attacking manager like everyone cried out for. Yes, it's about staying in the league, but I never thought we were going down anyway. I don't think we're going down, but this guy plays three at the back. He's quite pragmatic. If you watch him play, sorry, I just don't care, Sean. I don't care who the manager is. But what we can't do is complain.
Just quickly, there's a difference between. I hear you on the. Listen, I understand why you're coming at it from this angle because of all of the vitriol that everyone gets for having an opinion. Dare to have an opinion, and you get slated when it doesn't work out. Especially if you lean positive. Everyone, if you're going to have an opinion, you might as well always lean negative because eventually failure will always. It's like you might as well always just lean to the negative, right? And those that do figure that out before those that haven't. Okay, there's no point in being positive about anything because at some point in the next 5 years, a push, it's going to end up tits up, and then those people that want to keep the seats are going to tell you, well, you backed the guy. Yeah, but you know what? That was 5 years ago and things have changed, right? So I understand there's no need to have an opinion that's like die on a hill because it gets you nothing but grief. But do you think Igor Tudor could be a guy that just keeps us up, not for the long term, but just does enough to get us through?
I think anyone keeps us up. I don't think we're going down. I think there's worse teams. So I don't really think it matters. I always thought Frank would keep us up. I think anyone would keep us up. Ryan Mason would keep us up. I don't know what to say. All I know is he's got, 11, 12 fit players. Let's see. If it was all Frank, if Frank was the problem, and he may be, he may not, let's see what these players do now. Because he's got no forwards. He's got no goals in this team.
Yeah.
Let's see what he gets out of these forwards that apparently everyone tells me are good, but yet we've never seen them do anything. So it's not about an opinion for me, Sean. It's not about being right, being wrong. I've always thought we're going to stay up. But everyone who said, he's going to get sacked because he doesn't play the Spurs way, or Harry Redknapp's going to come in because he plays attacking football, well, they've just shown again, they're following Paratici, who's now no longer at the club. It's another demonstration for me that no one at this football club has a plan. And I know people hate hearing it, Sean, but we have no plan, and this is where we are. I don't care. Let's see what they do in the summer.
Quickly, before I bring in the other guys, Sam, just quickly, do you think that there's Ornstein's put out a report saying that it was Johan Lang and Vinay that pushed for Igor Tudor? Do you believe that?
No.
Not at all. Those two guys, right? You wouldn't trust them sorting out your stag do, would you? You wouldn't trust them to sort a night out.
Whoever, if Johan Lang was in charge, Jesus Christ.
Mate, let me ask you this question, and then I'll hand you over. Sorry, one sec. Fucking hell, it's disgusting here.
Apologies to the people of Charlton, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry, anyone who lives near Charlton Athletic, it's horrible. Who on earth, Sean? Tell me one Spurs fan who, when Frank was sacked, said, "You know who we need? It's Igor Tudor." You tell me anyone that said that's the guy.
No, there was nobody. There wasn't a single person in any stream that I've seen that mentioned Igor Tudor.
Right.
They'll come, Sava. They'll come, mate. You'll know. They'll crawl out the woodwork.
Oh yeah.
Always back him. As soon as if he gets a point against Arsenal, always loved Igor Tudor. He's my favourite Croatian. And I fuck Nico. He said, guys, we couldn't get Nico back. We're getting the band back together. Igor, we need to get.
You know what happened? Whoever has a good game against Arsenal that didn't have a good game the last time they played, it'll be, oh my God, look how this manager's got the best out of X, Y, Z after one game. We won't worry about can they do it for 10, 15 games. It will be, oh my God, look at Jed Spence. Oh God, he got an assist. He's amazing. This is what you get with Tudor. So I don't care.
I don't think that Igor Tudor is anything to do with a long-term plan at Tottenham.
No.
I think he's literally here to get us 10 points.
He's a band-aid.
Sean, I think what this has shown over the last 24 hours, 48 hours particularly, is that Perisic has been, according to Ramon Vega, Perisic has been involved with Tudor, which with their Juventus connection is quite possible. And the fact that the Lewis family want Pochettino and Tudor's just coming till June, you would think that Lang and Vinay have been sidelined with both of these decisions. In fact, with all the decisions, they were told on Frank. They weren't involved with Tudor. And if Perisic comes, if Pochettino, should I say, comes back as I hope, then that's the third decision that they have basically had taken out of their hands. So I think they'll be gone soon.
I hope so.
I think they'll be gone. I think, the writing's on the wall. If you've got three major decisions that they're not involved in, Vinay is a CEO and Lang is the director of football, then you've basically got to look at it and think to yourself, they're not involved anymore. Ta-da.
Langer and Vinay have to go for me. Obviously, you can't. You're not going to get rid of them now, though, right? Because it's just too much chaos.
Sure.
Right now, there's only one thing that needs to happen at the football club, and it's everyone behind staying up. That's it.
Yeah.
Once you get your 10 points, then you can know, or even if it's 7-8 points. At least if we beat Arsenal, I'm not going to beat Arsenal, but if we were to get something against Arsenal, then you've got a run of games. They're not easy, but they're easier, having got through this this difficult period. And then after that, you can start to look. But for me, the notion, the spin, the fact that Ornstein, of all people, who's supposed to be a trusted journalist, has put out a narrative that this was driven by Johan Lang and Vinay, I think is the most obvious PR exercise from the football club ever, that they are trying to make out like the football people are still running the football side of the business, when that's clearly not the case. It clearly is not the case. And for me, they are lame duck employees. Vinay might not necessarily go because Vinay is obviously in charge of the overall football side and also the business generally. But for me, what's happened in the last 3 or 4 days since that Newcastle game, and now they're moving into a guy, they've moved in the direction of a guy that the Paratici wanted and that they said no to 2 months ago. It's absolutely clear that the club have panicked and they've gone and asked for Paratici to make the phone call and make it happen. And that is such a disgusting insight into the fact that Johan Lang was sort of, part of a clique of Brentford ex-personnel, clique of Danish mafia, whatever. And to me, Johan Lang absolutely has to fall on his sword. He has to go. I think Vinay should go as well, but that's not something that you do now because, like I say, it would just create too much carnage. You need there to be some level of like continuity in the system, and then as soon as the last game of the season is done, or as soon as you know you're staying up, as soon as it's mathematically impossible to have anything else go wrong, then you need to bring in someone that can work with Pochettino, like a Paul Mitchell, for example, if that's the way you want to go with it, and then from there you build up, and then you rebuild the CEO and all that stuff. But Johan Lang absolutely has been proven to have made a series of catastrophic decisions, and his deciding to back Thomas Frank and deciding to get together and disagree with Paratici that has led to Paratici leading the football club. Just for us to go back to Paratici's previous advice, it's an absolute indictment of the running of this football club. It would never have happened under Daniel Levy. If Daniel Levy was still here, Paratici would be in charge. Johan Lang 100%. Would have gone. Thomas Frank would have gone a long time ago. We wouldn't be in this position.
And we wouldn't have.
Ubo, but Daniel Levy would never have allowed this shit.
No, he wouldn't have done. And
I agree, Sean. I agree. I agree. He jumped. Sometimes he went too soon, but he made decisions.
To be honest with you, I've always loved the Tudors. I particularly like Henry VIII. So,
we're calling Igor Tudor Henry VIII ball.
We got Igor the First. We've had Henry VIII. Now we've got Igor Tudor the First. Look,
that's right. Well, Henry VIII was he married to Anne Boleyn?
Yeah. Well, he had many wives.
Six wives.
There you go.
Yeah. None that we like to talk about.
Our sixth manager is Igor Tudor. Daniel Levy and his 6 wives is Igor. Honestly, Henry VIII ball is fantastic. By the way, I love that.
Henry VIII.
What the scary bit is, honestly, is that it's just mesmerizing that the only contingencies that we had in place were the ones that Paratici had, provided on a shortlist. It's abundantly clear that despite, we were told that there were multiple occasions where the same topic of whether Frank should stay or go was a weekly basis, right? We were told that was going on and so on. It's mesmerizing that in spite of that, it seems that neither Lang nor Vinay had any contingencies lined up or ready to go.
Sorry, I'm just.
Right, sorry, Hugo. My chat is undefeated. My chat is undefeated with their humour. Fucking fantastic
tutorial. Yes. I've got them on the Tudor pun.
Jane Scoremore. What was the other one? Anne Borlin.
And
Ballin.
Yeah.
Does Lang need to go?
Yes, mate. 100%.
We said that. We said that.
Can I ask a question then? Can I ask a question? Yeah, no, I heard. I've been listening. If Lang needs to go, why? Everyone rates all of these forwards that apparently we're not getting the best out of.
I think Sava's doing the point score. Sava's on the point score. Sava, you're invoking the Stelios Tritios school of thought.
My noble steed to the throne.
What the fuck was that? Johnny's on grok trying to get.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Oh,
You're frozen, Sav.
Frozen, Sav. You're frozen, mate. Can't hear you.
Quite a flattering pose too. and clip and paste.
He'll come back in a minute. Yeah, look, yeah, he has to go. He has. It seems like I love. You know, I absolutely adore Saba. I adore him to pieces.
Right, like the squad.
He is coming in with some heat today, isn't he? Love him. Where is he, Saba? Are you there? James, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I think Sava's going to be home in a minute. He's going to be on.
Sava's having one of his Welsh shockers.
They've got two Sabas now. There we go. We'll kick Saba and we'll bring Saba back in. There you go.
The last bit I heard before I joined.
Sorry, James.
Go on, Sav.
Is he all right? Or?
Sorry, just quickly, because I'm literally 2 minutes from my house. Yeah. I'm just 2 minutes from my house. Listen, Sean, this isn't about point scoring. I am someone that doesn't rate the squad.
Yeah, I don't think any of it.
Richalison's, the Porros, the Udogie.
Oh, this is
Listen,
hard work.
he's had 2.5 years.
Hard work. Sav, dial back in when you get. Sav, dial back in when you get into when you get home into Wi-Fi, mate. It's hard work for the stream. James, what you saying, my man? But welcome to the stream, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I don't really know what to make of it. To be fair, I mean, I do think it's a little bit harsh that everybody kind of says Ornstein. We listen to Ornstein, and then he puts something out that no one wants to really believe, and it's not Ornstein. It's from the club. It kind of makes it a bit flippy floppy, and you trying to fit your agenda a little bit. And I'm a neutral. I don't know much about him. I just feel like we believe Ornstein until Ornstein tells us something we don't want to believe, and then we don't believe Ornstein. How does that make sense?
I mean, they might have been told right, these are the people that we want to get in. Go and make yourselves useful because you've been bloody useless, in most of the other ways. Go and have a chat with, so and so, and see what's going on.
So what you're saying is Ornstein's going to risk his reputation and everything he does as a living to help Vinay out. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Who knows?
Doesn't make sense. I know that if you stick to one thing, you have to stick to one thing. You can't flip-flop and pick and choose because then it just makes you look silly. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I don't know if I believe it or don't believe it, but you can't kind of say Ornstein. Everything he says is the truth. We know he's the one to go by. And then when he does come out and say something that nobody likes, but no, that's down to the club. That is, it doesn't make sense, does it?
So I think we're in.
Guys, just quickly, can everyone still hear me?
Yeah.
So I just got a little update from someone. I hope I'm not going to put anyone in the shit here. Apparently, the conversation that happened. Big up to the person who's just messaged me. I hope you're watching, and I hope you don't mind me saying this. You already said I can say things, but just be careful. Apparently, the decision it went via Joe Lewis. That Vivian doesn't make any decisions without going to Joe before she makes a call.
And he's senile.
That there were phone calls that were happening in and around the chairman's box on that night after the Newcastle game, and apparently
whose best mate was in the box with Vinay?
Hey, let Sean finish. Hugo, go on.
So they all got up from the table at the same time. The various decision makers from the chairman's box suite thing where they had dinner, and they were all walking around. They went over to some other sort of area of the.
I told you last night, Sean. I told you that last night.
And
they left all the guests.
They left all the guests, and then they were having conversations, and they were looking at each other at certain points in the conversation, giving each other knowing glances, and then someone went downstairs and saw a certain driver that used to be someone else's driver that is now, I don't mean golf driver, I mean like an Uber driver, but like a professional driver. And that person said they heard the phone call, and it was someone was talking to Joe. So as much as we think that it's Vivian and Charlie in charge, maybe it isn't.
I said
maybe Daddy Joe still pulls the strings.
I said for a while that, you know how close that Lewis and Charrington are. It didn't seem to me to be a massive coincidence that Charrington was sitting in the box that night, and that very same night, Charrington, who's that close with Lewis, that only, like, to me makes more sense, because Charrington, you've said yourself, I didn't know that before, is as close as he is with Joe Lewis. And that's, you know, that to me would be like, let's get Joe on the horn.
Well, that's fucking problematic, though, isn't it? It's problematic, and I know he's Daddy Joe, but like he's so nothing changed, Lubo. So when you were singing, we got our Tottenham back. Listen, like I said before, that this would never have happened. This situation would never have transpired the way it did if Daniel Levy was still here. I know you hate Daniel.
I said Levy back. I said bring Levy back.
Yeah.
We want our Levy back. We want our Levy back. We want our Levy back.
Sing it, Lubo. Lubo, sing it.
Come on, Levy. Come on,
Lubo, sing it.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You'll make Sean a fortune. Sing it.
I will. I would do, wouldn't I? I'll sing it on the Spurs 5.
Oh, I've already got your video. I've already got your video here. Where is it? Here we go.
Here we go. My chairman. My chairman. You keep that right on the top just in case you need to play.
It's always there, mate. It's always there. That's what we do here.
But we know the rationale behind why everything was put into trust for the kids and whatever when Joe was being done for the insider trading in the US, right?
Correct, yeah.
Just in case they came after the club, correct.
That's right. So that's why, I mean, from a, you know, it was all effectively, seemingly window dressing.
I've got to say though, this whole merry-go-round is actually boring now. Like, I actually just want a bit of normality. I used to think like, yeah, there's always something going on and a bit of something to talk to. It's boring now. But I just want one owner. I just want someone that's prepared to back the team, have a go. I mean, I think that's why I probably want Pochettino over anybody else. I feel like that if we got someone like that, it would just be a bit of calm. Fans won't be asking for his head. It just kind of breathes a bit of fresh air for a couple of years. Like, I'm so done with Levy, Carrington, the kids, Vinay, Lange, Paratici, like all of it. It's just so boring. Like, there used to be a football team I supported. Now I can't remember the last time I spoke about the football. It is so hectic.
Yeah, well, listen, Henry's going to have a field day. Henry VIII, Tudor right team.
Mate, I had to call him out. I had to call him out last night on the after Arsenal lost drew with Brentford, and they were so shambolic. I go and dial into Henry Talks Football, Henry Talks Arsenal, and he was sitting there saying, "I'm just going to say this as a Tottenham fan, guys. Be calm, back your team, you'll get there." And I was like, "What?" Text him. I was like, "Henry, listen, I know you do your thing because it's, you know, content's got a content, and you know you're the grifter of all grifters. But mate, it's fucking shameful. It's shameful that Arsenal are on the verge of a bottle job, and you're talking to your audience like, be calm, guys, back your team, you'll get it done. What are you doing?" I was like, I can't accept it, mate. That's so low for a Tottenham fan to not be rubbing salt in the wounds and to tell them all to be calm and back your team because you want a couple of thousand extra fucking views. Fucking, I love him. He's my boy. He's my boy. But I can't co-sign that behaviour. It's absolutely.
I'll rate that, mate. People have to make money. You got to hook, crook. Yeah, you got to be making that money. Fair play, Henry. Crack on. I'm all for it.
Yeah. I hear you. So Shawn Michaels saying, I've done worse for a lot less. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all have, to be fair. We're all shameless in that regard. I think, that is absolutely insane, though. Sitting there telling Arsenal fans to back your team and don't get worried. Like, come on, mate. You're supposed to be a Tottenham fan, bro. You're supposed to be a Tottenham.
So we're going to call him. What are we going to call him now? Igor the Engine, or are we going to call him
Igor Ball? Yeah, it's Igor Ball. It's the 8th ball, isn't it?
Igor
So
the
I don't know if you spoke about it. Are you happy about him coming in? What I've literally only tuned in 5 minutes before I
I
joined.
don't have an opinion, James.
I don't know enough about him.
An opinion.
I honestly don't know enough about him. From what I gather, reading up on him, asking Grok for detailed analysis of his style and all that shit, he comes across to me like he's a guy who rescues teams. He gets short stints here, there, and everywhere in rescues. So he's kind of like the Sam Allardyce of
free at the back. He seems to like free at the back.
He wants to play free at the back. He has 2 attacking midfielders that press. It's a lot of pressing, a lot of stretching, a lot of sprints.
A lot of stretching. Tudor's liked a lot of stretching.
Yeah.
Sean Snell's on in 5.
Oh, is he? Okay, that's going to get spicy.
Someone was asking, is he using...
Johnny should leave.
Someone was asking whether he's using Tesco 3G mobile.
I wanted someone to come back in. He must be home by now. But I think he might be pissed off that I kicked him. I only kicked him because his Wi-Fi was just absolutely crucifying the show. Stell's coming on, people, so it's going to get lively. Let's all remember. I've got a feeling that his stance is going to be Igor Tudor's not good enough. I've got a feeling that he's going to lean towards the negative, just because it's the easier option to have. So he can say, I told you so in a couple of weeks' time.
You know Stell too well.
I do know the man. I've had 4 years of Stell. I know.
We're crap, but I'll celebrate when we win.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be fun. Last night's show was absolutely brutal. Lubo, wasn't it, mate? It was absolutely. I mean, you got for some reason, Stell decided to go after me when I was like, I don't know what I did. He decided to turn it on Butler for 35 minutes.
I think you ruined the views though. When that moment when Johnny and Stell were going, that you should have let that roll. That would have been fireworks. That's money, baby.
I did it for you, mate, because I was trying to bring Lubo and you into the conversation.
No, don't do that again. I'm here for it.
Johnny and Stell went at it, and I was like, well, fucking James just sat there for the best part of an hour, not saying
I was loving it. I was loving it.
In that case, in the future, I'll just let them roll. I'll let them go with it. I'm trying to be respectful to your time.
Yeah, listen, just a little message. Look, this is for the money. I'll be like, yes, boys, keep going. Kill each other.
I love your graft, mate. I love your grind. How many
grannies today, mate?
Just the one. It was a power flush on the heating system, just the one. But
how much did you overcharge?
400 quid you charged, was it, James? Did you say?
How much?
400 quid you charged?
Yeah, plus VAT.
Plus VAT.
I had a power flush about 3 o'clock this morning, funny enough.
Smashed the grand.
How long did it take,
James, of the 1,200 quid, of the 1,200 quid, how much were the parts and the service? How much was the actual, the cost to you, other than your time?
What are we trying to do to me here? What's
just
asking? No, nothing. To be fair, nothing. It was chemical, which was probably 40 quid. But the machine.
How long did it take? How long did it take of your time?
I was there at 7 o'clock this morning. I've just finished.
All right, it's fair enough. Yeah.
Hard graft.
Yeah,
mate, look, the one thing is I do it properly. I am openly admitted I am more expensive than the majority, but I do a proper job. I actually stand by my company, and hence why I'm actually okay. But if there's a plan to be made,
are you on trustthetrader.com?
Nah, fuck that. Don't need it. I'm not paying out for that stuff. Go under the radar. Do you know what I mean? Go under the radar.
I want there's 1,500 people here right now. I need everyone to go onto Google and type in flower plumbing in Colchester or Norwich. I need everyone to give this man a 5-star review and say best value for money.
Yeah.
No, don't say anything bad. Don't say anything bad because I actually had
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I had to go through Google because people actually were fucking knobheads. Please don't do that.
No, his motto is no flush too tough. I dive at 5.
5? Fuck off. No, why am I working that late?
Seeing as though Daddy Joe seems to be back in the room and back in charge, do you think there's any chance that we might get Sean's chairman back to sort this mess out? Do you think
listen, come of the hour, come of my Daniel. You know, that's what we need. Savo, you're welcome back, my man. Welcome back. You got Wi-Fi now. I only cut you off because your Wi-Fi was absolutely brutal, man.
Yeah, all good, man. Yes, welcome back. Welcome back to me, Igor, Tudor. I'm very happy.
Don't commit, Sava. Sit on
Johnny,
the fence.
Johnny, I'm past caring. I don't
Yeah,
care.
I'm
I don't
making
care
sure
who
I
the
get
manager is.
splinters.
I think these players are absolutely dreadful. We will see, right? If he wins 12 out of 12, mud on my face. Don't care. He's not going to. So, yeah, I don't know. I just don't care. I don't care. I Sean's thinking you do care. I know Sean's thinking you do care. You just don't want to say anything. But I genuinely, I don't think it matters who's the manager for a short period of time. I think we're staying up anyway. I think there's a lot of worse teams than us. And
to be honest, Sava, I'm feeling more remorse about what I've just said about Flowers' business. Guys, everyone's got to, everyone's got to like either ignore what I said or be a fucking legend. No donuts here, James. I'm so sorry I've even said that, mate. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah. No, look. There's people guessing prices as well.
Guys,
No, you're fine.
You're fine. This chat is about
No, you're fine. You're fine. First things first is I'd never give out my prices live on YouTube at 1,000 people watching. That's first and foremost. So people can keep guessing. No.
Sean's brought his business down. He spent years building it up. He's even going to Ajax.
Selling my house now. You know what I mean? Cheers, Sean. No, it's fine. Just don't leave reviews. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't forget I said it. Forget I said that. Jesus, fucking hell, idiot.
The Magnums.
Magnum power.
No, I thought it was. I thought it was going to work in the right direction, but then I just realised that there's also dickheads out there. So everyone on this chat's got to be. Everyone's got to be a fucking legend.
The good thing is the dickheads have to put their address in, so I'll find out where they live.
For what it's worth, one of my expertises in marketing when I left Google was reputation management. So don't worry about that, mate. I won't
reputation's in tatters.
You're one of those people that WhatsApp me saying I could give you a 5-star review, like £2 a review or something.
James, he's only 400 quid now. Don't worry, he's only 400 quid now to sort out the problem that he's created.
Yeah.
Stated Danny.
Hi guys. Sean invited me into the stream, and I got some news. Tudor gave me a call. He told me to come back to Tottenham and help get them out of relegation battle and score some goals. So I'm gonna come back, guys. Sorry, my internet's a little bit slow in Munich, and I was told to score some goals.
Oh my fucking god! What are we doing here? How do I get rid of this?
Exceptional.
Is that what we're going to be doing with what you've set me up with, Danny? That's absolutely
Harry Kane goals. Yeah,
that's class.
That is absolutely insane. This is what This is what I'm going to be having fun with once I get it set up. It's a bit. The reception's a little bit shit though. It needs to be.
Yeah, it's just that's just some technical difficulties in Munich at the moment. So.
Oh my good god! What are we doing here? That is absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Big up to you, Danny. Shaz is in the house. Big up to you, Shaz, making his debut on the channel. How are you, Shaz?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm excited about this appointment, aren't you?
I don't know, mate. I don't know what to make of it, to be honest. What's your thoughts?
11 clubs in 12 years.
Well, he's a
I mean, we only need him for 4 months, don't we? So
it's what we do, mate. We've had 6 managers in 7 years. This will be 7. And we'll have another one by the summer.
We're not quite as bad as Watford or Forest, but it's close.
No. Forest has set a record, isn't it? 4 managers in 6 months, 7 months.
Four managers in 24 Premier League games or something. Mad.
Can I just ask, Harry, are you coming back if Poch rejoins?
Oh,
Yeah. I got my big bottle of wine to celebrate when he comes back. I am definitely coming back, and we're going to win it all. We're going to win the Premier League, the Champions League, and I'm going to get top scorer as well. Premier League highest goal scorer. Yeah, win it all. Yeah. How about you, Spurs? Yeah.
You're going to get, tell me, Harry, you're going to get Toby and Yan out of retirement. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I've got Moussa Dembele on the phone. He said he's down for it. Moussa Dembele, yeah.
I'm trying to work out whether it's Harry Kane or Prince Harry at the moment. If I'm brutally honest.
Wow, they call me Prince Harry in Munich, so you never know.
There's no dribbling, Harry. What's going on? Have you had it fixed?
I wipe my face a little bit. Yeah.
Fucking hell! It's so good.
Oh my
so good.
Yeah. I know I'm a very good player. You know, Tottenham have got some really shit players. And I don't know why everyone thinks they can score goals because they don't have a Harry Kane. So, you know, yeah.
Azza, do you miss Sonny?
I miss Sonny very much. Yeah. He's a great player. Well-class player.
Can you bring Sonny in? Can you bring Sonny in?
I could try. But, you know, I can't play with Odegaard and Tel. And, you know, these guys are fucking shit, you know.
Oh my god, it's so good. It is so good. Here he is. We got 10. We got a full deck. We've almost got Gee whiz.
So tell me, Harry, in terms of Spurs' old manager, the guy in the top left-hand corner, what do you think of the way he speaks, Thomas Frank?
Oh, Thomas Frank, you know, I liked him. I think he's a nice guy, but let's be honest, he wasn't right for Spurs, was he? He was fucking useless, wasn't he? And you know, Lubo, if that's your name, I see it there. I gotta say that when you don't have Harry Kane in your team, it's really hard to do well. So, you know, when you don't have Harry Kane in your team, it's really hard to do well. So you really got to get a Harry Kane in there and you know, score some goals for you.
That's what I said. I heard you're coming back next year, Harry. That's what.
We'll see if my internet doesn't get better in Munich, then I'll have to.
No, listen. It's a geezer connected to Gareth Bale who's told us. So I mean, you know, is this someone that you know? Are you still pally with Gareth?
Well, you'll find out. You'll find out in the summertime if you know he's magic. You know. So you never know.
You never know.
All right, let's move on. Stel, tell us: are you on board Igor Tudor or are you against Igor Tudor?
I don't know. It's a risk. It's a big risk. He's a very attacking manager, but his teams structurally are very confusing. So players become confused and the structure of his team collapses quite often. But he's very attacking. Like we'll score more goals, but we're going to concede a lot more goals as well. Do you know what they've done? They've just said, let's just go all out attack and try and win 4 games. But they're going to massively, massively compromise our defence by doing it. So if we don't pick up wins early on, this is going to be a disaster. If he picks up a couple of wins early on, the gamble will pay off. That's what I think. He's had more jobs than Tottenham.
Sorry, I've got to ask you. When have you watched Tudor and thought this guy is very attacking? This is not an attacking manager in any way, shape, or form.
I think he's an attacking manager. I think he's a lot more attacking than. I think he's an attacking manager, Saba.
He isn't.
Did you watch Juventus under him?
Yeah, you
despised him because his football was awful.
Because the structure of his teams collapsed. This is what I'm saying. He's a very, for me, what he tries to do is overcomplicate the game, and our players struggle to understand not basics but a bit of complexity. This guy's going to make it very complicated for our players that we've got. But the thing is, if he gets a couple of wins being attacking, then the gamble pays off. Sava, he's an attacking manager. I know Juve was a shit show, that I agree. But in general,
he's not. He's an aggressive manager, but he's not. His team's press. But I watched Juventus quite a lot under Igor Tudor, and the word that sprung to mind was not attacking. By the way, it is what it is, but I don't think he's attacking, mate. I've not seen that from him, but he's wrong.
His teams are very high energy, often free at the back, either free at the back, throw in midfield, or 3-2-4-1. You'll see he'll go with free at the back at Spurs, and he'll be more attacking with it. Mark my words. He's not going to come to Spurs and just sit back. He ain't going to do that.
I don't think we have three at the back. I don't think we have three to play at the back.
We got three centre halves.
That's how he plays. That's how he plays.
Yeah. I just wonder who's going to play centre half.
Mate, whatever manager comes in. See, this is. I was saying this when we sacked Frank. Frank had to go because Thomas Frank. We were going to get relegated with him. It had gone to shit. But that doesn't mean we're not going to go down, right? We can still go down if they appoint a manager that isn't a fighter. My concern with Tudor is he's not a fighter. We need someone that's going to scrap it out. I think what Spurs have done is they've brought in a man that's going to be more attacking and try and just grab 3 or 4 wins by being attacking. But structurally, you're going to see that we're going to be all over the shopping games. That's my understanding of Tudor. We'll see.
Yeah. I see him as a pragmatist that presses. That's the way I see his teams. Listen, should we all be brutally honest, right? These next 12 games really aren't about style. Let's be honest, because
it's about winning.
It really doesn't matter. As I've said a million times, the bigger thing for me is what are they going to do moving forward? What do they want the team to be? If you bring in an attacking manager, are you actually going to give him some players that can attack, or are we going to ask the manager to come in and still work with these clowns going forward? I don't know. So this guy's just got to pick up a few wins, but I don't think we're going down at all. I really don't. I genuinely don't think we're going down.
I think we would have done so if they hadn't got shot of Frank. I think you look at Tuesday's game. I think there was just nothing. It was that first half was as bad. That was worse than anything I've seen this season. It was awful. Sure,
but there's worse teams than us. That's the problem. It's like last season. We were shit, but there were worse teams than us, right? It's exactly the same this season.
Yes, well, the teams at the bottom are getting more points than last year. That's for sure.
Yes. I don't doubt that. I just don't think we would have gone down whoever's in charge. I don't. I genuinely don't. That's
don't you think though that the teams around us, they've found some momentum, they've found a bit of bite, whereas we are just in no man's land, and that's the big worry.
I think that the teams around us brought in some new players to give them some momentum, right? Like if you actually look at West Ham, it's not that I rate the players they brought in, but it's given them a new dynamic, right? They've got a new striker, a new attacking midfielder, a new winger, and it's given them something different. Look at Palace have brought in a new striker, and Forest have brought in a new winger and a new forward. And then you look at
that's my point. That's my point. They've got momentum. But that's my point. They've got that momentum. We don't.
Yeah. I just don't think they're very good. I just don't think that Forest and West Ham pick up more points than us between now and the end of the season. That's only look. If I'm wrong, we get relegated.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm wrong, we get relegated. But it is what it is.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. I missed the study, so I have to go. I've got training to do. So it was very nice to meet you all, and hopefully you'll see me back in the summer. So we're waiting to see. But come on, you gooners. I'm sorry, I meant Spurs. I mean Spurs.
Sean, You should get me on more often. I've only been here 5 minutes. You've lost 3 people.
What's going on? Who's dropped? Oh, is Harry Kane's dropped? Is he? Harry Kane's dropped.
He's got training.
It's going to be just you and me in 10 minutes.
That's right. That's right. I've got some super chats to do. I do want to get back in. I've got to be honest, still. I tend to agree with Sava and the chat. I think that he's not an attacking manager. I think he does high press, high intensity stuff, back three model, but he's generally thought to be someone who gets people out of trouble, and that doesn't usually invoke. He's more of like I said, it comes across to me from what I've read about him. I'll be honest, I haven't seen too much of his football, but he comes across more like a solutions manager. So he comes in for short-term stints at places, and I don't think he plays the most attractive football. But
watch our fullbacks; they'll be both bombing up the wings, high up. You see.
I hope so. That's what you should expect from a back three model, right? Let's get some super chats in. Member for 25 months, Marzi. Big up to you, Tom. He says, "Does Brooklyn want Poch?" Find out, Sean. Yeah, I'll ask him. Don't know, mate. Don't know. Hope so. Big up to you, man. Thank you for your loyalty and your support. Adam scored Drawlock. He said his experience in defence could be key for survival. Yeah, I'm not looking at him as anything more than just getting us out of trouble, to be honest, and getting those 10 points. Big up to you, Adam. Hopefully I'll see you tonight, my man. Robert Palmer says, Sava thinks because he's been in Italy, he is a defensive. It's not accurate. He's not Ange, but he's not going to be negative, says Robert Palmer. We shall see. That's obviously what Stel thinks. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know, and I'm certainly not brave enough to take a strong opinion on him. Big up to you, my man. The Bare Nose Vibe says 41% win rate at Juve. What the F?
That will do me. 41%.
Yeah, that's all we need. That's all we need. That's all we need. If he gets that done, then we can go to Poch in the summer. Big up to you, my man. Karate FC says, big up Sava for supporting the homelessness and mental health. Love to the chat and panel. Have a blessed weekend. Big up to you, Karate FC. Thank you very much. Very generous. Big up to Sava. He's not here to take your words, but I'll pass them on. Big up to you, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Very cool of you. Shay Bryant, big up to you, Shay. He says, big up, Shawnee. Great as usual. Appreciate you, mate. Appreciate you, mate. I can't wait to get hold of that tool that Danny's just demonstrated. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. As long as I can get a better frame per second thing going on, it's going to be fun. Yeah, no, don't be working hard. Don't really want to be Tottenham manager. Yeah, don't. Big up to Tool Tart says, couldn't be more excited before the North London derby. What a change. Just quickly, guys, are Manchester City fans excited right now that Tottenham have got a potential new manager bounce just before the Arsenal game? James Flower, let me bring you in. What are we saying there, mate?
No, we ain't beating Arsenal, but it would be a mirror. It'd be so good, wouldn't it? It would be so good to come in, get that win, and then just move on. I mean, for me, the fans need to just get together. That's the most important thing now. Look, by hook or crook, they've made that decision. It's going to be what it's going to be. We need to almost be the 12th man. We know we've got injuries. We know they're probably the best team in the league.
We've only got 12 men, I think, James.
Yeah. Yeah, but we know now that they are coming under a bit of pressure and they are doing their usual. So if it's 0-0 towards the end of the game, they are going to be thinking, oh, shit, like we can't bottle this. So then it will naturally take over. We get a result there, then they go on and on and on. They'll just spiral. So it'd be amazing. I just can't see it.
Big up to you. Big up to Fifth Elemento, says Vinay right now. Look at me. I am the captain now. I feel like that's kind of like Christian Romero, the way he's taken over things at Tottenham Hotspur until it all went tits up. Big up to you, Elemento. Vinay's yeah.
I was going to say, isn't it amazing? Yet again, the ITKs and journalists all got it wrong. All of them got it wrong.
When did they ever get it right?
What did they say?
None of them were calling Igor Tudor.
Yeah, true. You know what's even worse, though, and more deplorable, is David Ornstein's been used. He's sacrificed his own reputation, in my mind, to push a message that's clearly come from the club to say it was Vinay and it was Johan Lang that were pushing for Igor Tudor when clearly that wasn't the case.
I couldn't disagree with that more. I mean,
Ornstein's taken one there. Sorry, James.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree. I said earlier when you went off for a sec. we can't pick and choose when we want to believe these guys, right? You can't say Ornstein's the GOAT. I believe everything he says. Wait for that lead to come out. He comes out and says something, and because it doesn't fit our narrative or what we want to believe, all of a sudden he's sold his whole reputation in his career down the line to help Vinay out.
Wait,
like,
James,
are we
believe
really
nothing.
doing it?
I believe
No,
none of them.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general, people are like, Ornstein's the guy. Anything that he says is the truth because we make sure. And when we find out something that we don't want to hear, no, he's been paid by the club. Like we've got to be honest and back everything or nothing. Or I don't think that someone that high up would be so scarce of money or whatever to say, right, I have to help this club out here. I'm going to put all my experience, all my reputation on the line to help out Vinay and Lange. I don't think that's how it works.
Fair enough. The Stoic, big up to you, the Stoic, says Frankenstein Lewis, it lives, Igor, it lives. Yeah, big up to you, my man. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Spock's office says Lubo meant my chair, man. 7-point manifesto. Yeah, that 7-point manifesto looks more and more stupid as we go forward, isn't it, Lubo?
Actually, sure, it gets more and more relevant, mate.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it really?
More and more relevant.
I do have the tag on. It's just it's that company that you know about.
You know where to go. 8% off.
You know where to go.
Johnny, why have you kept the tag on then? Why?
He's just got it. It's just the right. He's going to sell it on the market stall tomorrow.
So he can take it back. Take it back.
He's going to take it down the Spurs official shop and he's going to go and buy the real one.
Let me tell you something. Very, very good. Yeah,
mate, he thinks he's Sir Alan Sugar in the market.
Roll up.
Big up to you for the super chats, guys. Does anyone disagree with what James is saying? I think you make a logical point, right? You can't pick and choose when to believe these people, but the reality is that the same people were saying 2 months ago that Paratici wanted Igor Tudor and that Vinay and Lang said no. So
all I'm saying is
pick one of them and believe it, and it's the same.
All I'm saying, Sean, is every single thing that you criticise Stel, Lubo, Sava, all of them for is by slamming Daniel Levy and not talking about none of the good. Now you're going to say, let's not believe this because we don't want to hear it. Just believe all the other stuff. It's kind of giving that flip-flop fight. I think you should play the tune. Or the mud one.
I'll play the tune. I disagree with the fucking tune being played, but I'll play the tune. I'm not afraid of having the tune played.
We have a flip-flop. Everyone changes their mind. Like they didn't say that last time. We have a flip-flop, trying to erase the past. Well, buddy, you're having a laugh.
I mean, it's outrageous, but I'm not afraid to have the tune played.
You believe Ornstein, everything he says, other than the fact that this is because you don't want to believe it.
No, I'm just saying if he's true and Vinay and Johan Lang were suddenly pushing for Igor Tudor when they themselves disagree with Paratici. If it's true, then they're the flip-flops, aren't they? They're the
who said that they were the ones that didn't want him?
The same people that you're saying now we should believe every time.
Well, Ornstein said that I don't. Ornstein, show me. Ornstein said, "Show me, come on, show me, show me."
It was someone else. It was someone else in that market. It was someone else in that regard. It was someone else.
Mad.
Big up to Danny. Welcome to the show, Dan. What are you saying about this promotion, mate? About this job? What are we doing here?
Do you know what? I must admit, it's not one that I thought of, but I'm quite interested in this one. I watched him play quite a bit at Juventus. Like, usually plays 3 at the back. Sometimes likes to bring it back deeper and hold it basically 5 at the back. But he's usually a 3-4-2-1 or a 3-4-1-2 is the way he usually does it. I really like his style of play personally. Very defensive-minded, but very direct counter-attacking football is how I've always seen him do it. He likes to soak it up at the back and then 3-4 passes, get it forward quick as you can and put it in the net. I like that style of football personally. I know a lot of other people don't. when he was at Juventus, I mean, Juventus ain't the team they were 10, 15 years ago anyway. They haven't been for many years. But he was still, I think he done an all right job there. And he's a very defensive-minded. I mean, he used to be a defender, but also used to play in midfield, didn't he, if I remember right? And I think he's an interesting idea. I think if we'd have kept Frank, the chances of going down was definitely there. Now, I think that's obvious. And we're in trouble at the moment. And I think if we'd have kept Frank, the trouble would have just got worse. So I think we've done what we had to do. I like the idea of the manager we got, the way he plays. I think it could be interesting. I think he's going to be an interesting one to watch.
He plays your sort of football, doesn't he, Dan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I said. He plays the sort of football I like. I like playing three at the back. 3-4-2-1, 3-4-1-2 is the formation I would use. With the players we got at the moment, can you even bloody play that way? But I'll tell you one thing.
I was just making notes in positions for Arsenal. I mean, if he were to play three at the back, he's got Polina, Van der Ven, and Dragusin. Wing backs, you're literally looking at. I mean, Porro may be back for Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
So you play Porro. I presume you probably play Spence, wouldn't you?
Well, put it this way.
Because of Saka, maybe? Because Saka
in that aspect, we've got no wingers. We've got no wingers at all. Nothing. So why would you expect the manager, an adaptable manager, to keep trying to play with wingers when we haven't got no wingers? That's where a manager's got to adapt and use what he's got. But then whatever manager at the moment, there isn't much choice here at the moment. I still think this team is still more made for a 3-4-2-1 or 5 at the back, whatever you want to call it.
3-4-2-1 would be good, but who would you play like right now? From the available players, who would you play in that formation?
It's who's available, isn't it? And it's who you're going to use for it. I mean, at the back, if you give me the choice at the back, I'll be playing 3 at the back. Romero's out, isn't he, at the moment?
Do we have a list, anyone, of like available players right now?
Thinking about it, even Romero's out, isn't he?
So we could see, maybe, or you could say it.
I'd have Dragusin in the middle. He definitely plays better with 3 at the back. I think that already shows that's how he always played. He looks better with 3 at the back. You're obviously going to have Van der Ven there, and then I think you've got the option next to him of basically
Byfield or Paulinho.
No, I think it's Archie Gray or Paulinho, if I'm going to be honest.
Archie Gray at the back.
I'd stick one of them two at the back, basically, because Gray's already shown.
Over still.
Gray has showed that he can handle.
It's my fault that Tudor's going to put Gray at the back. It's my fault he's going to put Archie Gray at the back.
Your captain,
all the options he's got.
Your captain.
Hang on. Let Dan finish.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, I could go with him at the back because he has handled it there. I'm not saying he's good there, but he's done a job there as such. Paulinho would do the better job there, but then where do you want that strength? I want that strength in the centre mid. I want Paulinho in midfield. We need him there. And if we use him as more of a DM role, then he's also basically that fourth defender who can cover the 3 at the back. Otherwise, we've got no strength in midfield.
Do you remember Archie Gray and Dragusin in the back 3 away to Everton last season?
Yes.
Mate, it for me...
It was painful.
Yeah.
Still, they had no training. Still, he flipped that system on the Friday. They had no training from Monday to Friday.
Lugo, before you jump in and protect Archie...
I'm not protecting, I'm just saying. I'm just stating facts. That's all.
What I was going to say is, I really thought Archie Gray had a really good second half compared to the rest of the team against Newcastle. I don't mind Archie playing in that role again. I don't mind that. I actually think he could offer the team something. But in a back 3, I think it's lambs to the slaughter.
Yeah.
I think if this manager comes to Spurs and goes pragmatic, kiss goodbye to everything. Because
no, he's going to go counter-attacking.
The fans ain't going to have it, and it's going to and we are not good at sitting back and absorbing pressure. We're not good at it. You saw it against what do you call it? Newcastle. Every time a ball came in the box, it was chaos. They looked like they were going to score. So, I mean, look, we'll see what he does, but I'm all for a back three, but not if it's going to be a pragmatic one. Then I think it's...
No, I think it'll be a lot more of a counter-attacking one. A lot more...
Who are the wing-backs in this
willing
back
to
three
press.
system that we're talking about?
Well, for me...
Spence could be back.
Spence has to be one.
Spence and Sosa, right?
Yeah.
Well, we've listen.
Well, at least you can say that. At least you can say they're left backs and wing backs. At least you can say they're wing backs.
Sure,
we haven't got no wingers.
There's no choice.
So
There's no choice.
if we haven't got no wingers, why try and play with wingers? You haven't got.
We ain't got wing backs or centre backs, so why try and play it?
Well, we've got wing backs.
We've got a left and a right back.
We've got wing backs or full backs more than we've got
a wing
wingers.
back. He's just very, very young and inexperienced.
Is he a wing back?
Worrying.
Anyone watch Santos to know this guy's a wing back?
He looked better going forward against Man United than defending. That's all I've got.
I think. Listen, I'm going to sound negative. I really will. I keep hearing this. You got to adapt to what you've got. I don't know what we've got. We've got no wingers. We've got no centre backs. We've got no ball playing midfielder. I don't know what we've got right now that works.
What would you do, Sava? What would you do then? Like,
mate, I don't know. You've got 11. You've got 11 outfield players, right? What do you do?
No, Sav, I think you're going to end up with. I think we could end up with 15 outfield players, Ross.
Sure. Okay. But
if Porro and Richie are back, if Porro and Richie come back, which they're quite hopeful they'll be back.
Okay, so Porro right back, Spence left back, Dragusin and Van der Ven.
Yeah.
Gallagher, Paulinho, Sarr, Simmons, Tel, Solanke. Like that's your 11, right?
Yeah.
I mean, good luck. Good luck to Igor.
In that aspect, I stick Tel. It's going to be odd, but in that aspect, I stick Simmons and Tel if Tel's the only other one there as basically behind Solanke. True, Moani. I could.
Don't get me started on Moani.
Yeah, but I think you could stick him with Simmons behind.
These are the players we have.
Did Moani play under Tudor at Juventus or not?
Yes, I think he did.
Oh,
Moani did well at Juventus under Tudor, maybe.
Maybe that's why they brought him in still to get the best out of Moani.
Well, listen,
that's it. He cracked it.
He's only scored his goals against Dortmund and PSG.
I mean, and Moani ain't scoring goals. I think Moani could hold I think he could hold a 10 role basically, as like try and be.
Moani's going to have a second half season like
he's got
Mateta
good control of the ball. He's actually got good control of the ball. He just ain't scoring it. Use Simmons as your actual playmaker next to him, basically. Try and take it from there. You've just got to work with what you got. We haven't got a single winger in that team. At least with a left back and a right back, you can at least try and push them as wing backs.
The redemption arc for Kolo Muani is going to be fucking strong in this one.
I think I want to. If Kolo Muani has
have a redemption arc on the Kolo Muani thing, I think I might have actually removed. I think I might have removed a bit the WhatsApp message from Stel about Muani being shit. I'm gonna have to go and dig it out again to bring it back in, just because he's going to score about 3 hat-tricks.
Has Muani done worse than Timo Werner?
Yes.
No, he scored a couple of goals against PSG. He scored a goal against Frankfurt.
Werner was better, bro.
Yeah.
Werner had more assists and more goals.
I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
what did Timo Werner score? What did Timo Werner score?
Timo scored 2 goals.
Timo Werner didn't score a goal.
2 goals.
He didn't he?
Man City last year in the League Cup.
Yeah, not a lot, but he scored. He had quite a few assists, like drilling it into the box for some.
Let's have a look. I'll do some digging, Sean. I'll do some digging.
But do you know what though? If Tudor gets a tune out of Muani, right, and he scores like 10 goals, you're gonna see the biggest flip flop from every Spurs fan imaginable. Like say, "Oh my god, we got to keep this guy. We got to keep this guy. Let's sign him up."
Right here.
Well, that will confirm that Frank was the problem, right? That will confirm.
Oh, that's right. Somehow Stell is still right.
It's true. It's true. I say, if Muani goes on a scoring streak, there's no doubt James Flower and I are getting cancelled. We're fucked.
Well, Timo Werner in English League and Cup played 36 times for Spurs and got 9 goal contributions.
Okay.
How many goals did he score, Sarah?
Sorry, what?
About 3, wasn't it?
He got
3 or 4.
9 in 36. Timo Werner did.
He played 31 league games for Spurs and he got 2 goals. We are so shit in recruitment, aren't we? He got 2 goals and 6 assists in 31 games.
That's better than Muani. That's better than Muani.
That we're comparing to Timo Werner says it all.
I know.
Yeah.
Are Nkudu and G still on the market? Could we pick one of them up, or have we?
Sterling's gone to Fenerbahce.
Sterling went to
What about
final?
What about a 2 up top with Solanke and Muani?
That could be worth a go with Simmons sitting behind them.
Yeah, Simmons behind him. If anyone's going to get a tune out of Muani, Tudor's going to get some tune out of him.
We're
Let's
going
be
to call
honest.
him Igor Tuna. Is that what we're going to call him instead? Is it?
I mean, in that aspect, if you play 2 up the top, I think you could use Muani more as your target man to play back to goal and hold the ball as such, because he is quite good on the ball. He just hasn't done nothing with fucking scoring.
Yeah.
And use Solanke as just your out and out striker as such. Use him as a bit of a target man. I think that could work.
Has he ever played, Dana? Do you know if Tudor's ever played like 2 up top, or how did he play when Muani was there when he was?
I only ever see him play a 3-4-2-1.
3-4-2-1.
Once I think I see him play.
So was Muani like the spearhead?
That many goals.
Was Muani like the guy who was playing the striker under his system?
He had him up front majority of the time. He played wide once or twice, but he had him up front the majority of the time. I only saw him play about 8 times, if I remember right, about 7 or 8 times, and I think he played 4 at the back once. From what I saw, most of the time it's a 3-4-2-1. I think he's already left, didn't he?
He left end of January, didn't he?
Yeah, he's already at Fiorentina.
Yeah.
Sure.
He brought 5 players in during January for Fiorentina.
And he's brought in a new manager for Spurs on the 13th of Feb. Are you sure he's gone? It's just ridiculous. I love this club so much.
The emails just come through. Applications for the game at Anfield in a month's time. They held it back until Frank had gone, and now they've announced it.
Do you know?
Apply, Lubo?
Sorry?
Are you going to apply?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask everyone a question? Who's running the football club? Who's actually running
Nick Butcher. Nick Butcher is running the football club.
Mickey Mouse, is it?
So Nick Butcher, who we've never heard of before until 3 weeks ago, he's the man pulling all the strings at Tottenham, not Lange, Vinay, Charrington.
Collicott's apparently also quite influential.
If I'm going to be,
I don't know. I actually don't know who's.
And it's terrifying that Collicott. Like I said to you guys last night, what is more terrifying? The fact that Johan Lang and Vinay wanted to keep Thomas Frank, or the fact that non-footballing people at the football club had the right to overrule the footballing people.
Sure.
You see, with that decision, yeah, I wanted Spurs to either get rid of him at the start of January or keep him. Like Sava said, basically back him or chuck him, yeah? And the thing I was worried about that I said was, you watch, they'll probably hang on to him until just the start of February by maybe 1 player and then get rid of him and say we didn't spend the money because we had to get rid of him.
100%.
The way it is at the moment, if I'm going to be deadly honest, something that got said on my show last night, and I'm going to stick with this, yeah, I'll take Levy back at the moment compared to the pricks we've got there.
Compared to Vinay, yeah, I agree.
At least with Levy, where you stood. When it came to the last day of the transfer window, if Levy would have been there, you'd have sat there and thought, you know what? I'll put a £10 bet on this odd that we do get a player, a last minute player. With what we had, you didn't have a clue what was going on, and you was pretty sure nothing would happen. If Levy would have been there, you'd have still had that 60%, 70% even in your head. We will snap someone up, whether it's the right way to do it or not. We still might snap someone up. Here and now, we are worse without Daniel Levy, and it shows. I would take him back over what we've got at the moment. And then until those owners go, nothing will ever change. So whether Levy's here or not, to me, it's irrelevant, basically, because I think we look worse without him. I'll take him back over this prick that we got.
And Lubo, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I think Levy's the lesser of two evils, but what I wouldn't want out. I wouldn't want either of them, to be honest.
Well, you've got one or the other. Make a choice. One or the other. One or the other.
Levy.
Look at Sean. Sean wants to grin. He's like,
come on, say it, Lubo. No. Don't let him get out of this.
I've been listening, but I was just busy.
I've got to go.
You guys have cornered Lubo into an impossible position.
No, I'm just calling him to be honest.
You know, Dan. If YouTube finally did the thing that they absolutely need to do, which is to allow comments to insert GIFs like they do on Twitter, or on Instagram, you know what you see right now when you ask that question, Dan? It's that Shrek, that Shrek GIF where he does this.
Well, come on, Lubo, say it.
You see that GIF? That's on the Lubo. Lubo, would you rather have Daniel Levy back rather than this shit
one
show?
or the other to save your family's life?
No, wait, hold on. No. See, you changed the question, Sean. The question was Vinay or Levy. You've gone to Levy or shit show. It was a shit show on Levy as well.
No,
sorry. Who did I say? Who did I say?
Levy as well.
Who did I say? I said by mistake. I meant Vinay or Levy. So that's what I meant. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I still wouldn't take Levy back.
No, you're a fucking idiot, mate. We wouldn't be in the situation.
I can't.
Dan, I'll answer you. I'd keep Vinay because he's been shit for 6 months. And Levy was shit for 25 years.
Yeah. There you go again, being a donut. He wasn't shit for 25 years. He was shit for 6 years.
No, fair enough. If that's your opinion, you're entitled to it.
And that's my logic. Yeah. He never wanted success.
And your logic is completely flawed because he got us to the Champions League final.
He did not get us to the Champions League final.
No, that wasn't under Daniel. That wasn't Levy getting us there. That was Poch. That was Poch.
No, he did though.
That was the Spurs.
Okay, Lubo, you're the same person that uses you're the same person that uses the logic. Well, if the owners put the money in and it was Vinay and it was Johan Lang that didn't spend it, then whose fault is it? It's Vinay and Lang's. No, well, who employed them? So by that logic, which is what Stel employs, what you employ, what every other in-nick out person employs, by that logic, then everything that's happened at the football club is down to the people that own the football club. Therefore, Daniel Levy won the Europa League. Daniel Levy got us to the Champions League final. Daniel Levy got us finishing second. Daniel Levy had us finishing third. Daniel Levy got us to the eight finals and 12 semi-finals, 15 semi-finals and however many quarterfinals. All of that is Daniel Levy by the logic that you guys employ, not by my logic.
Sure. I don't know if you know, but we lost that final.
Yeah, well, if Poch got us to the final,
right? So it's not an achievement getting to the final. Getting to the final is no achievement.
Oh, it is an achievement. It is an achievement.
It's not. We lost it.
You're doing the league gunner. You're doing the league gunner over simplification of football.
No. League gunner is win a trophy or nothing at all.
And that's what you are as well.
No, I'm not, because
Daniel Levy won us the Europa League, but yet you wanted to keep Ange. You wanted to keep Ange for winning us the Europa League, but you didn't want to keep Daniel Levy.
No, I'm not, because League Gunner is flawed in his argument, because League Gunner supports a team who backs the managers and have smart transfer policies. I'm a fan of a club who get to finals once in a while, but never back the manager who's in charge of the club. So League Gunner is completely different. He has no reason to shit on his club because his club gets backed year in, year out. We don't.
Also, Stel, we can also use the same argument that if it wasn't for Levy, we could have actually won more trophies, like sacking Jose Mourinho 5 days before a bloody final. Who does that?
That one I can agree with.
Who does that?
So that one's on Levy. That one's on Levy. But nothing else. Only the failures are on Levy. Okay.
No, Sean.
Okay.
No.
Green bar's good. Red bar's bad.
Levy deserves credit for the year we won the Carabao Cup in 2008 and for keeping Ange to win the Europa. I give him credit for that, Sean. I do give him credit. But the other 23 years, no.
Yeah, but still, let's be honest. Why did Daniel Levy give Ange the chance to take us to the Europa League? Because the only way we were going to get Champions League football was by doing that.
Yes,
that was the only way. So he sold that to Daniel Levy and said, "Well, look, we've got nothing now. We're not going to get in the top 4. So the only thing we've got to do now is focus on Europa League." So that he persuaded him to keep him for that.
No. You're invoking things. Sava, I want to ask you a question.
No, because all of us said, Sean, all of us said that Levy would normally sack Ange or whoever if they were in a position like that. Why did Daniel Levy keep him? Why? What's the reason? Champions League
football. Mate.
No, Champions League football. And the money from Champions League football.
Yeah, you wanted the trophy in Champions League football, 100%. Sava, would you have Daniel Levy back rather than this shit show that's running the football club?
Yeah, he knows it and all, doesn't he?
I just don't care. It's all so shit. Look what we are reduced to as a fan base. I turn on shows and I watch people arguing about Ange versus Frank. We're arguing about Vinay versus Levy. We argue about Paratici versus Lang. We're arguing about Odeberg versus Tel. Look at the state of us. Look at the absolute state of us.
It's a mess.
What we're arguing. None of the people I just mentioned are good enough. None of them. It doesn't matter who you like. Everyone's argument is going to be formed around something, right? Let's be fair. If we had won the Champions League in 2019, right, are we saying that Daniel Levy's tenure would have been good, but because we lost the final, Daniel Levy was back? Like we can, Ange was good because he won a Europa League, even though everyone hated the fact that we lost 26 games. Like I don't even know, Sean. I'm so done with this football club. None of it makes sense. We're arguing about shit. This is like arguing about your past 2 ex-girlfriends. They're both exes. What does it matter?
Let me ask you this, Sam. Let me ask you this, right? I know. So your ultimate ambition is nothing's going to change until the whole thing changes. Would you take any owner right now? Would you take my tech DJ Nasser bro and his Chinese counterpart Wing Fai Yingung or whatever his name is?
Why not?
Would you take that consortium?
What? Why not? Like at the end of the day, something that, dice needs to be rolled, right? Dice needs to be rolled, and these owners have shown they're not going to change. We can talk about whatever guys, whether it was Levy, whether it was Joe Lewis, whether it's Vivian, whether it's Lang, whether it's Nick, whatever his name is. Nothing's changing, and we're all still sitting here arguing about shit people that shouldn't be at this football club. Like Sean, honestly, I'm bored of me saying it. I'm sure your viewers are bored of me saying it. What does any of this matter? We're going to be here in a year's time arguing about the same bloody thing, aren't we?
But that's what we do. That's what we do, mate. We have chosen a vocation in life where it's all utterly meaningless anyway. At the end of the day, it's a game with people, 22 people kicking a ball around a fucking pitch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what we've chosen to talk about as a career.
What's it matter? Let's be fair, right?
It's all utterly meaningless. We're all going to die. None of us get out of this world alive. So, let's all just jump off.
You know what, Sean?
If I had said to you last week, right? Okay, does Frank need to go? I think most fans in the fan base go, yes. Right? No one would have wanted Igor Tudor. But we're all sitting here and we're going to scramble around to find ways why it's good, aren't we? We're all going to go, he's you. Because it's what we do.
I can't wait for certain channels, Sava, to bring out with the 5 reasons why Igor Tudor saves Tottenham Hotspur. You know that?
I'll say it.
Tudor revolutionises Mathys Tel. And
I think we could have looked at others.
I'll say it. I don't want him.
I'm interested with him. I'm interested.
I genuinely don't care. Look, what we will do is we will stay up. We'll get to the end of the window. And if Igor Tudor gets 3 wins in the next 12, you'll have that army of people going, I think he deserves it. I like Tudor. I think he deserves it. And then when he gets sacked, people will go, never wanted him from the get-go.
I'm going to put a bet on here. What is going to happen after that World Cup? Poch is back. Why? I've said it for ages. It's the trick they got up their sleeve, like the way you put it, Sava. that now they're up shit street with a fan base. Right, how do we shut them up now? We screwed the window up again. What do we do? There you go. There's Poch. Next thing you know, he's going to keep a majority of the fan base shut up and accept it. I think he's going to get a better chance than any other manager that goes in there, unless we got a Jurgen Klopp or whatever. And that's not going to happen. But I think he's going to get more time than any other manager. And if he gets to this point, I think there's going to be a significant more amount of fans that don't just put it on him, but actually step over and put it at the board. But then we're still going to be back to square one again, basically. I think there's too many people out there who are thinking when Poch comes in, everything's going to go sweet and hunky-dory. And I don't think it is. But I think he will get more support and more chance off a significant amount of supporters than anyone else has, basically. Because a lot of people, whether you want him back or not, have still got a soft spot for the fella because of the time we had with him, even though he failed at the end of the day. He did fail. And he still gave us our most, how do you want to put it, united time at Spurs as supporters for a very long time. When we are now, and apart from with Poch, in general, have probably been the most divided and conquered fan base in football. Not just the Premier League, in football as a whole. He actually had us united as a fan base by maybe 5%. And I think that's the trick up their sleeve that they'd want to use him for. That is the reason I wouldn't want him here, for the trick that they're going to use for it, and then tar everything that he's basically done with the history he has got it. But I wouldn't say no to him either at choice.
I think he's the last get out of jail card.
Yeah.
Haven't we heard that for 25 years? Like every time Spurs get a new manager, I hear this is the last chance saloon for ENIC. This is and then we'll be sitting here a year's time going, well, ENIC didn't do the right. What's it matter? What's it matter? Listen, I'm going to say this now, and people will hate me for saying this. You're going to bring Poch back. It's going to be nowhere near as successful as his first period, right?
No,
it isn't. Right, it's going to be nowhere near as successful. We're not going to be finishing second. We're not getting to Champions League finals, right? He hasn't got Kane. He hasn't got Son. There's no Moussa Dembele or Vertonghen out of it. It won't be.
Out of it.
And then people will be sitting there going, "Oh, he's not done as well this time." Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Sava, I think it depends on two things. One, if he's given a whole year to slowly implement his way, because with Poch, it doesn't really begin to show until the last 3 months of a season. Let's see if he gets there. And the second thing is, when he came to us, he was allowed to clear out 12 players in one summer, and the players we brought in were all good. That's the bit that worries me, not just with Poch, but with anyone. Are they going to allow a manager to bring in those players and clear out the ones that they don't want? If that happens, I think Poch could do well. But if that doesn't happen, he'll be another sitting duck. He'll be finished.
I don't disagree with you. I think the difference for me was when Poch was here the first time, and this will sound bad. I'm not belittling what he did, but I think a lot of other big football clubs were in a real transitional period, right? Liverpool weren't what they are now. Man City weren't what they are now. Arsenal, right? So when you actually look at that now, there's a lot.
That was
more
our time.
that are up there. Plus Newcastle and Villa are up there. Plus Man United now look like they're going to be on some sort of redemption arc. Chelsea have got. I think this is a very, very different setup. And for me, this isn't me saying I don't want Poch. I genuinely don't.
I get it.
But I think this is nostalgia at its finest. This is, again, a football club with no plan that all we do. Look how much we cry for Kane to come back. You know why? Because we've got no plan. Look how much we're craving for Poch to come back because we've got no plan. This is what we keep. Look at people going, Robbie Keane. If Robbie Keane's name wasn't Robbie Keane, who's asking for the Ferencvaros manager to come and manage Tottenham Hotspur? Right?
Exactly.
I'm not being rude,
it's true.
but
it's
all
true.
nostalgia.
No, it's true.
It's
true.
all nostalgia. Hang on. Poch gets us. Poch gets the club. What does that mean? Poch was here before. They didn't back him, right? We saw what happened when his team started to fall apart. We saw that the results under Poch were dreadful, and he's coming back to worse. So for me, bring him in, fine. But I think everyone is going to be very, very upset that it's not the same as the first time round.
But the landscape's also changed for Spurs. So back then, Poch spent something like 350 million over 5.5 years. We've spent almost $1 billion in the last 6 years. So financially, we are able to do things we couldn't when Poch was there. We've never gone 2 years not buying a player other than when Poch was here. So you're right. The teams around us are better, but we also have more power to be better if we choose to pull those levers. Whether we pull those levers is a different conversation.
Have we got any evidence that this guy, like all I ever hear is if Poch was back, we would have got over lines. Have we got any evidence to suggest that? This isn't like a Conte or a Jose where we've seen it year after year, club after club.
It's the fact that if any of the starting 11 got injured, the replacement was always a big drop off. We never had anywhere decent replacements for centre back, wing back, midfield, attacking mid. Wings, there was the bench. What was it? Dyer, Winks, Davies, and Kudus. It was just absolutely trash.
Oh, there's a lot of reports that he turned down though. A lot of footballers. There's massive reports that Pochettino turned down the likes of Yuri.
And he blatantly said he preferred a smaller team.
And
Thomas Frank also said, if I can't get my targets, then I don't want them as well, right? So I think,
sure.
I think that's just managers saying, don't give me shit. Because I can't work with shit. I think. Look, we'll find out. I'm still not convinced they're going to bring back Poch. By the way, I think it's.
I think they will because they're lazy. They will because they're lazy, and again, it will placate 90% of this fan base. Will just stop looking. It's misdirection, isn't it? It's like magic still. People will stop looking over here and they'll go, "Oh my God, Poch is back." He's magic, you know. He's our guy, and everyone will forget. And what they'll do is they'll see if we have a run still. Let's say Poch is manager. If we have a run where we don't win a game in 10, just for example, no one's going to go in hard on Poch like they did with Frank or with Ange, or because it's Poch. He's lovely, right? And that's what
you get that extra time in it.
Yeah, exactly, Dan.
Thomas Frank did nothing. Thomas Frank
he's earned the extra time. He's earned that. He's earned that.
How's he earned that?
How's he earned that? Well, you compare where we are now, compare these last 6 years to the previous 5 years when he was at the club.
Sure. Compare the teams for the last 6 years compared to the team that Poch had. You've got to wait. You've got to be fair with
is a point. Yeah. That is a point.
You can't turn around, right? Let's be brutally honest. If Tottenham had, we all know the 11, right? Lloris, Walker, Alderweireld, Vertonghen, Rose, Wanyama, Dembele, Eriksen, Ali, Son, Kane. Yeah. If Tottenham had that team now with any manager, any manager, Tottenham are in the top 3, top 4 every season.
I'd argue and say that we'd win the league if we had a Conte manager in a team like that.
Right. So when we're going, look how he's earned it, cool, but he also didn't win anything. So if we're going to turn around and go, he's earned that. So managers that don't win anything can come in and we're just going to sit there for years going, oh, you were good once. That means you don't have to. That means you don't get any heat on you because you've earned it.
You can argue and say that Ange had such a shit squad, right? And he won Europa League. So
yeah, but then no, sorry, mate. That Europa League is bullshit. Yeah, why? Because it was the easiest cup on the planet to win.
Sure,
it was easier to win. It's a cup. But that was easier to win than the bloody League Cup.
So why didn't other managers win competitions that were easy? We were in the Conference League.
I'll give Ange all
we were in the Conference League. What happened to us in the Conference League? We were losing to MS Laura.
Got us over the line, right? He 100% got us over the line. He's a big game managerial pre-match pump-up sort of speech guy. Gets the players to play. But let's also not overlook the fact, still, that it was the players that gave him the signal as to when to change.
Told him how they were going to play.
Yeah, but a good manager listens to his players.
He had no choice.
Well, he didn't do it all bloody season.
Can't claim that he's anything more than just a fucking
Maldini, Nesta, Baresi used to tell Ancelotti, God, listen, this isn't working. Can we move these pieces? And he would listen to his players.
No, but still, hang on a second.
Nothing but a salesman, is he? That's all he was a salesman.
Listen, Sean, if he's just a salesman and it worked, fine. It's management.
That only happened after he basically what I said and what others said, spoke to Levy basically, where Levy made the decision, right, do I hang on to him or get rid of him? The league's screwed. We can win something. I want Champions League football. We want the money. Do you know what? Bollocks to the league. You stay here. You get us that Europa Cup, come love nor money.
And it worked.
So, yeah. And from there, only because he listened to the bloody players, he didn't do it during the league and everything in match games.
But you know what? That's good management.
I don't even think he listened to them. I think the players basically sat there and said, "Do you know what, mate? Shut up. We're going to do this."
Can I say something? This is a little bit of a myth that's been created by Spurs fans just to take shots. If you look at the first leg of the quarterfinal against Frankfurt, we were not pragmatic. If you look at the first leg against Bodo Glimt, we were not pragmatic. In those first two legs, we went for it. The away legs in Frankfurt and Bodo, we were pragmatic. So there's an element of truth, but it's not the full truth. In the cup final, once we got the goal, we sat back. So it was 50-50. It wasn't the whole quarterfinal, whole semi-final, we just sat back. It was for 50% of it. So it's not quite fair what fans say.
When it's come to the crunch, yeah, I personally believe, my opinion, nothing more. They turned around and said, "Do you know what, Frank? Do you know what, Ange? Shut up, mate. We ain't doing it that way. Whether you tell us or not, we're going to do it this way because we want to win the game." And he just sat back and went, "Go on then." Because
I don't think the conversation went like that, but okay.
I wouldn't say exactly, but I'm just putting it across how I would have said it. Yeah? Maybe they shook his hand and was nice to him about it.
Even if you're 100% right, even if you're absolutely right, listening to your players and saying, "Do you know what? Go on then. Have that freedom to do it your way. If you think this is how we win it, let's do it."
Right, but there's listening to your players, Phil. There's listening to your players, and then there's your players telling you we're going to do it like this.
You're getting paid £7 million a year, and the tail is wagging the dog. Come on now.
You're paying £7 million a year to get results. He got the result.
But that's what I'm saying. He hasn't got the stones to do it, the knowledge, the insight, the tactical nous to do it himself. To the point where his team gone, "We love you, bro, but your fucking ideas are dog shit, and we're not going to do anything. Let's do this." And he's gone.
You're being a hypocrite now. No. Now you're being a hypocrite. All last night you said Frank had to go because it's a results business, and results are results. He got the results, and you're criticising it.
He didn't get the results. The players got the results.
He's the manager, Sean.
Yes, exactly. Manage. Listen, there's two words, right? It's man and it's age. And what we do is we age men. That's what my man.
What are you talking about?
That's what Rosenius said. That's what Rosenius said, right? That's what Rosenius said.
It's not a bottle of whiskey. It's not a barrel of whiskey.
You must have missed the meme about Rosinia when he was in France, right? He goes, "I'm a manager. We age men. Two words. We age men." I'm just saying, Ange Postecoglou's paid a fuck ton of money to play his style of football. The style wasn't working. All of the players went, "Big Ange, we love you, bro, but this isn't going to work. We need to do something different." He's gone, in
the away games, he listened to the players. In the home games, we attacked. We were attacking. We battered Bodo 3-0, and we got, was it 1-1? Was it 1-1 against Frankfurt at home?
Yeah, 1-1. Wasn't
it? Yeah, then we won 1-0 away.
So,
Can I agree with Stel here? I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Fucking not. Rule one.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I know. Me agreeing with Stel. Listen, everyone knows. I can't stand Ange Postecoglou as a manager, but we can't sit here and knock that he won the trophy. Like he won the trophy. Whether I like him as a manager or his style, he won the trophy. What I would say is, though, to counter that, it's very different listening to your players. And there's not a bad thing, by the way. I think if a manager listens to their team, that, as long as it's not every game, that's fine. But there's a huge difference between listening to your manager to get over the line in a cup and being able to put it together consistently week after week in the league, right? But again, see what we're arguing here is about winning a trophy in a year where we finished 17th in the Premier League, right? This is where we're at as a football club. Now, Stel has got a point. I hate agreeing with Stel, but Stel has got a point, right? Even if he did WhatsApp me last night to say, "I've just talked about you," and I was like, "I don't know, I'm drunk. I'm not watching it." He's got a point. Conte, what happened in Europe? Poch, what happened in the Europa Leagues? Jose, what happened? Do you know what I mean? So we can't knock Ange for that. Circle, which is what we started with, which was about Pochettino coming back to Spurs, right? For me, he doesn't get to come back and just get let off the hook. I'm sorry, we can't just turn around and go, oh, because we all like Pochettino and he's magic and he had some good years, that we can sit and watch him lose and lose and lose. I'm not saying he would, but if Poch has a year like this, we all agree he has to go, right? There can be no revisionism on it. There can be no injuries. Sorry, Ange went because he was 17th. Frank's 100%. Gone because he was 16th. If Pochettino comes in and it's shit, 100%. He has to go. This can't be, oh, I love Poch. He makes me feel
100%. 100%. There has to be no sentimentality now. The precedent has been set. 100%, Savro, I agree with you. And I actually think that's what's going to happen. Unless there's a magical turnaround with our transfer strategy. And also, by the way, just bringing in 6 or 7 cracking players this summer, which I hope we do, really hope we do. But even if we bring that stuff in, big up to you, Manny, for joining the stream. Even if we do all that, I still believe, and I echo the sentiments of Lubo and Stelios and everyone in that and Savo and that DK and Danny, probably everyone on here. Some of you have been saying it earlier than others that the club's ownership is a mess and the structure is chaotic and there's ill discipline in the decision making. I echo those sentiments 100%, and it's been amplified in the last year since my chairman has been completely unfairly thrown under the bus for what's happened. The whole thing's fallen apart since he's disappeared, but that stuff has to be rectified.
You think so, Sean? You seriously? I should say you ought to be on stage, but you are. This is your stage, isn't it? You ought to be on the Comedy Store, that's for sure, Sean.
Yeah, but
listen,
the fact
once
that we
Danny
look
Kiriakou
worse,
teaches me how to get that face cam thing working, I'm gonna have a bunch. I'm gonna have Stel's face. I'm gonna have Lubo's face. I'm gonna have everyone's face. It's gonna be brilliant. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic.
but the fact that we look worse without Levy, and people have to admit it basically because it is a fact at the end of the day, not even an opinion. That one, some people are just having to eat humble pie at the moment. Because whoever thought we would be at a situation where we sit there and say, I actually think we'd have been better off keeping Levy than having
I called this out in August, Dan. I never got on board with this ENIC 2.0. Who hired Frank? Levy. Who hired Vinay? Levy. He left us.
You're also saying we got our Tottenham back. Come on now.
Oh, listen, I was delighted that he left, man. I was delighted he was gone.
Yeah, same.
You can't also claim at the same time that bringing in Vinay rather than Levy was something you called out at the time as being bullshit. You can't have it both ways. What are we doing here?
I got carried away in happiness.
We did
get carried away.
Clips are going to clips.
I got carried away.
I didn't. I still think I'm glad that Levy went, and I'm glad that he's still not here because I think it has to get worse to get better. It was never going to get better straight away. It just wasn't, because look at who are there. Like, Levy ran it in a way for so many years, and when things change, it takes time, right? And I'm not saying that this board are going to be the ones to change it, but at some point, something is going to change. So whether or not that's them selling the club or not, Levy had to go regardless. I don't care what anyone thinks. Oh, absolutely. We should have Levy right now. Levy had to go. He was part of this toxic culture that has been created in this club for 25 years. And apart from Sean and Sava, most of us on this panel couldn't stand Levy and wanted him gone years and years ago. So for me,
and Levy is the reason we can call ourselves a big club.
Sorry.
Yes, my man. Yes, Danny boy.
Why are Spurs considered? Hang on a second. Why are Spurs considered a big club? It's not their bloody history. We've got as many league titles as bloody Derby City.
No, forget that. Before Levy came in, we were one of the we had won more trophies than most teams. We won more trophies than Chelsea.
Dan, we only got invited.
We had won more trophies than Chelsea, Dan.
We only got invited into that Super League because of money, not because we were a big club. Is it?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about football is about winning, right? That's what competitive sport is. It's about winning, right? Before Levy came in, Spurs
Legacy
won more
Derby
FA
County.
Cups than anyone else.
Yes.
Correct.
And what?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day,
The oldest
why are
trophy
Spurs
in
in the
football,
top 10
Spurs
clubs in
have
the
won it
world?
more than anyone else.
Why
So
are
don't
we
tell
in the
me
top
that they're
10
not a
clubs
big
in the
club.
world?
Dan,
Why are they in the
Dan.
top 10 clubs? It's money. If you look
you're
at history,
talking, Dan, you're talking
we
now. Dan,
we are not up there with the big boys.
Dan, why is
Money.
Spurs massive news in the papers? Always have been. Why are we massive everywhere? Why did we get 80,000?
Lubo, hold on. Dan,
But
did you watch that
football are we
Pochettino? Did you watch
considered
that
a big club?
Dan, did you watch that overlap interview?
Yes.
Did you listen to Jamie Carragher, Gary Neville, and Roy Keane all saying how Spurs were a big club when they were growing up? Right? Roy Keane supported Spurs because we were a big club, right? Only when Moneyball Abramovich came in. Hold on. Only when Moneyball Abramovich came into the league, it changed everything in football, right? Everything. It changed.
And the only reason we kept
well.
up with it as a big club on the money side was because of Levy. If we wouldn't have got that stadium, if we wouldn't have got most of what Levy done with us on the money, we wouldn't even be sitting
It's
now.
true.
We wouldn't even be considered. I didn't like him. On the football side, he screwed a lot up. But the only reason we are even considered a big club on this planet now...
I've got to answer this.
Okay,
Well, I haven't finished,
Lubo, you get 1 minute, and then I've got to bring in Manny. Manny's been waiting patiently. I've got to give me because otherwise he doesn't. He's just joined. He's not involved in the fighting for the mic time scenario.
I'm working in the background as well. Let me finish my point. Ian, let me finish my point. What we done 30 years ago isn't going to attract players now, yeah? What we done 10 years ago doesn't attract players now. The only reason Spurs are even looked at as one of the top 10 clubs, big clubs in the world, is money. If you want to look at Spurs, really, we've been one of the most underachieving clubs in football. The only reason people look at Spurs big now is because of money. And that is down to Levy.
And how did we get How did we get there, Dan? Because we had 4 years of growth under Pochettino that took us from a team that was finishing in the Europa League to challenging for the Premier League on a consistent basis, which grew the fan base and grew everything. It did. That's what elevated the status of the club. It elevated the money, the income.
Anyway,
can I answer?
I know, Lubo, I'm bringing you in right now, Manny. This is what you got to do, okay? I know you're new to the channel today. Like this is like the kind of environment. Do you see what Danny did there? Danny fucking stole a little slice. He waited for Danny to pause, and then he was in, and he got 30 seconds of his own voice heard. Lubo, you're coming in for 1 minute, and then we're bringing if Manny is still there, well, Manny, and Danny.
I want to hear Manny and Lubo.
Lubo, you get a chance. You get a chance, Lubo, now, and then Manny's coming in.
Don't even need 60 seconds. These clubs are big because of...
Well, that doesn't sound very good for your life, does it, mate?
No. These clubs are big. Tottenham is big because of its history, not because of its money. The money didn't buy Semenya. It didn't buy didn't buy Neto.
But you've been complaining about the lack of wage structure for the last 3 years, mate. So let's not go there. Manny, let's bring you in, mate. What are you saying, buddy? What are you saying, my man?
I haven't finished. Dan, I will treat you to a stadium tour. Seriously, I will take you on a stadium tour.
On the stadium that Daniel Levy built for us, that got built for us.
And left us nearly 800 million in debt.
I like watching Beyonce at the stadium, Dan. I love watching the Beyonce.
That
we've got an easy one to pay off.
Dan,
I love watching Beyonce.
It's a soulless bowl compared to the old lane. Let me tell you.
Okay. All right, Lubo. Dan, wait. Dan. No time for a comeback. No time for a comeback.
Manny's in.
I'm so confused.
And then Sava gets a shot after Manny. Okay.
I'm so confused as to what I've walked to. What are we even talking about here? I thought I was coming in to talk about our new savior. What's going on?
No, we're well past Igor Tudor, mate. Who the fuck is he? We're now talking about old stuff.
Listen, I have to agree with Danny. I'm sorry. I have to say, like, you have to be balanced with regards to things, right?
Yes.
Like the likes of Everton, the likes of obviously Villa have come up now in terms of the way they play, etc. But all these teams have won in the past and classified themselves as big teams in the past. What we did in the past does not necessarily put us into a certain pedestal in the future. And that you have to attribute it to Daniel Levy. We're here talking about every transfer window. We're here talking about why we should be paying big money for this person, pay the wages for that person. How are we going to pay the wages if we're not in the position that we're in now? If we want to be 100% balanced, you have to say yes. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, Daniel Levy definitely did hold us back on certain things, right? 100%. But you also have to say that we wouldn't be in a position to be able to splash the money on certain players, to pay the wages on certain players, and to be classified as a big six, which is not as a result of our past, 40 years. It's as a result of our past 17 years. And
you got to come on this stadium tour as well, Manny.
Lubo, Lubo. You've had your chance.
You've been
That's the point I was gonna make. So that's something you can
fair enough, Manny. Well done, mate. Welcome to the stream. But I was gonna say, Manny, what you got to do is learn from Danny Kiriakou. Okay, when someone takes a breath, you're in. Otherwise, you don't get a chance. Okay,
yeah. All good, man. All good. Sorry, Summer. Go on.
No. Do you know what's funny, right? Is as much as Lubo tries to tell the world that we are this massive football club, there is no, again, I know that evidence and data is not liked in this football club. There's nothing to support it. There are 14 teams that have won more league titles than we have. 14, right?
Derby County.
We've won 2 league titles in our 150-year history, which is absolutely toilet, right? 2.
Yep.
Both of those, one was in the 50s, one was in the 60s, right? 14 teams have won more league titles. 4 other teams have won the same amount of titles as us. So if you actually look at, we're in the top 20 of league title wins. We're at the bottom of the table of league title wins of the top 20, right? There's nothing remarkable about it. We love it because we're Spurs. We love it because we had great players like Hoddle and Waddle and Greaves and yada, yada. We won some European trophies. Not one. We've never won the big one. We've won 2 league titles. We've never won the big title. We're no bigger than Aston Villa. We're no bigger than Sheffield Wednesday. We're no bigger than these clubs. Luke, see, this is what Lubo will do, right?
Everton have got 8 or 9 league titles.
Hang on.
Sheffield Wednesday. Come on.
Okay. Sheffield Wednesday. Sheffield Wednesday.
You're better than that, Sam.
No, Lubo. No. Hang on. Let me finish. Lubo, the difference between me and you is I like evidence. You are so wrapped in your emotions
that you
won't.
About Europe, shall we have Sheffield Wednesday in Europe? Let's talk about winning European trophies.
Lubo, let me finish. I didn't interrupt anyone else, right? Sheffield Wednesday have 4 league titles. Why are we bigger than them? Historically, why? 4 English titles. We have 2. So by the way, I'm not bigging up Sheffield Wednesday here. I'm trying to use the point that can you bring up something, Sean, here? Can you, if I bring something up on the screen, right? Sure. If you have a look here, right? Have a look at that. Right? Have a look at that.
Oh, that's not it. That one.
No, that's definitely not it. That's definitely not it. Right?
That's the one.
Right? Let me try and blow that up a little bit.
Zoom in.
Right? Now, whichever way you want to look at it, right? The 8 FA Cup wins really does make us look a lot bigger and better than we are. Look at the state of the leagues too. Everton more, Newcastle more, Blackburn more, Wolves more, Sunderland more, Sheffield Wednesday more, Leeds United more, right? So when Lubo sits there and goes, we are a massive club that ENIC ruined. Listen, I hate ENIC as much as the next person, but we can't just pretend that before ENIC were here, we were winning league titles and Champions Leagues.
100%.
The data is there. Look at it. 2 league titles.
I did a whole video on this. I did a whole fucking 75-year history of trophy successes in the UK in the Premier League. Like the story doesn't match up to what Lubo thinks it does. It doesn't.
But that's my point. It's not that we're small. We're not biggest. We're just in a little group in the middle there of teams that we've won a couple of titles. We've had a couple of European successes. But Sheffield Wednesday have won leagues. Sunderland have won leagues. Leeds have won more leagues than us. So why are we this great big club?
Because We domestically, like in terms of cups, we've won a lot.
Sure, we've won 8 FA Cups, right? But none for 30
domestic trophies relies on so much variance. Domestic trophies relies on who you
but
get
still,
in the cup,
I
where
get
you
that.
get them,
But
injuries,
you still have to win it.
refereeing decisions. Your successes in the cups can be ruined by a referee on a bad day.
Yeah, but you still have to win. The whole point of football is to win trophies, regardless of what trophy it
The
is.
league is the best barometer of where you are. Is that fair or not fair?
You can say the same about the league. Right, hold on. Newcastle won all their league titles before World War One.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, sure. No, sure.
Arsenal, one minute. Arsenal. Right.
And we haven't won jack shit since after World War II.
Arsenal's most successful period was the 30s, between World War One and World War II, when a lot of clubs were decimated.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. During the Blitz, during the fucking Blitz, right?
So my point is, if you're
what are we doing here, Sean?
Right, if you're going to say there's variance in the cups, there's variance when teams won the league as well.
Okay,
1 million. Still, it's not about bigging up the other teams.
I agree, still.
It's not about bigging up the other teams. The point is, like, I see Lubo show after show going, we're a sleeping giant. We are one of the big clubs, but we're not.
Sleeping giant, I can agree with.
But sleeping giants win titles.
Sleeping giants don't do nothing.
Right now, Man United are a sleeping giant. Right?
Yeah.
Man United, 20 league titles, however many Champions Leagues.
Man United are a giant. Man United are a giant.
Yeah, but they're a sleeping giant right now because they're not winning Champions Leagues and leagues.
But they're still a giant. They're the biggest club in England.
Hang on. Sure.
But the sleeping part of the conversation just means they're not quite at the giant level right now. That's all it means.
Right.
Okay.
So my point is, when you look at Spurs, and everyone says this is negative. I've just shown facts and evidence, and I know we hate it. But pre-Nick, with Nick,
you're focusing on the league and nothing else.
The league is the best barometer of who you are, because you can't avoid playing the biggest and the best and the worst teams. You have to play everybody at home and away. You can win a cup. You can win a cup by getting nobody of any significance if you get lucky.
Yeah, but you have been arguing for a very, very long time that the only reason City and Chelsea have got those titles is because of financial doping.
Sure.
So let's take out the financial doped clubs, and where are we now?
Okay, put this another way then.
Sean, hold on. This is why I said to you last night, you're the master of moving the goalpost. You are league gunner.
No, I'm using your argument about
you are. No, that's not the same thing. I'm saying if you are going, the reason why the league is the best barometer of where you are is because the variance, and not variance with the TS, with the CE, the variance get sort of nullified over the course of a year. Bad refereeing decisions. You hope that you win as many as you lose, whatever else, right? You have to play everybody twice, home and away. If you go into a cup, you might just get super lucky and play lower league teams in the FA Cup the whole way through to the quarterfinal, etc. Eventually, you're gonna have to play a big one, and then on the day you might get a ref decision your way, or you might not. Injuries might affect them in that moment in time, etc. In the league, over the course of 365 days, you can't you're still going to be impacted by that sort of shit, those variables, but you can't avoid playing City and Arsenal and Liverpool away from home. You're going to play them. Whereas in the cup, you might just get through to the final without playing any of those teams in those positions.
Yeah,
so
Sean,
the variants are more, it's more micro level stuff in the cups.
The variance applies in all cups, because when Spurs won the European trophies that it won, except for the recent one, to qualify for those competitions, you either had to win the FA Cup or finish first or second. Now, you can finish in the top 5, just not be that great and get 5th, and you're in the Champions League.
Yeah.
So the qualification process itself to even get into Europe in the past was so much harder, and the European competitions were a lot harder. It's fair to say now the Europa's easier than what the UEFA ever was.
No, 100%. You're making the point for me. You're making my point for me.
No,
the league title. If you to win the league title,
but Sean, what I'm saying is
variance.
Sean, can you just share this screen? It's to back up the point.
Danny, one second. The point I'm making is to dismiss Spurs being far more successful in Europe than most of those teams on that list Sava brought up. Like
we're talking about that's domestic stuff. He's talking about domestic.
Hear me out. But those European trophies that we won were so hard to win that makes us something. We're not elite. Man United, Liverpool, no chance.
That isn't the argument, is it?
No, but Sam, we are a big club. Spurs is a big
We're
club.
talking about domestic, like
not compared to others.
Tottenham's Trophy Hall, we're the 5th or 6th most successful trophy hauling team.
Correct.
The vast majority of those trophies are domestic cups.
Yeah, they are, yes. But those domestic cups can't be dismissed because
And
they're
up this way, then.
I'm not dismissing them. I'm just
They're
saying
hard.
I'm not saying they're easy to win. Look, last season, or under Angie's second season, we got to the semi-final of the Carabao Cup. Who do we play to get there? Colchester, City, United, whoever else it was, Liverpool in the semi-finals. We got the hardest draw you could have possibly got, and we almost got there. We went into the second leg with Liverpool with a 2-1 advantage. I'm not dismissing that sometimes you can still win a cup via doing it against the biggest teams. I'm just saying that the things that you can't control, the variance of like who you get drawn against, where you get drawn against them, the refereeing decisions that might fuck you or might help you, an injury at a specific time around the specific game for a big player, all of those things are very much more affect the minutiae of a cup tournament, a cup season, rather than over the course of 365 days or whatever it is in a league. Those things get even out more than they otherwise would. You have to play everybody.
Okay, what's harder to win? A European trophy or your domestic league?
Domestically.
Domestic
league, 100%.
The league.
So it's harder to win the league. So why is it Arsenal just dog shit in Europe in an easier competition and never win anything?
They just
so
don't
you don't
do
think
it.
it's
Put it
harder
this
to win
way.
a league over 38
I'm
games
asking you a question. I'm asking you, if it's easier to win the league, why is it Arsenal, who've won 14 titles, are absolutely abysmal in Europe?
Ask the same question about Antonio Conte. Antonio Conte's got a dog shit European record, but he's fantastic at league football. Sometimes it's just horses for courses, but generally speaking...
Yeah, but Conte's one manager. Arsenal's 140 years of history.
Yeah, but just for what it's worth, I don't know why that specific one, but you could point to any other team, and most of the teams that win Champions League also.
I think
most of the teams. Hang on, most of the teams that win the European Cup also win their own version of the Premier League year in year out, or come first or second. So it's like you're pointing to an anomaly to make the exceptions rather than the rule itself.
No, because most of those teams on that list haven't won many European trophies. Look, for me, I personally think that to win your league should be your bread and butter. Sir Alex Ferguson said that. That should be your bread and butter for you as a club, right? But I also think to win domestic trophies, especially the FA Cup, and to win European trophies is very significant. I think the big clubs, they win everything. If you look at Liverpool, they've won God knows how many Champions League, God knows how many UEFA Cups, Europa, God knows how many. That's a big club. Like Real Madrid, they win everything. Then you've got that tier below.
Those are elites.
Yeah. Then you've got the tier below that either wins lots of league titles, but not many cups, or they win more cups and not many leagues. We're that team. We don't win many leagues. But
Would you consider Arsenal as a super club then? Because if you look on this, they're the third highest team in English football to win league titles as well, with 13.
The only reason they're not a super club is
because they ain't done that Champions League final.
Yeah.
Dan, it's not even the Champions League. Their European pedigree is abysmal.
Yeah.
They are shocking in Europe.
So can I just ask a question to everyone then? If Tottenham here in this list, in terms of total trophies won, are on 23 trophies, right? Does that make us a small club then? If
no one said a small club, Dan,
No
the
one
word
said a
ain't been
small
used.
club.
Let me put it a different way to everyone, yeah? If we was to put a point structure on this, let's say 20 points for a league, 15 for a Champions League, whatever else, 8 for an FA Cup, this and that. Add it up on a point structure, Spurs probably wouldn't even be in the top 10.
We are.
Are we?
top 10?
Of course we
What
are.
are you talking about?
We are.
We've got the 5th most trophies in English football.
What I just said went totally off your head. Yeah,
You can't do that, though, Dan. Dan, you can't.
Why can't I do that? Says who?
No, I'm just saying to you. Okay, you can do that. That's fine.
Oh, yeah, Dan, you're right. You can do whatever you want, mate. Do what you want.
Still, it's incorrect.
I was being sarcastic.
He can do whatever he wants, Luba.
I know he can. I know he can. It's a rhetorical statement. The FA Cup was massive.
Who the fuck said I can't do nothing?
What? So are you telling me the FA Cup is as big as the league? Are you telling me the FA Cup is as big as the Champions League? No, it's not. So if you was to make the league,
in terms of kudos, The FA Cup was massive.
No, look.
Would you not argue then, Dan?
No,
that
look,
in like 30 years ago, the FA Cup was the one trophy that every footballer wanted to win in English football.
But it was never as big as the league.
It's the oldest trophy in football.
Well done to it. I'll give it a Blue Peter badge as well if you want, yeah. But it's never as big as the league or the Champions League.
It's because
With
the
someone
Premier
going to tell
League
me
now.
it is.
It's because
it's
now
different
the
now.
Premier
It's
League.
not just the Champions. No,
What,
the FA
Dan,
Cup has never been as big as the league.
It hasn't. No, he's right. Dan's right. It's
Yeah.
never been as big as the league. You're right. But
So if you was to put a point structure on it of say 8 for every FA Cup, 15 for a Champions League, this and that, 20 points for a league. You look at Everton, they'd already be on nearly 200 points just for the amount of 160 points
hold
just
on,
for the amount of
hold on a
league
minute.
they've won.
Dan, one
Put a
minute, one
point
minute.
structure out of it.
Dan, 1 minute, 1 minute. Everton is a big club.
Correct.
Everton's
They've
a big
won-
club, mate.
But I'm saying put a big structure out, put a point structure on it and see where we look then.
Mate, I think Aston Villa's a big club. I think Everton's
Mm-hmm.
a big club. I'm not dismissing that. I think Spurs is a big club. But what's happening is there's two tiers. There's big clubs, then there's
Super club.
big. Right? Yes,
Elite and big clubs, basically, like Lubo says it. Elite clubs and big
Yeah,
clubs.
we're-
like Lubo
what are we
says
even
it.
discussing? What are we discussing here?
I don't even know.
The point from me in all of this was the way that certain people talk is that we are Liverpool size, Man United. We're not. We
No, we're
are.
not. Yeah, we're not.
We are. There's the elite clubs, and then we're in that next bunch where you win a trophy every now and then, right?
So,
We
yes.
have won 2 trophies, if I'm not wrong, since 1999.
Correct.
If I'm not wrong, we've won 08 and 2025. Yeah, 2025,
Yeah.
right? Sorry, any club that wins 2 trophies in 27 years or whatever that adds up to, we can't sit here and go, we're a massive club. We're not. We're a big club.
That's
like
underachieving.
Everton.
Thanks, Daniel.
Sure, we're underachieving, but okay,
Cheers, Danny.
if we had won 2 FA Cups in the last 30 years, Lubo, would we be achieving?
No.
No, Savvy, you're right. This is why we're ENIC out. This is
Absolutely.
why we hate ENIC.
So I agree with you, and you know I'm ENIC out. I agree with that. But what we can't just pretend is that before ENIC, that we were winning league titles. We weren't.
You're right. We weren't.
we weren't winning
we were winning FA Cups. We were winning European
But still,
trophies.
we had won.
Agree.
Still, between 61 and 99, 38 years, 39 seasons, we won 13 trophies.
I
That's
know.
one
I know.
every
How many
3
seasons?
years.
I've
We won
argued this with many
13
people.
trophies
I know,
in
I know.
39 seasons, so.
Man City
Before
win
the-
5 a
before-
year, don't they? Like what?
Here's something interesting. Before the Premier League began, season 92-93, so the year just before that, Tottenham and Arsenal, there was only a 5 trophy gap in terms of number of trophies. Now they've doubled us. They're like 24 ahead.
48, I think, and we're 27.
Right, yeah, but it wasn't. Yeah, but the gap then was only 5 trophies. They'd only won 5 more than us. What's happened is once money piled into the sport and it blew up into more of a business, some clubs they swam in those waters and found success, and others they found
Like
business
us.
success but no footballing success, like us. And others they got no success on business or football, like the Evertons and the Nottingham Forests and those big clubs. That's what's happened.
Still, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just think, especially when Lubo talks about it, though, he gets really annoyed as though we are Liverpool and those clubs.
No, Sam,
Okay, you
no,
just
we're a
proved my
big
point.
club. We're not
Look how
Liverpool or
annoyed-
Man United.
Look how annoyed you get by it, right? Spurs have won 2 trophies in 27 years, right? What I can't do, as much as I
I don't think
dislike-
Lubo thinks we're Man United or Liverpool. Right?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
You know what I mean? As much as I dislike ENIC, I can't just sit here and pretend before they were here that we were competing with Liverpool and Man United for titles. We've never been that team. We've never been a title-winning team, right?
We've been a cup club.
We've been an FA Cup team through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, right? Since the 90s, we have not won the FA Cup since I was 10 years of age. Right?
I've got to tell you
depressing.
something.
It's depressing, man.
Between 67 and 93, United didn't win a league championship.
Sure. What's that got to do with anything?
I'm just saying to you, we're talking about that period of time. Why are Spurs a big club? Why is any club a big club?
Because they're run well, they spend money, they buy the best players, and they win things.
Because of its history.
No. I get that. Hang on a second.
Dan, can I ask you a question?
Hang on. Let me go back at himself. 1 second. So Man City, who we
I
could
have
all
3 minutes
say,
left, by the way. 3 minutes left.
we could all say haven't had, like, don't get me wrong, they've got a history. They used to have some great players and they won stuff. But Man City, who the main majority of their history has been in the last 20 years, are we just turning around and going, they're a big club because of their history? No, they're a big club because of everything Stel just said. Because the money's come into the game, they spend it well, they're well organised, they buy the right players, they've got top managers, right? It's a well-run club, they win things. It's nothing to do with history. And the problem is, this is where I've always agreed with Danny. Danny and I are 50-50. We agree on 50% of stuff and really disagree on the other 50. Tottenham Hotspur, right? We are not that club. Right? We are not that club. Tottenham were a big club in the 50s and 60s when we were winning titles with Blanche Flower and all those boys. That was a very long time ago, Lubo. We have not been that club since. We've been nowhere near winning titles since then. Nowhere.
And the history is irrelevant now for getting players and everything else. It means nothing. It's done. It's dusted. It's over. What we've done 50 years ago,
it's not. Look at Man United.
What you've done 10 years ago is not going to get you a player now.
Yeah, Man United is the prime example of that.
Man United
still look how much they had to spend.
Man United
still. Now you're talking about the money rather than the heritage of Man United.
Danny, they still.
At the end of the day, money talks, and they've still won more than we have over the
Spurs have got money.
And we don't pay the wages.
Yeah, and that's why we're not a bigger club.
Yeah, but what we've done 2 years ago is not going to get a player now. Oh,
Go on then. Danny Kay, when I was making a cup of tea, I heard him say that Roy Keane, Neville, Carragher, on the overlap, they said when they were growing up, Spurs were a big club. But they also said something else on that show. They said, if you're in your 20s or 30s, you don't look at Spurs as a big club. But if you're 40 and up and older, you look at Spurs as a big club. There's actually an age profile that comes into this as well because of what's happened to Spurs the last 30 years. And that is actually, I agreed when they said that because when I speak to younger people than me, especially the teenagers, they laugh at Spurs. They actually laugh at us. But when I speak to people my age or older, I'll be like, yeah, man, Spurs. Oh, do you remember when we had Hoddle, when we had Kane, when we had not even Kane before that? I think that's a big factor in this conversation.
Yep. Guys, listen. I'd love to continue. We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's been the most fun stream ever. Obviously, it's a wild day. I've got to move over to Football Inc. Everyone that's watching this, 1,500 people there. Please hang on. Got a couple of super chats. Sabri, if you're going to do a stream later on this afternoon, this evening, or whatever, then you'll do one at 7. Are you okay? I'll redirect everyone over from Football Inc. later on.
Everyone join at 7 and we'll continue this pointless debate.
Let's do it.
Everything's meaningless. Everything in life is meaningless. There is no purpose. We are all going to die at some point.
I'll even make sure I bring a drink with me.
Big up to a user. He says, then
I've got mine.
He says, I've got my. I've been on the Maggie since about 11 o'clock. My face has all gone pink as a consequence.
1.5 litre bottle, mate.
A user says, then why he not listened before? It's what it is, mate. I'm not sure what that's about, but thank you, a user. I appreciate you very much.
He's talking about Ange winning the trophy.
It was about Ange, was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Shay Bryant, big up to you, Shay. Says, thought you were wrong, Sean, but Lookman is scoring.
3 and 3.
Never doubt me on a fucking opinion about football.
Apart from Tel and Odebear.
Big up to you, Sham H. I can winding people up. And Mr. Spock's office says to label Levy's whole tenure as a disaster equals intellectually dishonest. My Spoxy operated within limitations of a corrupt ecosystem. Trophies don't paint the whole picture. That's my guy, man. I appreciate you very much indeed. Listen, it's been an absolute mammoth show. Rabbit hole tonight, Tom. I think if I'm still standing by 9 o'clock, my camera's going to have to reset the camera. Danny Kiriako, I'm going to have to speak to you in about an hour and a half time about getting that, because you were, when you came, by the way, your accent was sensational as well. Lubo thought he was actually talking to Harry Kane, by the way.
Of course, because Harry Kane's suddenly going to leave Munich, come to London, and come on your show, isn't he?
Dan, you're going to have to do.
Isn't that what you've been telling everyone for 2 years, Rico?
Sean, why wouldn't Harry Kane come over, especially? He's got a match tomorrow. Why wouldn't he come over to come on Spurs Talk Show?
Because you have to ask Harry when he's back on the show tomorrow at about the same time. Hey, Danny.
I heard he's going to come back. I heard he'd come back. I heard he'd come back.
You're going to have a lot of invites, Danny, with that accent, mate. Absolutely sensational, mate. Listen, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone. Saba, I'll be direct over from Football Link at 7 p.m. Stel, thanks for coming on, mate. Absolutely brilliant. Danny, absolute legend, mate. Thanks for coming on. Lubo, love you as always. Danny, big up to you. Big up to Johnny. Big up to Manny. Big up to Hugo. Big up to Matt, who came on for a minute. Who else came on? Rain and James Flower. I hope I haven't fucked Flower over with what I said earlier. I'm going to have to go and remove that from the stream. But I want to say a massive thank you to all of you in the chat as well. Stay where you are, guys, if you want to come over and listen to me and Johnny talk some more about this. But then we've got Saba at 7. Appreciate you all. Love you all. Don't forget, get on to Spurs Corner. Get on to Spurs 5. Get on to Football Heritage. Get on to Hotspur Hood. Love you all, guys. Thanks, everybody. Take care. And as always, bye.
Come on, you Tudor.